back for the 24-hour Reparations Telethon. We're raising resources for the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center. And so please go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center to be a part of that. And for our next segment, I want to bring up the director of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, the development wing of the African People's Socialist Party that fights for self-reliance for African people worldwide, Dr. Aisha Fields, or Uhuru Dr. Aisha. We're so honored to have you here today.
Uhuru comrades, I'm really honored to be able to be a part of this incredible telethon. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Is everything okay over there? I heard there's some bad weather.
Ooh, it's howling in the back, but you know what? The lights are on, so it's on.
Perfect. We're very happy and grateful you could join us. So that's great.
So, Dr. Aisha Fields, you're a powerful leader of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. So, how did you meet the Uhuru movement and become involved in building development for Africa and African people's skills in Africans' hands?
Uhuru. First, I just want to really appreciate Chairman Omali Yeshitela, his incredible leadership, and say that when I was in school, when I was in university, I was looking for organization. I was involved in different kind of cultural formations. I was involved in a Pan-Africanist student organization and study group. And I knew that that there had to be a way for African people to organize for African freedom beyond what I was experiencing in the groups that I was involved in, which were helpful in some ways, you know, for me to have a certain kind of understanding and appreciation of the history of African people, but none of which gave me a vision for the future and a vehicle to be able to participate in to create a future for African people that I knew that I wanted to have. And in 2005, I helped to organize a bus to travel to Washington, D.C. from Alabama, where I live, to attend the 10th anniversary of the Million Man March. And for me, it was an attempt to see if there was something that I could hear there or see there or experience there that could bring, you know, me closer to, you know, participating in something that, you know, that I would hope was out there in the world to bring forward a future for African people. And that's where I met the Uhuru movement. That's where one of the comrades that traveled with me met a table that the party had where the chairman was and other comrades selling books in the Burning Spear. And I didn't get to meet the chairman and the comrades there, but I read one of the books, Omali Yeshitela Speaks, that the comrade brought when he met the chairman. And I was so skeptical because I had been to so many conferences. I was so demoralized from what I'd experienced from the 10th anniversary of the Million Man March. And I was really skeptical when I began to read the book, but I said, oh, let's check it out, see what they're talking about. And I was blown away. That book totally changed my life in so many ways. And it helped to clarify just in that one book so many things that I didn't understand about how African people came to be in the conditions that we were in. And I was invited to attend in January 2006 a plenary of the African People's Socialist Party in St. Pete. I attended the plenary, and I was totally in every way blown away by the institutions, by the speakers, by the analysis, and by the camaraderie. And I joined the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement during that plenary. And a couple months later, I became a member of the African People's Socialist Party.
Incredible. So, Dr. Fields, you've been such an important ally, and you presided over the doula training just recently at the Uhuru House in St. Louis. What was that like? And could you describe the process?
Well, first, I really have to salute, as everybody has been doing, Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela for her incredible leadership as the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party and as the President of APDF. And the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, for her vision, for taking Chairman's, you know, the theory and his vision for what development for Africa and African people can look like, what this whole question of dual and contending power really means in the real world, and creating this institution, Uhuru Kulea, and the program, the African Doula Project. That's the kickoff program, and the kickoff program for Uhuru Kulea. And Deputy Chair and her team have been working nonstop to create this doula program. And I would say maybe about a month or so before the doula program was about to kick off, Deputy Chair asked for me to come into St. Louis to help to complete the process of organizing for the training. And I was really honored to have to have been called on to do that. The program, it's an incredible program, training African women right there in North St. Louis, giving us the skills that we need to be able to contribute to making sure that African women have safe pregnancies, safe deliveries, positive experiences through their birthing journey. And that training was so incredible. We partnered with Common Sense Childbirth Institute, and a phenomenal African woman, Jenny Joseph, who leads that organization, a midwife for many, many years, who's created an incredible process and institutions for making sure that African women and other women have access to the care that they need in their birthing journey. And so we partnered with her. Two of her trainers came from different parts of the US into St. Louis. It carried out a dynamic 3-day training at the beautiful Uhuru House, Aquaba Hall. Deputy Chair pulled out all the stops. The space was absolutely beautiful. We wanted to make sure that the sisters who were coming to train and the trainers walked into a space that they knew was prepared for them, so that they could have the best possible learning experience, so they could be comfortable, so we could bond, so we could build together. And it was 3 days of sharing, of learning, of growing, and of developing the ability for African people to once again take the future of Africa quite literally into our own hands. So it was incredible.
That sounds really amazing. So amazing that you could be a part of that. Now, Dr. Fields, you said before that African people are not suffering from, a lack of charity, but a lack of self-determination and power over their own lives. Can you just talk more a little bit about the difference kind of between charity and why the Uhuru movement calls on, reparations and solidarity, not charity?
I think, for me, this is one of the most important understandings that the chairman's theory of African internationalism offers us. And that is the fact that, everywhere we exist as African people, we live in the most horrible colonial conditions. And that we live in these conditions because African people have been robbed of our right to self-determination, that we've been robbed of our right to govern ourselves. And any intelligent people who are governing themselves are going to create a situation where the people can have life, where people can, the babies can have a future. And because we've been robbed of that right, we can't say that our babies will have a future. We don't have access to the resources of Africa that would, make sure that we could build the hospitals and the roads. We don't have access to the skills of Africa. Those are being used to continue to create life for the white world. And so that understanding that these conditions are not based on any kind of lack of intelligence, lack of desire to see a future, but because we lack power over our own lives. And so you can't rectify a situation where people don't have power over their own lives by giving them charity. I mean, for one thing, if charity were the solution, then African people wouldn't be in the condition we're in. How many thousands and thousands of charities operate throughout Africa, operate throughout African communities in the US or in the Caribbean or South America or in Europe? and the conditions of African people only worsen. So just, you don't even have to understand too much to know that charity just isn't going to work. And not only will it not work, but it's incredibly patronizing and demoralizing to take that approach. You know, the reality is that when African people have control over our own resources, when we can determine where our human and material resources will be allocated, then we'll be in a position not only to meet the needs of Africa and African people, but we'll be in a position to offer charity to those who might genuinely need it. So I think that is absolutely at heart of everything that we understand in the Uhuru movement, to reject any notion of charity and to embrace a future for African people that's going to be built on self-determination.
An incredibly eloquent way to put it, and I think a lot of people are aware of this fact, but just don't think about it, refuse to realize it, and you put it so perfectly right there. So one last question for you. Why do you feel it is important for people to support the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center?
I think this is probably one of the most important programs of the Black Power Blueprint, and one of the most important programs, having said that Africans or anybody anywhere on the planet can support. And I would say that, like, I want to kind of like tie that to my experiences in the doula training. One of the things that we've been hearing a lot in this incredible telethon is different kind of statistics, you know, that African women and African people face. And the reality is that when we think of like statistics, sometimes we can forget the human reality, that these are actually human beings that are experiencing these things that we could sum up in numbers and percentages and graphs and stuff like that. And one of the things that we definitely experienced during the training for the doula program is the shared experience that African women have when it comes to being pregnant or thinking about being pregnant or having, delivering. And I would say, of the women who participated in that training, I don't think there was one of us who did not have either a personal experience or a very close friend or family member who had a horrible experience with delivering in a hospital, the kind of treatment that we experienced at the hands of medical professionals, so-called medical professionals in this country. The number of women who have either had personal experiences with stillbirth, with all kind of things that you would think don't happen anymore in the year 2022, but they happen every day to African women and African children and African families. So the Uhuru Kulea is a institution that's going to allow African women to not have the fear that many of us have, associated with what should be the best time in your life, bringing forth life. And it will give African people a glimpse into what a future of self-determination is going to look like. And I think that I just can't thank Chairman Omalia Shatella, Deputy Chair Onazanea Shatella, all of the donors, all of the volunteers, everybody who is contributing to make this institution a reality, because it is definitely something that, definitely something that African women and African people deserve and need. And I'm just excited to be a part of this process.
Uhuru.
Thank you so much. Just really appreciate all the work that you do with AFDEP, and just salute you, and thank you so much for coming and contributing all you did for our telethon today.
Thank you, comrades.
Uhuru. And so, you're hearing the importance of the Uhuru Kulea Health Center, and you can be a part of building that by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And I just want to turn to a different topic now. I want to bring back up Penny Hess, the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, to discuss the state-sanctioned murder of Kevin Johnson today.
Uhuru, wow. Well, first of all, I want to salute Dr. Aisha Fields and just for the tremendous leadership and work and so many people that we have seen, leaders, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, very inspiring today. And I want to say that the state of Missouri, the colonial state, is scheduled to murder Kevin Johnson at 6 p.m. It is 10 till 6. That this is happening right as we are here, as you know, we're experiencing this. And today has been very powerful because we have seen both the human face of colonialism, of what human beings, African people, experience every single day on so many fronts of their life, and that this is the reality here. And we have also seen the human face of the victory of African people, of what the state power, the liberated Africa will be. We have seen the humanity that it will be. And right now, you know, when we think about this colonial state murder of Kevin Johnson, we are talking about, you know, the vicious face of colonialism, the colonial mode of production, and it's doing this murder in our name as white people. It is expecting the unity of white people, and that in fact, you know, has been laid out earlier that what Kevin Johnson is, quote, guilty of in the face of the colonial state is an act of resistance to this colonial violence that African people face every single day. And, you know, so I just want to say that this is, you know, this is something that we have to, that we as white people have to understand. When I first came into the solidarity movement under the leadership of the party, the chairman at that time, the party at that time, as Kitty knows too, was leading a coalition against the death penalty in California. And Omowale Kafing was one of the leaders, a late member of the party, and was one of the leaders of that coalition, and, you know, just called the death penalty legal lynching, how you know, they continue to murder African people, and, you know, in the state-sanctioned slaughter of African human beings. So, you know, I just want to say that I want everyone to give more, to join the work, to really join the work, really take this on, that we have a responsibility to go out into the white community as mandated by the African Revolution, go behind enemy lines, you know, assault the earth in another front of the African Revolution, and, you know, and just make it so that, you know, we can win as many white people as possible. Turn over the resources, give it now, and join. We've got to be part of it. We've got to do the work. We've got to, you know, we can't just look at the party and deputy chair and chairman and president, you know, and Rep. Columbai and so many others as inspiring, but they are working. They are working. They are organizing. They are living their lives, because there is no life. There is no life under a system that's built on genocide, on murder, on enslavement, on just colonial domination of the world. That day is over, and African people and African workers are leading the struggle. Victory is here. The party is winning. So I just want to, you know, I just want to salute Kevin Johnson. I want to salute, of course, his family. I know his daughter, you know, is fighting to even be able to see him, and to say, you know, that we are committed to carrying out our mandate and fighting for reparations, African people. Uhuru.
Reparations.
Uhuru. Thank you, Penny, for sharing that. And, you know, it's been said in this telethon, you know, it's about life and death. And I mean, this is a really clear-cut example about what's going on with the state-sanctioned murder of Kevin Johnson. So we just really wanted to take some time to recognize him and his family again.
And I think this just goes to show how important the 14 points of the party are, and they need to be realized in our time. Donate to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, but do more than that. Come out, help. Find us on social media, reach out, and come be a part of this. Like, help us organize, help us march, help us fight, and let's realize this.
Yeah.
Let's get this done.
And another,
And yeah, we've got another donation that came in. We want to really want to appreciate Kristen for $200 donation. Unity for reparations. So,
Absolutely incredible.
yes,
We're
on our way to our
Moving right along,
$50,000 goal. And do we want to do the video of the tour of the Black Power Blueprint next?
Do
We
we
got
have
that
that?
going on. Because go ahead.
So yeah, well, that will be coming up here in just a moment, and then right after that, we've actually got an interview with Zenobia Thompson, who was a nurse at the Homer G. Phillips Hospital before it was demolished, and she's got an incredibly important message for us. So look forward to that coming up at 6:05. But before that, we want to show you this video of the deputy chair giving a tour of the Black Power Blueprint. And this actually took place just a month or two ago at the March for Reparations here in St. Louis at the conference on that Sunday.
So a lot of times people see it after it's done. You know, you don't know what it took to actually get here. It took a lot of hard work. You know, over the past 5 years, we've been grinding, you know, from day one. And we're just really excited about next year coming out with Spring Explosion. I keep saying it because I want to brand it. The Spring Explosion 2.0, or the remix. So we're going to really take this on and make it happen. I'm very excited. And we hung the red, black, and green as well.
That was an awesome tour. I was actually out there that day. It was a beautiful day. We went, so we started at the Aquaba Hall. We looked at the garden. We looked at the beautiful mural up there on the wall across the street. We walked just a couple blocks down to the basketball court, which wasn't open, but it was completely finished and just absolutely incredible. The mural next to the basketball court, the flag was up and waving proudly. And we actually took a look inside these fully furnished units that the party's going to be using, and
Right, for the African Independence Workforce
for the
Program.
workforce, yes.
Just bringing in Africans that are coming out of the prison system and plugging them right, you know, giving them not only a place to live, but giving them work skills, you know. So that is something that is also a part of the Black Power Blueprint.
A system that actually helps bring people back into real life, something that is no doubt going to be incredibly successful. It's you go to these units and it looks, I mean, it's a home. Each one of the units is a home. You go there and I've seen some of the houses that, like, you know, just recently released prisoners will go to, and they'll be completely empty. And
Right.
they have fully functioning fridges, ovens, internet, and all this incredibly nice furniture from the Uhuru furniture stores, and it's just incredible work that the Black Power Blueprint has done. And again, go support this work at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
Yes, as the deputy chair on SNA, I should tell only the best for the African working class. So it's really incredible to see, all of the projects that the African working class is doing to solve the problems of, food with the garden and the farmers market, clothing. There's an apparel store actually in Huntsville, and housing, which includes the African Independence Workforce Program. So this is what the Black working class is doing. And today we're raising money for the Women's Health Center, Uhuru Kulea, which means freedom to nurture. So this is just a part of the big picture for African people to, gain self-determination and power back in the hands of the African working class. So please join us, pay reparations on this Giving Tuesday at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And I believe we've got an interview coming up.
Absolutely, and it looks like our guest is joining us. We would like to welcome our next guest, Zenobia Thompson, a passionate nurse, member of the Homer G. Phillips Nurses Alumni, and activist in the struggle for equality, peace, and Black liberation. Welcome, Zenobia.
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, absolutely. So we're incredibly honored that you can join us. You were a former head nurse at the Homer G. Phillips Hospital. Could you tell us about your background as well as the historical significance of that hospital for the Black community in St. Louis?
Well, I'm a 1965 proud graduate of Homer G. Phillips Hospital School of Nursing. The background and history of Homer G. Phillips Hospital is an amazing one. It's a legacy that the African American community is so proud of. And, it began in this, racism has always been with us. And in the early 1900s, there was no hospital in the city of St. Louis, decent, that would treat Black people. And Homer G. Phillips, who was an attorney, a civil rights attorney, an activist, politician, he was a Republican during those days, before the New Deal. And he fought for, a bond issue to be passed to build a hospital for Black patients and a hospital where Black doctors and nurses and other health professionals can train. And so eventually a bond issue was passed, and he fought for the hospital to be built in the Ville area. In the Black community. The Ville area was the hub of the Black community. There was Sumner High School, the first Black high school west of the Mississippi, Antioch Baptist Church, which was a historical church, Poro College, Madam Annie Malone had businesses there. So it was a thriving community, and he insisted that it be built there while the white politicians of the day wanted it built over in the South Side next to City One Hospital. So, and unfortunately, he was assassinated before it was built. And when it was built, the Board of Aldermen, because he had fought so diligently and hard for the hospital, the Board of Aldermen at that time named it Homer G. Phillips Hospital, and it opened its doors in 1937. And from the time it opened its door, it was an amazing institution for Black medical folks and for the treatment of Black patients. Homer G. Phillips was not only known renownedly in the United States, but internationally. During the 60s and even some of the early 70s, 90%, let me say it again, 90% of the medical doctors were trained at Homer Phillips. You know, it trained 90% of the nurses, RNs at Homer G. Phillips. And the reputation that these professionals had is just phenomenal. They did phenomenal work. They were renowned and praised all over the country. You know, they made enormous contributions to the field of ophthalmology, obstetrics, you know, surgery, you know, and all. So while Homer G. Phillips came into existence because of racism, it also existed because of racism. And Black people in that community in the city of St. Louis got tremendous care. And they got what we nurses like to say, tender loving care. You don't hear that anymore, but they got tender loving care. And then in 1979, you know, whether the city decided that it needed to save money and they didn't need 2 hospitals. Well, of course, this was the time where Medicare had came into existence in 1965. And so they were thinking, well, we don't need 2 hospitals. We'll close one of them. Well, they closed Homer G. Phillips Hospital rather than City Number 1, which was old and dilapidated, had a lot of problems and all. And the community was in an uproar, you know. I mean, the community fought to keep Homer G. Phillips open. And I mean, there were meetings and protests, demonstrations and barricades were set up. And finally, on August the 17th, 1979, with police on horseback, helicopters, they came in and closed the hospital, took all the patients from the hospital. So Homer G. Phillips Hospital came into existence because of racism, existed because of racism, and was closed because of racism. But let me just say, the closing of Homer G. Phillips was over 40 years ago, and a lot of young people are not aware of the legacy and the history of Homer G. Phillips, you know, hospital. What has happened of recent is a developer, Paul McKee, has decided to put the name of Homer G. Phillips Hospital on a 3-bed private urgent care clinic on Jefferson and Cass. And when the community first noticed that, we opposed that. We explained to him, you know, very civilly that, you know, oh, we honor the name of Homer G. Phillips. You know, to put his name on this building is to diminish, you know, the legacy of Homer G. Phillips and trivialize the legacy of Homer G. Phillips, you know, for you to make, you know, profit off of the good name of Homer G. Phillips. So the community being in an uproar, you know, we spontaneously developed, you know, the Change the Name coalition. And I would like to just kind of just say, you know, we've been on that battlefield and struggling to change the name for about two years now. And this is comprised of veteran activists like, you know, myself, you know, and politicians, religious leaders, community leaders, you know, coming together, and the Homer G. Phillips Nurses Alumni Incorporated. The president of the Homer G. Phillips Nursing Alumni Incorporated has been with us from the very, very start. Well, the Homer G. Phillips Nursing Alumni, am I taking care of what you need me to take care of?
That was actually our next question. I'm taking notes here to kind of keep up
Well,
with.
because I can tell the story. I mean, okay, let me
Next question.
the Homer G. Phillips Nursing Alumni Incorporated trademarked their name, okay? And because of this wisdom, you know, we were assist and support them in filing a lawsuit, a trademark infringement. In other words, they have more right to the name Homer G. Phillips than Paul McKee. And Paul McKee has, you know, rudely and arrogantly ignored the Black community. I mean, There has been public hearings, the Board of Aldermen overwhelmingly passed a resolution calling for him to use another name. Let me just make sure that everybody's clear that we're not saying we oppose him putting this 3-bed hospital urgent care there. We're opposed to him using the name Homer G. Phillips Hospital. And so this struggle continues. We're involved with the attorney on getting the community input for the lawsuit. And we also every first and third Saturdays of the month, we're at this building bearing the name Homer G. Phillips, protesting and demonstrating, and we invite the community to join us. That's Jefferson the Cass, first and third Saturdays from 12 to 1. And then also we have the lawsuit that challenging Paul McKee's right to steal the name Homer G. Phillips Hospital. Let me kind of close with what I feel as an elder in the community. I feel it's my responsibility and obligation to instill and teach generations behind me of the legacies that we need to honor and respect, and that Paul McKee appropriating the name of Homer G. Phillips Hospital is insulting. And so therefore, this is a mission to also inform young folks of the legacy in our community that we honor and hold with high respect.
Absolutely. And if I may, can we get, how can people help? How can people support the Homer G. Phillips Nurses Alumni Association in this fight?
Well, I have a little brochure here, and then I have this leaflet that talks about our first and third Saturday rally and demonstration there. Join us if you can. It's the first and third Saturdays of the month. We're there. Now, if the weather's bad, we won't be, but weather permitting, first and third Saturdays, join us. Secondly, as I was saying, that we are supporting the Homer G. Phillips Nursing Alumni lawsuit against Paul McKee using the name, and attorneys need to be paid. So folks can send contributions to support us, the lawsuit, to change the name Coalition. Our post office box is 150055, St. Louis, Missouri 63115. And you can come join us, and we meet every Thursday at 3:00 at Southside Wellness Center. And that's 3017 Park, at Miss Ollie Stewart. Maybe folks are familiar with her. She's an icon herself, long-time struggler, standing up for, the struggle for the Black community and serving us in any way she can.
Great, thank you so much for that information. And we just have a couple more minutes, and I just wanted to ask you the last question about, why do you feel it's important for people to support the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center, which we're raising reparations for today on this telethon?
Yeah, well, let me just say, I'm a retired nurse, okay? And my field in nursing was OBGYN. So I know the disparity, of healthcare in the Black community, particularly, with OB, if I'm stand correct, I think Black women are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women. As long as I have been a nurse, there exists this disparity. And I, think it's just time that more is done to correct it. Just don't keep giving us the data and the statistics. I'm just about sick and tired. I know that. I've been knowing that for 40, 50 years. What are we, needs to be done? It needs to be done, at the national level, at the local level, at the state level. There needs to be a concentrated effort to make sure that African American women during their pregnancy receive the care that they need, and the effective care that they need to have for themselves to be healthy and to have the healthiest baby. So I am 100,000% of supporting that and whatever I can do, because OB was just that was just my thing. That was the kind of nurse I did a lot of different type of nursing, but OBGYN was just really, what I really loved. I loved working with young mothers and babies. And I remember when the Lamaze method came into being, and all of these changes, I welcomed them readily and so forth. So I would like to maybe stay in touch with folks on that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Zenobia, for that incredibly powerful message from someone who has firsthand experience in this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And you can support the Change the Name Coalition. The first and third Saturdays, they rally at 3017 Park. And you can also support them by donating the PO Box 150055, St. Louis, Missouri 63115.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, as Dr. King used to say, freedom is not free, and whatever you donated, would be appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Uhuru.
Uhuru,
Yes,
thank you
thank you.
for your work and for joining us on this telethon. I appreciate it. All right, so now we're going to turn it over to our comrades Jamie and Ann to talk about how you can support the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center.
Uhuru, guys.
Uhuru!
Uhuru, Matt, and
Brendan.
Is that Brendan? Uhuru, Jamie.
Uhuru Ann. So yeah, I'm Jamie Simpson, Uhuru Solidarity Movement member here in St. Petersburg, and I'm joined by Comrade Ann. Uhuru Ann.
Uhuru, it's so great to be here. It was so wonderful to listen to this woman just before. And, in spite of all that she's had to contend with as an African woman, just the dignity and heart of who she was. So impressive.
Yeah, it's really astounding when you look at everything that the African community has been forced to go through in St. Louis. And it's a familiar story. Wherever we're located as white people, we're familiar with like the Del Mar divide, right? That part of any given city that divides the colony from what we experience in this country as white people, which is something totally different. So today, what we're calling on you to do is take a stand of reparations, take a stand of solidarity with self-determination for the African community, and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. We want to make this Uhuru Kulea a reality tonight. We're going to raise this $50,000 and beyond.
So, yes, we are. And, it's so exciting, this whole project by the Black Power Blueprint, and particularly the doulas. I was supporting the process of the training of the doulas as a stance of reparations. I was contributing my expertise as a midwife. And I'm just so excited for the African community and the women there to have these doulas available.
It really is exciting, and it's great to be on with you, Ann. You helped bring my daughter into the world with your midwifery skills, and it was just a beautiful experience. And that's how the birth of any child should be. A mother shouldn't have to worry about their child dying within the first year of life because of a colonial condition, a symptom of living under an unjust colonial system that is absolutely not ordinary, it's not natural, it's not
Yeah.
normal, but in so many ways it's been normalized for us in the white community that, well, of course, that's just what African people have to deal with. You know, a Black woman is in addition to these health conditions for the mother and the child, the Black woman is 22% more likely to die from heart disease than a white woman, 71% more likely to die from cervical cancer, and 243% more likely to die from pregnancy or childbirth related causes. So this is what the blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. You can go to the blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and contribute to the Uhuru wa Kulea and really make a difference, support these conditions being overturned tonight.
Exactly. I think it's so important that we as white people can take this stand. You know, Uhuru wa Kulea means freedom to nurture. And for how long have African women not had the freedom to nurture their children in the way that we in the white community have? And so it was the colonial system that built our ability as white people to be able to nurture our children. And so we can take a stand tonight by contributing, and I'm contributing $183 tonight to this project because I know that the life that I lead has a direct correlation to the empowerment of the Black community, and I want to make that right. And I know there's so many other people out there who want to do that too in this amazing, uplifting project. That's all about life and power in the hands of the Black community. You know, studies show that when Black women are cared for by Black practitioners, then their outcomes are so much better. And so I really want to encourage everyone just to step in right now. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and let's make this happen, especially on this Giving Tuesday. Let's make this hopeful, amazing project move forward tonight.
All right. I really want to salute you for that contribution, Anne, of $183. That makes the total raised during this telethon so far $14,922. The remaining amount to raise for tonight for this telethon is $35,078. Let's get there and go beyond. We can do it. You can join us by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and become part of this incredibly positive vision for African people. The African people are defining for themselves what the future looks like, and defining for us what our future is looking like too, because this is a part of a process that is negating the colonial mode of production, right? The mode of production has dominated the world for the past 600 years, is characterized by parasitism, by oppression, by slavery, by genocide. This is part of a process of negating that and replacing it with one in which African people have the power to produce and reproduce real lives for themselves and in their own interests.
Yes, and you know, Uhuru has a proven track record. We've seen in this telethon the basketball court, the Uhuru House, the project for people who are coming out of colonial prison, and the ability of these people to have a place to live so that they're not facing the ongoing oppression that happens when they come out of prison. And so, and that's just in St. Louis. You and I know there's projects all around the United States, all around the world that have been going on for more than 50 years. And so I've been around for over 20 years supporting this organization. And, you know, I will stake my stand that you can trust the Uhuru movement, that when they say they're going to do something, they do it, and they do it with excellence and heart and soul. And it's just so fabulous. So we have some examples, I guess. Here's the African Independence Workforce Program.
Yeah, this is a beautiful example so that African working class people coming out of these colonial prisons can live in a dignified situation, you know, and re-enter a type of career, right? So that they're not just having resources stolen from them, but are actually part of an anti-colonial economy. So that's what you're looking at here with the African Independence Workforce housing program. This was another project of the Black Power Blueprint that is on the ground now, is completely furnished. You can see here Uhuru furniture bringing the furniture, the beautiful furniture for this state of the art workforce housing complex here.
Yes, and I'm looking down at my phone because a friend of mine wants to donate and is having trouble getting the right link. So I know if I have to get off at the end and help him, I know he's going to donate. So this is not charity. This
Right.
is genuine unity with African self-determination. The struggle against colonialism, the struggle for power in the hands of the African community. And what better power than to put the power during pregnancy, labor, birth, and the first year of life in the hands of African women, so that no longer are they afraid that they will lose their child. That 15 kindergarten classrooms of children are lost every year in St. Louis. That is appalling. That is completely appalling. And as a white woman, I never considered losing my child. So, the African community is saying, we're going to take this on. We're going to take this into our own hands. We're going to create what we need to have power over our own lives. And it's just such an exciting and uplifting program to watch the women's faces of the new doulas and to just hear what it means to them to be a doula, to support women who are pregnant, and be able to make the change that needs to be made, right? That they can't be waiting for the white community. The white institutions have proven again and again they're not going to do it. And to see these women empowered to make that difference for the women in their community is just so uplifting.
Wow, that's so exciting that you've been able to be engaged with it in that way and really turn over your skills and as an act of reparations, and that's what we're calling on you to be part of this project, this African Women's Health Center, by going to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. This project, this African Kulea Health Center, African Women's Health Center, which is part of the Black Power Blueprint. It is a blueprint for building the power to liberate African people, which will by extension liberate all of humanity. As Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela has said, it's bringing more than buildings to the community. It's bringing hope and the promise of a future in which African people have power over food, clothes, shelter, and healthcare. This is about political and economic empowerment.
It is, and I think that we have some slides about what has already been purchased. We may be a little bit out of order, but if we can go to the slides about what's already happening with the health center. The land has been purchased. The rendering of the building has been completed. The 14 doulas have been trained, and we have been raising money through the telethon for other parts of this project.
Yeah, this is part of the track record that the Black Power Blueprint has. What they say they're going to do, they do and have done. And everything is there's so much that's in place already with the 14 doulas, is it, that are trained, and the rendering for what this building is going to look like. I believe there are 3 offices that we're going to raise funds to make a reality tonight. We need your help to make this a brick and mortar reality that's going to go so far beyond the brick and mortar in terms of representing real empowerment for the African community. We have seen how powerful it is when African people are able to take healthcare and the childbirth question into their own hands. We saw it with the project that happened in Sierra Leone, right? Wasn't it 3,000 babies born without a single death of a mother or baby?
Which is kind of unheard of in Africa. That is an amazing accomplishment in Africa. And so, yes, we're talking about 2 offices. We want to fund the windows and the doors, the products room. So there'll be products. There are already organizations within the Uhuru movement that make products for women, and those will be there. We need to pay for the plumbing, the electricity. There'll be 4 bathrooms in this big building, a yoni steaming room. So this will be able to bring forward traditional African practices to support women's health as well. 2 conference rooms, so we can imagine what's going to be happening and the plans that are going to be made and the projects that are going to be created there in those conference rooms.
Yeah, and this is, this is part of this is how we can take part in overturning the Del Mar divide that exists, that colonial boundary between the African community and the white community in St. Louis. That is what your donation means. The Del Mar divide, by any other name, exists in by many other names, exists in every other city in this country. And the way to overturn this reality is through reparations and self-determination for African people. I mean, at the end of the day, reparations is about repairing the damage that has this upside down situation where we as white people have access to this social wealth that it comes directly from the legacy of slavery and colonialism and the ongoing colonial realities, the conditions of violence. I mean, that's violence that we're talking about, that the African community is facing when 3.3 times the number of children die before the age of 1 in St. Louis. So let's turn some of that over.
Absolutely. And they're telling us now to finish up the appeal. And so one last time, blackpowerblueprint.org/help center.
Go now, give generously.
Uhuru. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru Jamie.
Uhuru Chair Jesse. Uhuru Chairwoman Penny.
Uhuru Jamie, and just salutes to Anne as well. Great appeal. Really excellent.
So Jamie, it's good to see you, as always.
Good to see you, Jesse.
And it's good to have the White Lies Shattered Reparations in Action team all here.
Oh, yeah.
And for anyone who doesn't know what that is, check out uhurusolidarity.podbean.com or search for White Lies Shattered on anywhere you listen to podcasts for that incredible program. And this segment of the telethon, we are hoping to be joined at some point by Charles and Inez Barron, the incredible city council persons from East New York, to talk about the work that's going on there. And hopefully that we'll be joined by them soon. And this is leading up to the Revolutionary Power Hour, prime time, 7 p.m. Central, when we will be joined by none other than Chairman Amala Chitala and Deputy Chair Oma Zanea Chitala. So we're very excited about that. But we wanted to take this time to just sum up. Let's come together. Let's talk about this this whole question of reparations. This is a reparations telethon. So I thought we could take a few minutes here to really talk about what that means and what it means when the African People's Socialist Party, when Chairman Amala Chitala says reparations is going to be a household word. What does that mean? And what does it mean to us as white people?
Uhuru. Well, yes, that is really, really incredible. And I think that the question of reparations for white people is so important because it goes to the key question. It goes to the heart of the matter. And that is colonialism. That is what the chairman calls the colonial mode of production, which is really, really a brilliant concept that the chairman has put out, because it means that everything that we have is a result of colonialism, which is something that is really important and critical that we understand, because it's generally put out that the enslavement of African people, the genocide of indigenous people, and colonialism around the world is kind of a one-off anomaly, that of an otherwise good society, of an otherwise productive economy, in which white people worked hard and came over here as poor and impoverished and et cetera, and climbed up the ladder of success. But the fact is that didn't happen, but white people were very, very conscious that coming to the US put us on the pedestal that that is what was used to climb up the ladder of success. That is it,
Right.
climbing on the backs of African people. And of course, the same was true for Europeans in Europe, because all of Europe were colonial powers in Africa, stealing resources, participating in the division of Africa. And, you know, the fact that the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for the first time in history, has put white people under the leadership of the African Revolution is exactly where, you know, the chairman said the relationship that's exactly right.
Right.
And how can, you know, if we unite with historical fact, historical record, that this system, this country, that white people, all of it is built on the assault on Africa, the enslavement of African people, which is not even, you know, I hate that word because it's not even, doesn't even describe what it is.
Exactly.
That African people, the trauma, the terror that African people have gone through for, you know, more than 600 years, and the genocide of indigenous people, then how could a white person, if we say, well, that's true, we can't deny that, how could we then say that we are the leaders of a white left movement, or we are anti-imperialists as white people, or that we are the ones changing the world? That like the chairman said, that is nothing more than a continuation of you know, another front of the colonizer fighting to control colonialism, you know, from their particular point of view. And I think that the fact is that you know, that every white person is not rich, but every white person sits on the pedestal.
Right.
There is no white person that is absolved from that, because we have social wealth. We have even the way we think, as the chairman is saying constantly, putting out all the ways that we make the assumption, you know, that like when this system speaks, when the narrative of the colonizer speaks, it is assuming that it is speaking to white people. It is saying it to white people. African people, indigenous and colonized people have a totally different experience and understanding of the world and how it should be. So, you know, I think that the chairman and the party have fought to rebuild the anti-colonial movement as the main trend in the world. We're seeing that there's just an outburst of everything is challenged. The question of colonialism. I've seen colonialism in cooking, colonialism in, you know, in cosmetics, or in just every single thing, every part of life right now is being challenged. The anti-colonial question is coming to a fore, and it's very, very exciting. And there's only one way that white people can be part of that, and that's under the leadership of the African Revolution.
Definitely. I appreciate that. And Jamie, if I may, just ask another question here. The first time I ever met you, Chairwoman Penny, you were talking about the climate crisis and the relationship between colonialism and the climate crisis. And this is an idea that is now, which obviously comes from the African People's Socialist Party and the understanding of Chairman Yeshitela, which is now even coming out of the mouths of Greta Thunberg, and you know, has become kind of like was the main theme even of the COP27 that was just held in Egypt. And we talked a few weeks ago or months ago about how the UN released a report that for the first time ever actually named colonialism and slavery, as they called it, as one of the main, quote, drivers of the climate crisis. I think that's extremely important because when you understand colonialism as a mode of production, you can't understand anything outside that context. And to try to talk about the issue of the climate, or, you know, the global warming or something like that, and come up with these absolutely asinine solutions that make the assumption that colonialism is going to remain intact, it just takes you nowhere. It takes you ultimately towards the end of the planet Earth as we know it. So I'm wondering if we could just talk about that for a few minutes. Just the question of colonialism and how it underlies and explains every single contradiction that we see in the world.
Everything, it is the primary contradiction, as the
Yeah.
chairman said, certainly for African people, but for us.
Right.
How could it not be for us?
Right.
Because the question of colonialism is how we are who we are, and how the chairman says that the colonial mode, the mode of production of a society creates the ideas, the superstructure, the ideas that the way we see the world, the way we see ourselves, the way we
Right.
identify ourselves, the colonial narrative. And I agree, you know, there's nothing, the question of how white people see fascism, which
Right.
is, as the chairman has said, is when white people may experience a little bit of the conditions that Africans face under colonialism every single day, or the climate change, you know, of being the world, you know, humanity is going extinct. Well, African indigenous people have gone extinct. They've already been through that. And, you know, to see that now, you know, it's the same way that white people take on the question of nuclear power. We all have to get under white leadership around nuclear power. You know, Africans have been nuked, you know,
Right.
indigenous people have been nuked.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
you know, so the question is, how is the world going to change? How is the state power going to be overturned? It's going to be overturned through a party of the African working class
Right.
that is going to, and is about overturning the colonial state. There's no other way, you know.
Right.
White people sit around and go, well, if we all get electric cars, what are you talking about? The state
Right.
has power. The state has
Right.
billions of dollars, you know, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Jamie, yeah, I'm gonna turn it over to you, but I just want to let everybody know that Walker, and this was during, we'll attribute this to Ann,
All right.
Ann's appeal earlier. Walker put in $171. Uhuru Walker.
Uhuru Walker. That's fabulous. Be like Walker.
Zoe in North Carolina, $50.
Uhuru Zoe.
Uhuru Zoe.
We have Monica in Seattle, $25. So before we hear Jamie Simpson here, I want to encourage you to be like Walker, Zoe, and Monica, and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, because we have raised $15,193 in this reparation. And we have just $34,807. So let's do this.
Do it.
Yes. Approved. Jamie.
Uhuru, that's so exciting. Jesse, Chairwoman Penny, I have to say, it looks like you're having a fabulous time there in St. Louis. It's great to be here with you. I can't wait until I can be there with you in person for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement convention. And I'm just thinking, I'm really interested in this conversation we're having about the question of climate change or climate destruction, environmental destruction, and the question of colonialism. And I know that I've been hearing a lot in the media, in the bourgeois media, the question of reparations is seeping into this, as well as the question of colonialism, because it's very obvious that the destruction, the climate destruction that was caused by colonialism, it's mainly being felt in the colonized world, or the so-called global South, right? It's not being felt as intensely in these colonial centers or the global North as it is in the colonized world. And so the colonized nations are saying, you owe us, America, England, France. We didn't do this to the world. You did this. And I believe there are even some agreements to pay colonized nations for the environmental destruction that haven't been made good on. And you can just hear the representatives of U.S. imperialism and other colonial nations just squirm, you know, and completely have no justifiable explanation for what's going on, or explanation as to why they haven't paid reparations, why they aren't addressing this problem. I think that's really a fascinating thing that's going on, that you have people calling for reparations around this climate change question.
Yes, Uhuru.
Uhuru. And you know, one point I wanted to make, because earlier, Chairman Penny, you were talking about how the colonizer and the colonial narrative, it makes the white experience like the standard or the norm. Like it speaks, everything that is said is speaking to white people, but it's said as if it applies to the whole world.
Yeah.
And one of the things I often hear from white environmentalists is this is a human-made catastrophe. This is a human-caused climate change. Anthropocene climate crisis, which is quite offensive to the vast majority of the actual human beings on the planet Earth that have nothing to do with the colonial assault on humanity that resulted in the climate crisis. So it should be the white people induced climate change. There needs to be a word for that. Well, it's colonialism, the colonial climate crisis.
Yeah, I mean, and I wanted to say that, you know, I saw, because I had seen Greta, you know,
Yes.
as a child, really, and she would, the ruling class would allow her to speak
Yeah.
because she would only say, well, you should be ashamed of yourself, or, you know, they don't have shame, they don't, you know,
No.
they don't care about that, and they don't teach their children
Right.
something else. They teach their children how to be part of the ruling class. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
So, but then recently, just in the last month or so, we've seen statements by her and seen something on YouTube where she was expressing that she, you know, she didn't support the bourgeois climate conference, which just happened in Egypt, the COP27, anymore. And that she, you know, that she's recognizing that the problem is colonialism. It's much deeper than anything she said, anything she had said before understood.
Yeah.
And I just want to say to Greta,
Mhm.
yes, that is awesome that you're starting to say that, but you're saying that because of the leadership of African people and the African People's Socialist Party that has fought for the understanding of colonialism. And if you really want to take it on, because the only way to begin to take it on is to, this system has to be overthrown. And no environmental movement, white environmental movement, is going to do that. Only an anti-colonial movement led by the African working class is going to take that on.
Exactly.
And we say, come on in, Greta, this is, you know, you can be right here under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party that is changing the world. And we would welcome you. You could be part of this. You could be part of it. So, yeah,
That's
so
right.
come on over.
Go to solidarity.
Do something. You can't talk about colonialism and do nothing,
Mhm.
you know, do something.
Exactly.
And it's more than just another climate, you know, demonstration somewhere, or even action of throwing eggs at a painting in a museum. You know, this is talking about, you know, being part of a movement of a strategy for the liberation of African people and to colonialism. And colonialism and climate change are part and parcel of the same thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. I unite with the call to Greta and anyone like her who's out there, who's starting to understand this, who's starting to, whether you are able, whether you know it or not, or whether you're ready to admit it or not, that you have been influenced by, that your consciousness has been cracked open by the impact of African internationalism and Chairman Amalia Jatela, that it's time for you to get on board and join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We have members in 140 cities in this country, and we have members around the world as well. And we want to build everywhere. We're committed to build everywhere white solidarity with Black power under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. You can join at uhurusolidarity.org, and I definitely encourage anyone out there who wants to truly take a stand in defense of the planet Earth. This is the way you can do that. So, Uhuru. Jamie, we'll turn it back.
Uhuru, yeah, no, that's really exciting. You know, just hearing how much Chairman Amalia Jatela and African internationalism is out there, that we're seeing it everywhere we turn, whether it's environmentalists like Greta, who I echo your call, come into the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. You know, there's room for you here. If you want to see a future beyond this, as you call it, racist system founded in colonialism and genocide, then we need to embrace the African Revolution, because this revolutionary process is not going to be white-led. The system that created the problem is not going to come up with the solution. And they would have you believe otherwise, of course. I'm pretty sure that the bourgeoisie is no longer as taken with Greta. In fact, I saw some reports that they're trying to shame her for that. And the question that the bourgeoisie, that the ruling class, the colonizers always ask is, well, who's going to do any better? You don't have a solution for these problems. You don't have a solution for climate change. So what are you complaining about? But the reality is African people have a solution. The African People's Socialist Party has a solution. The revolution of African and colonized people is the solution. And we can see that in programs like the Uhuru wa Kulea. So I just think it's really liberating to be tied to the future, to be free from this moribund system that's headed for the grave and wants to drag us all with it. That doesn't have to be our future. That doesn't have to be our legacy. So it's really an honor to be here with you tonight, comrades.
It's an honor to be here with you and with Cheryl and Penny. And I am very excited because 9 minutes from now, we will be joined by Chairman Omali Shatala and Deputy Chair Onizane Shatala for the Revolutionary Power Hour, the prime time hour. And that will be
excited.
And that's going to be followed by another power hour, which is going to be an incredible call for reparations and support for the Black Power Blueprint with some amazing guests. We'll be joined by Representative Columbai Andanette, who was here a couple times earlier today, as well as Rage and Rage's children, Torn and Nova, as well as ORED Director Kitty Riley, who are really going to get into it, what it means to contribute and take a stand of reparations to this Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. So I'm very excited about that. We're just minutes away from that now. This has been a really great discussion. I really appreciate being able to jump into these questions. And one other thing I wanted to say that with reference to some of what Jamie was saying around some of the language that's out there in this climate movement and even Greta. And I want to give a shout out to my brother, Sean.
Yes,
I hope he's watching. He said he would be. So let me know in the chat if you are, Sean. But I actually found out about the Greta quote from Sean, who, along with my mother, was here in St. Louis to visit and to see the Black Power Blueprint and everything. And after he left, he texted me the Greta quote, and he said, "Does this sound familiar?" But what he said was, because Greta said something like, the nations of the global north that have exploited colonized people, or something like that. So he's like, if you swap out global north with white people, she copied and pasted that from Chairman Omali Shatala, which I thought that was a pretty astute observation, that, even this concept of global north and global south is something that has been kind of put out there to obscure the colonial question. Yeah. So I just want to give a shout out to my brother if you're watching.
Thank you, Sean, and Greta and Putin.
Yes.
Putin echoed.
Yeah.
Almost word for word.
Yeah.
What the chairman had stated over and over again about the colonial question, about the parasitic economy built on the enslavement of African people and genocide, and that was powerful to see. And certainly Chairman Omali Shatala is so influenced, but has influenced the world and continues to. We're going to see more and more of that. And it's powerful to see, because he has fought like hell for his whole life to complete the African Revolution of the 1960s. I mean, who had, just the courage and the ambition and just the guts to say that and fight for it, especially after seeing what the state and the counterinsurgency, the colonial state did to African revolutionaries inside the US and around the world. And certainly what is done again in this period to the chairman, that the chairman just set about what does it take to win the African Revolution, laid out all the science, solved all the problems, put it into practice,
Yeah.
fought like hell, and has literally changed the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Literally changed the world, and we see it changing, every single day before us. And I mean, this is, people talk about, being alive in previous period, which was very historic in the 1960s, but this is the time when, the work of chairman, the work of the African Revolution is actually going to bring down the system that is in a great crisis today. So this is the time, if you want to be part of history, join now. And we have roles to play. We have an assignment under the leadership, behind enemy lines, fighting for African internationalism under the leadership of the African Revolution, being another front, saying it out of white mouths, and just what that has meant, because that didn't exist
Right.
in the 1960s or any time previous to now, in that way. It didn't exist that there were white people who said this, because this is our politic too,
Right.
so this is absolutely, a transformation historically in the whole African liberation movement to win white people who are there under the leadership, taking this on and fighting for reparations and returning the stolen wealth.
Uhuru. And yeah, it really is fascinating to think about the historical gravity of what we're doing here. The weight, the political weight that the African People's Education and Defense Fund is pulling in building the Uhuru wa Kulea. I mean, this is about North St. Louis, right? It is about the Black community of North St. Louis, but more than that, it's about the worldwide anti-colonial economy of the African working class. And even more than that, it's about the worldwide anti-colonial economy, period, for all colonized, struggling, and toiling peoples. I mean, this is something that imperialism takes very seriously. The African Women's Health Center that we're talking about raising money for tonight as a threat to its entire order. And that's just something I think we need to take very seriously and treat it with the gravity that it warrants.
Uhuru. Absolutely, totally unite. Very, very serious and very important. And raising resources for the Uhuru wa Kulea Health Center is something that's changing the world. It's something bigger than us. It's something, that is part of a whole strategy, and putting each piece of that, puzzle in place is extremely important and world changing. And we have a role to play. We got to be in here digging deep and in white society and the white colonizer, milieu, so to speak. We have to take this on and carry out our assignment, our revolutionary assignment.
Uhuru. So we're just 2 minutes away now from prime time, where we will be joined by the most powerful and influential African revolutionary leader in the world today, whose influence we just discussed, whose influence can be felt as far and wide as Greta Thunberg to Vladimir Putin, echoing the understandings of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and not to mention African people and colonized people all around the world who are organizing in the African People's Socialist Party and its many constituent organizations to bring down this foul colonial mode of production that we've been talking about and create a world where nobody is oppressed or exploited. So we're very honored to be, in just a moment, joined by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, as well as the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, the tireless, fearless, relentless leader whose sweat and toil is behind so much of what we've looked at today with the Black Power Blueprint, which is Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela. So I think
I was asked you to start your video.
all right, there's the chairman.
Uhuru Uhuru Chairman, Uhuru Deputy Chair. Welcome.
Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru.
Excited to have you on.
It's good to be here. And it's an extraordinary event that we are doing, this 24-hour event telethon that we're involved in. And I cannot say enough about how significant this is, historically speaking, in terms of moving the political gauge in the struggle of the peoples of the world, moving it forward. This is a really important session. Thank you.
Yeah, Uhuru. Yeah, I just been tuned in since 7 a.m. this morning. We actually got up and went to the gym, and I said I want to hurry up and get back because I want to start my day with making this telethon, and it's been extraordinary. You know, the guests that we've had, you know, all of our institutions, the unity, you know, from all the speakers that have been on before us has been incredible. So I just really want to say that we're here and we're ready.
Uhuru. Well, Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshatela, Chairman Omali Yeshatela, it is just such an honor to have you both here with us, to have the founder and leader of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshatela, and you, Deputy Chair Ona Zane, the visionary leader, or a genius behind the Black Power Blueprint, and Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party, and to have you, Chairwoman Penny Hess of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the first white person to unite with being under the leadership of the African Revolution, author of Overturning the Culture of Violence, and of course, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse Neville. I just want to say Uhuru and welcome to all of you. I think we're going to turn now. We want to have a round table discussion with all of you. And I'm going to start by asking you, Chairman, you've defined in your presentations the question of, and you've written extensively on colonialism as a mode of production. And this is something, the mode of production, colonialism, is something in which Africans are, quote, forced to produce and reproduce life for white people, not themselves. Could you describe for us how building the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center is part of the strategy to negate the colonial mode of production?
Thank you, Comrade, for raising that question, Comrade Jamie. You know, before responding directly to that, I would like to say just a little about this whole issue of modes of production and the colonial mode of production in particular. We use here in our movement, in a lot of instances, some of the same words that you would find used by militants and various other places around the world, and even charlatans and opportunists, et cetera, bandit use the same words all the time. And but something has really happened, and that was frustrated temporarily with the assault that the United States and other colonial powers made on the struggles against colonialism. Certainly that's true with Haiti. The success of the Haitian Revolution is something that challenged it was an existential threat to the whole system that people refer to as capitalism, because the whole world economy revolved around what was characterized as slavery at the time, selling and Black people and the labor of African people. And so that was a traumatic, a bit of trauma. And then you had this Africans in Haiti who defeated France, defeated Spain, defeated England, the most powerful colonial powers in the world. And this was a military force of people who fought their way out of slavery and took on the struggle to liberate ourselves. Well, the fact is that throughout the history, Africans and other people have been trying to struggle to end this relationship. But the problem is that because we didn't have power, then those who control the world have defined what world history was about. There's nothing that you can find coming from the colonizers, whether that's in France or whether that's in the United States, that said that the masses of people rose up against an unjust system to win freedom from a system that we had created. And so, you know, like we find that a lot of people who are able to talk about colonialism and a lot of people are able to talk about capitalism and modes of production, but their starting point for understanding this is really something that is based on a kind of history stemming from Europe's own experiences. It's a form of historical inertia where things were going a certain way for Europe. Europe rescued itself from poverty, disease, ignorance, violence, of extreme violence among Europeans through the attack on Africa, initially on Africa. And this attack on Africa, where at one point we had a policy that was initiated, Portugal started this stuff, capture African people. As a part of that process, we saw a world economy begin to change and develop. Sugar plantations, production happened. The whole agricultural system that we know today has its origin in the enslavement of colonial enslavement of African people throughout the world. And now, for the first time in history, never was a world economy before. So now you have a world economy. What started out perhaps as a policy by Portugal to enrich itself, brought in, of course, the Pope, brought in, you know, every power that existed in Europe, divided the world between Spain and Portugal, divided Africa between Spain and Portugal, that we could, that Spain and Portugal would have different parts of the world and the slave trade. So you had a whole world economy coming from that. And this is what we mean by mode of production. I'm going to bore you and probably annoy Comrade on to some extent, but I want to say something about a mode of production. And I want to read just a little from this little book by Stalin, who is talking about a mode of production. He's using Marx's understanding and terminology around modes of production, because I'm not sure that everybody, even now, as we talk about a mode of production, understands exactly what it is that we're talking about. But the truth of the matter is that human society itself is the basis of activity in human society. A primary activity is the creation of life, and it's the mode of production that establishes this whole process of life creation in a society. This is what Stalin says. He says, what then is the chief force in the complex of conditions of material life of society, which determines the physiognomy of society, the character of the social system, the development of society from one system to another? This force, historical materialism holds, is the method of procuring the means of life necessary for human existence, the mode of production of material values, food, clothing, footwear, housing, fuel, instruments of production, etc., which are indispensable for the life and development of society. In order to live, people must have food, clothing, footwear, shelter, fuel, etc. In order to have these material values, people must produce them. And in order to produce them, people must have the instruments of production with which food, clothing, footwear, shelter, fuel, etc. are produced. They must be able to produce these instruments and to use them. The instruments of production wherewith material values are produced, the people who operate the instruments of production and carry on the production of material values, thanks to a certain production experience and labor skill, all these elements jointly constitute the productive forces of society. We agree with that. But the productive forces are only one aspect of production, only one aspect of the mode of production, an aspect that expresses the relationship of men to the objects and forces of nature which they make use of for the production of material values. In other words, production is nothing but human beings laying our hands to nature, transform it to serve our needs. That's what production is. Another aspect of production, another aspect of the mode of production is the relation of men to each other in the process of production. Men's relations of production. Men carry on a struggle against nature and utilize nature for the production of material values, not in isolation from each other, but not as separate individuals, but in common, in groups, in societies. Production, therefore, is at all time and under all conditions social productions. In the production of material value, men enter into mutual relations of one kind or another within production, into relations of, these may be relations of cooperation and mutual help, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the point is, when we say here that people enter into relations with each other, there are relations of production along with the forces of production that constitute a mode of production. What has been usually meant by this up to now has been like, what relations of production exist in the capitalist system? Well, the ownership of the means of production, that's the capitalists themselves. Then you have people who sell their labor power to the owners of the production. So you have the producers, then you have the owners of the means of production, and that constitutes part of the relations of production. But this understanding of the mode of production is something that is based on the history of Europe and how Europeans understood the world. Marx was a European. Marx was a part of a colonizing country. In fact, Das Kapital, this most celebrated book that was written by Marx, was able to occur because Marx's good friend Frederick Engels got all these resources from his daddy, who was the bourgeoisie. So it was African people picking cotton in the Caribbean, literally as slaves, who funded Marx's ability to write Capital. With me on that? And so what we have, and Marx couldn't see us, and Europeans couldn't see us because this mode of production informs the consciousness of the people who are involved in it. A mode of production is not just something that's done to African people, it's the establishment of a relationship of production. What's the relations of production that we're talking about? We're talking about the African masses. Africa itself exists for the purpose of expropriating value that goes to the colonizer. This is the colonial mode of production. It's a parasitic kind of relationship. And then based on that material relationship, then also there's a superstructure that emerges and sometimes informs how all of this is understood. The legal institutions, the laws, the culture, all of this constitute a part of the mode of production. And so I think it's really important for us to understand that we are talking about a relationship, not just something that's done to Black people, or look at what's happening to Black people. What has happened is that a whole new order has come into existence with the colonial mode of production that's connected the whole world into one. It's one world now. There's no white world and then a Black world and then some a Latin world or South American. It's one world connected by this mode of production. And this mode of production requires expropriation of all kinds of value from those who are colonized. It's a colonial mode of production. And so we are both in this relationship, the colonizer and the colonized. It's one relationship. And so the notion that when we say we have to destroy the colonial mode of production, white people are not doing us a favor when they join in to destroy this colonial mode of production, because all the exploitation, all the oppression, all the attacks on nature, the environment, all the attacks on women, all the attacks on homosexuals, all the attacks, the humiliation that's experienced by human beings, the fact that there are people standing in front of convenience stores with cardboard signs saying, "Feed me." This is all part of a mode of production. We're all connected to this process. And anybody interested in real freedom, of the environment or anything else, then has to join in the struggle to destroy this colonial mode of production. That's what you have to do. And so that's what Uhuru wa Kulea is about. It's a part of the process of destroying the colonial mode of production, which is a parasitic process which steals value, steals life, steals the capacity of the oppressed, exploited, and colonized people ourselves to produce a life for ourselves, since we've been so busy producing it for the parasite. So this is what Uhuru wa Kulea is doing. So when white people can make contributions and unite in the struggle of Africans for reparations, not some gift that's being given to African people, but it's a matter of self-defense also for white people who want to rejoin the human family and get rid of this process that's strangling, killing us, destroying the environment and everything else. So I probably over talked it, Jamie. But I just felt like it's something that needed to be said. So you joining in a process of liberation. And it's not just my liberation, it's the liberation of the exploited and oppressed masses of the world. And central to that is Africa and African people. And this is something that we were invisible to Marx. We were invisible to the white left. We're invisible to all of these forces that's out there. They're environmentalists, they feminists, they're all of these other kinds of things which you can deal with without dealing with the colonial question, which means that the fundamental issues will never get addressed as long as that is the situation that we are dealing with. So you said something about no justifiable explanation for climate destruction, and there's no justifiable explanation they can offer for climate destruction or anything else. And they don't care about justifiable explanation. They don't care that their people are dying as a consequence of whether they don't care whether you even believe it, what they say. What they care about is the fact that they got the power. And this is what law is when it relates to the colonized and the colonizer. Anything that challenges the hegemony of power of the colonizer is a crime. Anything that challenges the power, the economic power of the colonizer is a crime. And so that's why they would attack us on July 29th at my home, at the Uhuru institutions and various other places, because we committed the crime of trying to be free. And if you live in a colonial situation, trying to be free is a criminal act because it threatens the existence of the colonizer. And so nobody's going to create a system and create laws, et cetera, that will allow for the system that it lives and depends on to be overturned, to be undermined. So anything like people like to pretend that they are opposed to slavery, et cetera, but you don't hear any of these people who are opposed to slavery. You never hear them raise up Nat Turner. You never hear them say Nat Turner, who said strike at night and spare no one. They can quote all other kinds of forces who are supposed to be for some kind of freedom and liberty. They can say, give me freedom or give me death from Patrick Henry on somebody else's land, but they can't quote Nat Turner. They can't quote Dessalines or any of the other Africans who were fighting to overturn this social system. They can come up with liberals and say free Julian Assange, but they can't say free Sundiata Acoli. They can't say free the Black Liberation Army forces who were fighting for liberation. When Nat Turner rose up 1831, I think it was, and they finally captured Nat Turner, they took him to court. Do you believe that? They took him to court. They put him on trial. And when they put him on trial, they found him guilty. And the problem, of course, is as a colonial subject, what is to be not guilty? Or if they found him not guilty, would he have been free? Of course not. And it's the colonizer who makes the laws. And Nat Turner trying to be free was breaking the law. Uhuru breaks the law. When you say, and Mau Mau in Kenya, Uhuru terrified the colonizer. It breaks the law. The whole notion of Uhuru, of freedom, is a law-breaking notion, and that's what we are up against, and that's why it's so important what we're doing today, where you've got all of these colonizers who are trying to re-enter history on the right side, who are abandoning this relationship voluntarily to the colonizer, who have moved toward actually becoming part of a revolutionary movement The fact is that the reparations is a revolutionary demand. The fact is that Uhuru Kulea is a revolutionary demand because it moves to liberate, to negate the influence of colonialism and the colonial mode of production. I've said too much because, oh, right. So I hear that Comrades Charles and Inez are in the house. Uhuru.
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 Just a moment.
I think we're bringing him up. I just want to salute that profound response, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And it seems to me that you were talking about the invisibility of African people. It seems that African people are not so invisible once they become such a challenge to the state that the colonial rulers can no longer ignore the presence of this dual and contending power that the party is building.
I just want to say, in terms of invisibility, a consciousness that is created, that is born through colonial domination, through the colonial mode of production. The colonizer is given birth. The white man was given birth through colonial slavery. There was no such thing as a white man before then. Colonial consciousness, the perception that white people have of themselves, its origin is in colonial slavery. And so what it perceives the world from its own vantage point, you will never see, and you have never seen even the best of the so-called militant and anti-imperialists. They never say the reason that white people have everything, including my white left communist ass, is because we stole it from Black people, because we committed genocide against the indigenous. You never, they can't say that. They can't see, they have to say it's our own genius. It's our own genius. It's because some kind of historical process was at work that gave, rise from feudalism to this and that. No. The fact is that we don't talk about the rise of capitalism as some obscure theory. We can say concretely how it came into existence. We can actually quantify the amount of value that was stolen from Africa and from colonized people around the world that went to the coffers of Europe, created the European consciousness, created the white man, created Europe itself as a concept. It didn't even exist when Portugal first initiated this process of selling Black people. So every perception that Europeans have of yourselves is born in this process. And this is how the world is perceived. That's the basic point that I want to make. And I know I've overtalked it again. And I see my good, dear comrades, the barons in the house. And these are some magnificent soldiers. I just saw something the other day, how Baron was able to brag. He could, I love that. I love it, brag. Because he's created this process of guaranteeing like affordable housing. In East New York, and made everybody else agree to it, and everybody said, yeah. People were fighting him for years around this question. So yeah, right on. Uhuru, come here, Jamie.
Uhuru, hey, welcome to Charles Barron and Inez Barron, two revolutionary Africans who have been fighting for African self-determination and liberation for over 30 years. Inez Barron is an activist and educator who served on the city council for the 42nd Street District for the 42nd District until 2021. And Charles Barron, and also an activist, is a former state assemblyman who currently represents the 42nd District as a city councilman. Uhuru, and welcome Charles and Inez Barron.
And Black Panther. And Black Panther.
Black Panther. That's right.
Yeah.
Tell him, Chairman. From now on, I want the chairman to introduce me.
No, if I introduce you, On and I went to the gym this morning, and when we were in the gym, this brother comes up and he says, that's your place, with the red, black, and green flag, and you've basketball court and all this stuff that you've done. He said you're taking over the entire neighborhood. And we said,
that's a good thing.
That's right. You're taking over the entire neighborhood, and that's just the beginning.
Uhuru. It's such a pleasure to be with you on this program this evening, this important event, and we just want to bring greetings. And Chairman, you can never talk too long. because every time, no, seriously, because every time you talk, you're elevating and educating. So we're learning something. And it's just a pleasure to be able to benefit from the wealth of knowledge that you had. And when you have enough and you have a lot, you have to share it because you can't hold it in. So we appreciate all of your comments and how you tie all of those things that are floating out there and people are just wondering, you anchor it and give us some concrete basis for where it is and where it came from and how we can address it. So we acknowledge and appreciate your comment.
I was inching up to you, Sister Inez. Because when I was in the gym, this brother, he says to me, I said to this brother, talking about Ona, because she was demanding that we leave now, right? And so so I said, to the brother, like women like to try to convince us that we run something. And so the brother said, yeah. He said, I was just talking to a friend the other day, and he says that you can win the argument with her. You can get the last word in. And that last word is yes, dear. And so that's the role that's why I go to Inez. If I wanted to win Inez.
Thank you so much. And I salute you and your queen. And just acknowledge the great work that you've been doing for decades.
Yes.
Bringing people in, educating people, and doing something concrete. The ideology is great, talking and telling people is great, but when you can concretize, particularly what you think is important in a way that people can see it, and that it's tangible, and that it's benefiting the community. It's not something that you're doing for your benefit and for your aggrandizement and for your own personal gain. It's more than that. And when people begin to see that you're meeting their material needs as well as educating them, then they can begin to receive the bigger message and get involved and have a sense of pride. People like to be associated with success. So when we can see that that's happening, they can buy into that and support that. And we certainly support you, salute you, and wish you much continued growth, particularly in light of the challenges and the attacks that have been brought on you. So, I have the spiritual background, so I gotta share
get him on that. Go ahead, get him. Amen.
There's a scripture that says, you meant it to me for evil, but God meant it to me for good. So we're getting more publicity, more knowledge, more questioning. Well, wait a minute, who are these people and why are they being attacked? So it's being something that now is giving us a platform to spotlight you and your great work and to get people to say, oh, that sounds good. And I see something concrete, something that's growing. So we commend you, we salute you, and we continue to support you.
Absolutely.
You say yes, dear. You say yes, dear.
Now, honesty compels me to say, when Inez said, Chairman, you can talk as long as you want. Ona's immediate response, this was the real deal. No matter what she might say here on, immediate response to, are you crazy?
Thank you.
Yes,
I saw that. You know why I know? Because she does that to me. I'll be speaking, and she's sitting in the front. I don't even look at her when she's in the audience.
I try to be smooth with it,
Inez, I was when you said that, I was saying that's because you don't live with him.
Right, exactly. That's what it is.
You don't know, but you know already because you got someone sitting beside you.
That's right.
Whenever I speak, there's certain people in the audience I don't look at. Right. I look at those new people and say, "Oh, brother, go ahead, right on." Skip over and let's get to the next one. But I happen to agree with Inez. I can listen to you all day. As a matter of fact, I do. I have your tapes, and Inez will tell you, at night I put on the tapes, your books, I read in the morning. And the reason being is because, as Inez has so accurately stated, we need a revolutionary ideology to guide our practice.
Yes.
And nowadays for us in the African community, it is sorely needed.
Yes.
And even when you do good things, the reason why, I was bragging and rubbing it in their face, they're so pathetic. Here, I done got 100% affordability in the houses, not 60%.
Right
So
on.
they got upset when I got up. I said, my colleagues, I rise today. I didn't get 50%. I didn't get 60%. I didn't get 80%. I didn't get 99.9%. I got 100% affordability. Boy, they had a fit. I say, and I got all of that being Black, radical, and revolutionary. Not sucking up to them. So some of them got upset and they say, well, you're able to get that because it's city-owned land. And I said, not this one. This is, matter of fact, this is privately owned land with a conservative Black pastor.
Right.
Right on.
Very conservative.
Who first said to his congregation, oh, this housing development that we're developing, 2,000 units, don't forget about affordability. This is going to be for doctors and lawyers and the upper middle class. So don't even come to my church. He's like a mega church, 30,000 people every Sunday. A mega church in East New York. So, and me and him used to always go at it. So he said, Charles, I saw the article, because then at the end of the article, I said, and he was a conservative and I was a radical. He was a capitalist and I was a socialist. And I made him bring affordability to the community anyhow, because he didn't have the power. And that's my point. We had the power.
Right on.
We had the power.
Right on.
When you have the power, you don't have to suck up to people.
Right.
You don't have to suck up to people when you have the power. They were so upset. There were two major projects. One was for 45% affordability, and one was 100%. They said, we reached an echelon, a top notch, 45%. That's what we're talking about. I got 100%. How is 45% greater than 100%? But you know what? Every project, and y'all saw some of them when you came to Brooklyn.
Yes.
Every project that Inez and I have been engaged in, no market housing, none.
That's right.
Not one single market apartment, not one.
Right on.
And I had to, make sure that I dealt with those in our community that make 60, 70, 80,000. So to be honest with you, it's very rough on people who make 70,000.
Right.
Because if you make $70,000, you ain't getting none of my apartments. You ain't getting no Medicaid. You ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting nothing. So you don't make enough not to get that. And then you can't get it because you ain't making enough to be with the upper folks. So, it's really a problem. So we just wanted to come on today to say how much we love and appreciate both of you and the movement. And how y'all have been bold enough.
Right.
It is not easy staying from the 1960s to now. 1972, I think you started the African People's Socialist Party.
Right.
I mean, to sustain a revolutionary fervor for 50-something years, that's incredible. And then get to the point where you are now, where it's expanding a bit. It's all throughout Africa. It's all throughout the United States. And it's growing on a grassroots level. People identify it on a grassroots level. The masses are going to make history. The masses are going to make revolution. We can have the vanguard parties. The masses. It's the masses that make revolution.
Right
it's
on.
The masses that make history. And when you read any of these revolutions, they ignited the masses.
Right on.
Once they got to Damascus, if it was 60, 70 something in the hills with Che Guevara and Castro, they had to get the masses.
That's it.
I remember we were talking to Maurice Bishop in Grenada. He said, yeah, we had the New Jewel movement, but we almost had a bloodless revolution when the guy ran out of town, Eric Gary. We had so much populist revolution that they rose up. Hardly nobody died. The police, the generals, everybody said, because the revolution is a process and it's not a spontaneous act.
That's
so
it.
all of these, all the time that they use, they really had people ready. And I think that's what's happening now. Capitalism is dying all over the world, but it's like being in a cage with a wounded beast. They
Yes.
become dangerous,
Yes.
wounded animals. They
Yes.
become very dangerous. That's why they're striking at you and
Yes.
striking at. Come on, Achille running for city council in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is a threat. Some Russians, you know.
Well, see, Obama thought it was a threat. Obama, if you remember, the first time Obama got involved in an endorsement.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Obama thought it was a threat. Do you remember that for the first time, Obama involved himself in a local election and came and endorsed the opponents, Achilles'
Oh, I didn't
opponent.
know that.
Oh, yes. Yes.
He never did that before. No, he don't usually do that.
Yeah, no, he never did it.
That tells you something.
Yeah.
And it's a good sign. It's a dangerous sign, yes, but it's also a very good sign that
Yes.
we're winning.
We are winning. We are winning. We are winning.
Understand that, you know, in my neighborhood, they always say, okay, all right, so show me how we're gonna make this revolution. How we gonna beat the system and all of that. I said, if I knew that, I wouldn't even be out here talking to you now. I'd be out there doing it.
Yeah.
The way we're gonna beat the system is by you and I talking the way we talking, and you're gonna help come up with the strategy. It's the engagement of the masses. Ain't nobody have no, you know, this is how you do it. Here's the blueprint. Let's get busy. But we know one thing, they are dying. They are losing all over the world.
Yes.
And it's a wonderful time to be alive. So any small contribution we can make, we're excited. I just like to see we in the belly of the beast, and I see them just getting their butts whipped. And it's a good thing. And we just need to keep doing what we're doing. So we're honored to be on with both of you in the Uhuru movement. I'm getting with Aronde and them, I think on December 17th, they're gonna do something in Brooklyn around reparations. So I'm gonna sit on the panel with them. So I'm just excited to be connected with the Uhuru movement. Excited to be connected with you personally and Ona as friends, more than people in struggle, but friends that are really concerned about our personal health and our personal well-being and vice versa. It's just a wonderful thing.
Uhuru.
You know, Charles and Inez Barron, while we've got you, I was wondering, you alluded to the work that you've done in East New York. And as I understand it, you've really turned East New York into liberated territory. Could you talk to us a little bit about the work you've done to build affordable housing and stop gentrification in your district?
We felt that that was very critical. If you go to all of the other Black, so-called or previously Black communities, whether you're going to Harlem or whether you're going to Brownsville is still somewhat Black, but Bed-Stuy, those are areas where the persons who live there through the hard times, they're not getting services, they're not getting the support from the city agencies that they need, have been moved out. Now, what's happening is that the local council member has to support the project and get his colleagues to support the project for the project to move through the city council and be approved. When we get projects and developers coming and say, look, I've got this property and I want to build 500, 1,000, 2,000 units, I need your support. They come with beautiful pictures and diagrams and renderings. Oh, this is what it's going to be like. And we say, okay, that's wonderful. Let's get to the root. Now, in New York City, they say that the area's median income is about $103,000. We don't know people in our community who are making that. So they say, well, we'll make it affordable and we'll say people at 80,000, we're targeting it for them. Still, that's not our community. So what we tell developers is, look, our neighborhood median income is about $37,000.
Right on.
You bring in a bulk of the apartments at that, move up to 50, 60, maybe 70,000, we can support that. So they come to us knowing that that's what we will support. And they know that other adjoining members and other council members generally support the program if the local council members support it. So that's what we've done. That's what we've done. The mayor came, he had a project that he wanted to bring in. And the project was to replace an existing shelter with more apartments and move those, 100 shelter people out, 200 into the new development and maintain them as a shelter and supportive. No, bring them over and give them permanent housing so that they come out, so that we're eliminating. Well, you know, council member, after a very extensive conversation and much of the talk also about ideologies and practicality, council member, that's not practical. Well, that's what we want and that's what we will support. Short of that, we're not supporting it. And 2 days later, miraculously, they were supporting the project that we wanted and bringing 200 families that were formerly supportive housing and homeless into that as permanent residents. So there's a lot that can be done. And what we try to tell our colleagues is, you know, don't cave in, you know, grow a pair, get a spine and do the right thing for the people in your community. And don't cave in. But the problem is many of those local electeds want to move up the ladder.
Yes.
They're in it for their own personal gain, their careers, and they don't want to alienate people. They don't want to anger people. They don't want to step on toes. They don't want to get people disgruntled and ruffle feathers. So they go along to get along. And they accept for their community worse conditions than what they can actually get for their community.
And you know, we always do a power analysis. Anytime you're dealing with any issue, do a power analysis. Who has the power to get you what you want? And then if you don't have the power, then you have to have influence, one or the other.
Yes.
The power or influence. Either you have to persuade people in power to make a decision in your best interest, or you have to have the power to make it yourself.
Yes.
So that's why we got into problem in the city council. When I ran, they said, "Oh, don't tell people you were a Black Panther. Put on a shirt and tie." I said, "Hold it, y'all. Stop right there. That's not happening." And I went in some of them senior citizen centers. I said, "Hi, mothers and fathers, how you doing? You know, I was in the Black Panthers. We fed them children at breakfast." They said, "That's right." And the health centers. Yeah, they did the health. I said, "Yeah, I like the Black Panthers." And I'll never forget when I said at a reparations rally, I said, when I get back to New York, I'm gonna slap the first white man I see and tell him it's a black thing. I'm gonna slap him. They put that all over the news. And when I got back, they said, "Charles, where were you this weekend?" I said, "I was at a rally." "Did you say you're gonna slap white people?" "No, white man in power, not white people." Look, so they thought they was using that against me. So when I got to the senior centers, and they said, "Charles Barron said he's gonna slap the first white man." Them sisters said, "I don't blame you. I want to slap them too." With all of that, we maintained who we are. We got elected. We delivered at least renovated 6 parks for over $50-60 million. 6 parks. We have a new school. Inez, when she told our constituents, "You see our kids in those trailers?
Yeah.
I'm getting them out of those trailers into a brand new school, a brand new $88 million school built from the ground up." We got 2 more like that. So it's a total of 3 $88 million schools, 5 parks, the community center. You remember we saw AT&M?
Yes.
That community center, that was $12 million. Now we don't have that kind of money.
Right on.
The system has our money. They ain't doing us no favors. That's our money.
Yes.
And we demand that they spend it like that. And we're the only community that has all of the combination of 3 new schools, 5 new parks, the youth center, and we made sure that we told people housing, we're not gentrified. People are coming, and we're one of the few communities that had an increase in the Black and brown population. And a decrease, nothing personal, my man, it was a decrease in the white population, and they didn't listen to me. I didn't do it. They left on their own. And when people try to, get on me because they don't want us to have all of this braggadocio, I saw 3 white people on the number 3 train, and they was driving through East New York. I said they were visiting. They were not. They were passing through. So, I mean, it's been a wonderful thing. Plus, we have reparations programs, free political prisoners programs. When we were in the state assembly, prison and
That's
political
right.
prisoners who've been in there for decades. When I got them a letter from the whole assembly,
Right. Black man.
Herman Bell, he can't stop thanking us now.
Right on.
Lil Montecune,
Right on.
what's his name? Seth Hayes,
Hayes.
and he made
Yeah.
his transition as soon as it came out. And then I had to get, some of my colleagues that I ain't into that, electoral politics, that the press's party. Could you get a letter from Charlie Rangel for you want me to get a letter? I thought you went into that, and we were able to get a letter from Matulu Shakur from some congresspersons. And
Right.
thank God he'll be coming home
Yeah.
on the 16th. Bittersweet, because you know what they do.
Yeah.
They keep us in long enough
Mhm.
so we're ready to make our transition, and then they may let us out. So it's been such a wonderful thing to be able to walk through the streets and see grassroots people identify with what you're doing and like your radical politics. They don't know what you're saying sometimes. Like if I'm on TV, I'll come back in the neighbor and say, Charles, we saw you on TV, man. You slammed them. Wow. So what I say? I don't know, man, but you rocked them. I saw you beating your chest. Look, they know we ain't sitting there. When they see us talk, they say, you were throwing down. They were scared of you.
Right
But
on.
that's what our people need to see, that capitalism,
Right.
colonialism is not invincible.
And we're so proud that we've got young people
Yes.
who are a part of what we're doing and that we see coming directly behind us to carry on this same kind of commitment to our people. So we've got Karan Allen and others that are being groomed to run and to be successful and to carry on the work that we see as necessary for our community.
So we just got to get rid of I'm not even going to call them Uncle Toms, because Uncle Tom was more progressive than Sambo. Sambo was the problem. We just got too many Sambos up in there.
Yeah.
And we just got to get rid of those Black elected officials, the neo-colonial Black puppets of the Democratic Party. Is one of our biggest problems. I never have problems for any white folk, in New York. It's the neo-colonial Black puppets. And Andrew Cuomo's in a white power structure behind them.
Yes.
That, they'll say, hey, you got first Black president, the first Black vice president, the first Black mayor, second Black mayor, third Black mayor, first Black police chief, second Black police chief. We got the third U.S. attorney, second, wait a minute. Why we got all these first, second, and third, but we stay first in poverty, first in mass incarceration, first in crime, first in homelessness, those things don't change. But I think with what we building here with the Uhuru movement, change is going to come sooner than what people think.
Uhuru. Well, thank you so much for being with us, Charles and Inez Barron. It's been such an honor having you on this telethon for the Kulea.
The only thing I did wrong, I forgot to say, like the chairman, I may have talked past my time. That's why I know the chairman he's a preacher in the church, because you know how the people in church, the preacher always say, I know I'm going long and about, but before I take my seat, and in conclusion, they say in conclusion like 4 or 5 times, as I conclude. So I have to say what the chairman said, as I take my seat. I appreciate the opportunity.
Well. Yeah, that's splendid, comrades. That's really great work. And also, I cannot overstate the significance of the organization, Operation Power, that you have there. And Sister Inez was talking about, that this young leadership is coming up, and they're not just coming up. I mean, you've opened up doors for them to get political education from a variety of sources. I participated with them and et cetera. So I just think the work that you do is extraordinary. It really is extraordinary. And it's an example. I mean, you make it very difficult for other Black office holders, comrade, because we want to hold them to the same standards
right
provided for us.
And they can do it.
You're damn right they can do it. Damn right. That's why we say bring Charles Barron in and bring Inez and then say something, y'all. So that these suckers here, they act like it's impossible to say anything.
Yeah.
Listen, you know, I mean, if we can in a city that's only 20% Africa, and we can put reparations on the ballot for the first time in history. If you talk about Kamala Harris, if you're talking about whatever Warren talking about reparations, it's because we threw our bodies, you know, on the grenade with the reparations question. That's the thing that brought Obama in to deal with that.
That's right.
And I mean, and you know, the kind of template that you established. And we get time. We talk some more about that, but I just really want to just say how much we appreciate you. It's just really
Likewise.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Feeling mutual.
Yes.
Yeah.
We appreciate you so
And by
much.
the way, I want to glad when y'all get the basketball court together. So
Oh,
I can
gosh.
show you a few moves. I didn't have to be a politician. I did have a jump shot, so I didn't.
But you gotta bring this guy, you know, because Ona was talking about setting up, you know.
He knows how to run tournaments. AT runs out tournaments out here.
Yeah.
And every year, you know, we get the trophies and all of that. We get the lights for the court and the electric scoreboard, and he knows how to have. Sometimes they have a round robin tournament or a straight up tournament. You know, who wins the most games. But he knows how to put those tournaments. I spoke to him already and told him you was interested in having him help you hook that up, and he's all open for that.
Well, I want to be in touch with him as soon as possible because, you know, we have the Spring Explosion 2.0 coming up, the remix, you know, starting in April. And we want to start, you know, with the basketball court as well. So, you know, we look forward to meeting with him. And I just want to say, Charles and Inez, you know, y'all two are the chairman without me.
So we have to come back. We have to come back.
You know, Charles,
how dare he come?
No, Charles. See, you've been talking about you just got to convince her to come, right?
Ona was back at home taking care of the books, making sure it was balanced out, and the bills were paid.
See that, don't you? Tag team. You can't beat that.
Not getting away with that because I asked you, Ona, to make sure that he come and you come with him.
Right on.
So, Ona. No, you ain't getting away with that one.
All right.
I'm with you on that one. That's right. So you owe us a visit.
But you should see it. I mean, you talk about basketball courts, the stuff they've done in those parks.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And we're going to have a state-of-the-art skateboard park. Skate park, because skate park. Because that's an upcoming thing. So we got a area already designated for it, and we can't wait. And we involve the children in the school adjoining the park in planning and in meeting designing it so that they will know that that's what you do. You get involved in things coming into your community, you go to the meetings and you tell those people what it is that you want to see. So they were very excited about that. So
I showed the chairman one of the parks, and when we went in there, the brother said, he's the only politician that comes in our park. And they were a part of designing the park.
Right on.
I made the architects and the engineers meet with my people in the community and so what's your idea?
Right.
And so they can look at some of the stuff in the park that they decided.
But I peaked something when I was last there. When we were looking at this plaque that was on the fence. And there were statements in different languages.
Oh yeah.
And one of them was Russian. I said, they're coming for you, Charles.
I didn't even realize it. I said, did they change that because the chairman was coming? Put that up there. See? Charles and the chairman had Russia up there.
That's right.
That's true.
Yeah.
We enjoyed you.
Thank you so much again, Charles and Inez Barron, for the incredible work you're doing, for being here with us at this Reparations Telethon. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uhuru.
So I want to turn now back to you for a moment, Chair Jesse, because I think you have an update on our fundraising. Am I right?
Yes, I'll be quick. This has been such an exciting discussion. It's really a great honor to have Charles and Inez Barron join us in this incredible and powerful discussion with the chairman and deputy chair. And people are still donating to the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. And I want to give a shout out and a thank you to my brother, Sean Neville, who put in $50. Uhuru Sean.
Uhuru.
So he was watching. Good to hear. Good to hear. And Henry in Philly, who put in $20. Uhuru Henry. And Pete, who put in $50. Uhuru Pete. So that means we've raised a total of $15,313 today, with $34,687 left to raise. And we're going to be going into a big call for resources in just a few minutes, but we want to extend this discussion a little bit, if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, we want to talk with Deputy Chair, we want to talk with Chairwoman Penny, and we want to continue this discussion. So Jamie, I know you have some questions to guide us. So I'll turn it back over to you.
I do. Do you see the hand up, Chair Jesse? Just want to bring your attention to that.
Oh, I see it. Yes.
Yeah. I know Charles and Inez Barron, I think, are asking to. So can we bring them back on?
Sure.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and give Charles and Inez Barron.
There they are.
The mic.
Uhuru.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you got to unmute.
Okay. We just wanted to say this also. I'm sending $1,000 next week for the defense fund, but we also want to send $500 for the fundraiser today.
Yeah.
So 500 for today, and I still got to send my 1,000 for when you were in New York, and I made that commitment to
Oh, right on.
Right on. Thank
defense
you.
fund or whatever you want to use it for. Whatever you think is the most important.
Outstanding.
We can add another 500 to that total tonight from us, and the 1,000 is separate, for the defense thing.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Uhuru, Charles, and Inez Barron, thank you so much. Really salute you, comrades. Such an honor to have you on tonight. Such a profound conversation between the two of you and Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Onizanea Shatella. Really can't express how amazing that was. So honored to have played a small role in that. Thank you. And so I think, was that all the updates from on your end, Chair Jesse?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we want to continue this roundtable discussion now. And I want to bring in you, Deputy Chair Onizanea. You are known as the architect of the Black Power Blueprint. Can you talk to us about how you came to St. Louis and started the Black Power Blueprint, and what led to this latest project, the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center?
Uhuru. Thank you, Jesse. Not Jesse, Jamie.
Jesse James.
So, this whole thing started with the back in August of 9th, 2014, the murder of Mike Brown, and the chairman came into St. Louis, back in 2014. And then I was sent to St. Louis the end of 2016 to look for a community center, a building for St. Louis. And then we located a building, but the realtors, we couldn't get an answer back from the realtors. So I came back in, I think it was June of 2017. We had located a building. We had got in touch with the realtors, and we purchased that building June of 2017. And then we started the process of renovation. And at that time, I was supposed to be in St. Louis for 1 week, to purchase that building, and I was supposed to leave. And what happened was, I just saw the conditions that, on the north side of St. Louis, and it was just, it just really touched my heart. And I called the chairman up on the phone. I think he was in St. Pete at the time. And I said to him, if I leave now, I won't be able to come back for at least 2 or 3 years because, being in the party and being the leader over the economic work, we have a strategy for, at least 2 to 5 years plan already. So I said to him, I said, I really needed to stay. I said, if I leave now, I won't be able to come back. So he said, what did you say, baby? I mean, Chairman. I don't know. He was, I guess he was hesitant at first, but then he united that, I should go ahead and stay. So I stayed. And, it's so many people to thank during this whole process. I was supposed to be here a week. I stayed with Comrade Fofi. She had given me her bedroom, her bed. She was sleeping on the couch. And I was supposed to be here a week, and then I ended up staying 2 years. But in that process, we were able to, purchase our own home here. And, she didn't even want me to move because, in the neighborhood, on the north side of St. Louis in Redbud was the street that we were moving on. She says, there's no way that I'm going to let you go and stay on Redbud by yourself. I said, Comrade, I have to, we have a lot of work to do. And, the rest is history as far as, me being here, developing and renovating the Uhuru house. And then we learned about the LRA process, and we purchased the 2 commercial buildings right across the street from the Uhuru house and 2 lots. We purchased those, we demoed those 2 buildings, and we made an outdoor state-of-the-art venue. And this is where we met Mr. Gary during this process, build the Gary Brooks Community Garden. We built the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. And it just continued, during that process. And then, during this process, we, like I said, fell into the LRA process, where it's a land bank where the city hold properties, where they take properties from the African community who don't pay their taxes or get liens on their properties due to building codes and things like that. So once we learned about that process, we start purchasing some of the LRA properties, and most of them were condemned. So we had to demo a lot of those. And basically that's how the Black Power Blueprint got, birth, if you want to call it that. And when I start looking at different programs that we wanted to do, and I said to myself, because I got pregnant when I was 15 years old. And during when I was having my son, I was in the hospital, and I had been in labor for like 3 whole days. And they told me that, because of my age, that I could bear this pain. They wouldn't give me any pain relief. And I was just, I didn't know what colonialism was when I was 15 years old. But now when I look forward, look at today's present, that this is the same conditions that they were imposing on me, as a young African woman having my baby. And I wanted to really do something about that. So that's how the Women's Center came to be. We really wanted to build something to have African women have a safe place. The doula program was birthed at this time too. Even though we don't have the center, I said that we really want to go ahead and start this program so we can start building the health center. And we did that. We trained 14 African women to become doulas, and they are part of this process. You heard Grace Jones earlier today talk about going through the program and, the struggles that she went through, having her kids as well. So this Uhuru Wakalia is going to be a beautiful health center that's going to be centered around African women, being able to have a safe environment, a safe place to come and, have doula programs. And also we're going to do a component of yoni steaming. And we also, during the program, we did workshops to actually teach the women how to open their own businesses. And that's what we want to continue doing with this, with Uhuru Wakalia Health Center as well.
I want to just make a comment on that too, Comrade Jamie, because the reason that there's a project with Uhuru Wakalia and the problem with the issue of creating women who can really contribute to safe birthing processes for African women is ultimately because it's a reflection of women's leadership in the party.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not a feminist program or anything like that. It's an anti-colonial program with women in the leadership. And that's why you will see the interests of women concretely represented, as a part of the revolutionary agenda. It's not an aside. It's not, it's a part of a revolutionary agenda, and it can be that way because women play such an essential role in the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And of course, Comrade Onozene Shatella has established a template for not only what that should look like as far as women are concerned, but for what cadre should look like overall. Uhuru.
The whole question of African women. I remember when I first was introduced to the party back in 1994. And one of the things that was glaring to me at the time that I was, becoming a member of MPDOM and, being involved in the work was the leadership of African women in the party. And I said to myself, when I get ready to join, it would be because, of African women such as Dr. Aisha Fields. She was the reason why I joined the African People's Socialist Party, because we were doing work in Sierra Leone at the time, and she had just, birthed her daughter, and she had a project going in Sierra Leone. What was it called? I forgot. Infant mortality project in Sierra Leone, and she left. She had just had her baby. Baby was like 3 months old. She left her child to go to Sierra Leone and help, take care of African women who were experiencing, the whole question of births in West Africa. So this was a profound statement. And as a matter of fact, Dr. Aisha Fields is part of the doula process under the African People's All Development Africans and Development Project, APDEP, and also ANWO, Ijide is the president of ANWO. She's a part of this. We have built a grants team that is, looking at to, apply for grants to help build this center as well. So we got a real committee that's committed to making this women's center happen. And I'm just really happy that we're having this discussion tonight, and just happy that we have started this process of, building this health center. It's going to be amazing once we get done, and, people in the north side of St. Louis can see, not only do we come here, with a clean slate, we came here with nothing. Everything that we've done, we built from the ground, grassroots organizing. When we talk about that basketball court, it took us 2.5 years to raise those resources. We raised those resources, and we got a state-of-the-art basketball court now that's sitting on the north side of St. Louis, that's ready for, African children who were playing in the streets in St. Louis, with makeshift basketball. Now they got a state-of-the-art basketball court that they can come and be proud of and be safe, playing, recreational activities.
Uhuru, it's such a powerful story, personally, that you just shared with us, politically, organizationally, the history of the African People's Socialist Party leading around this question of African women leading. Thank you so much for sharing all of that.
Uhuru. We lost Jamie.
Jamie will be back. I hope. It sounded like it was a little glitch there.
Can we still be heard? Okay.
Yes.
Uhuru. Well, this has been amazing. I really, really want to salute, of course, Chairman, and talking about Stalin's book. And by the way, what book was that? What was the name?
It's the one on dialectical and historical materialism. Mr.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. that Stalin's book. Okay, great. I want to read that. And that was powerful. And as always, just deepening the question of the colonial mode of production and how that is such the critical question for white people. We have to understand that and embrace African internationalism and be able to carry out a meaningful relationship, a principled relationship to the African Revolution. And I just really want to salute the discussion with Deputy Chair Onizane and the actual work of the Black Power Blueprint and how, just deeply impactful that is on the ground in this city and in the world. And, yeah, I mean, it I just have to say this. I mean, I've been in APSC for 46 years. It took my family 46 years, but when they went on the tour, they were deeply moved. It was more than all the years of trying to talk to them and etc. It was, it's real. It's there. It's, the vision that the chairman has put out, and we see this, and it's an incredible honor to be under the leadership of chairman, deputy chair, and the African People's Socialist Party and the National Central Committee, and to take on this historical role that we have the opportunity to do, as you say, Chairman, our liberation from this hideous life, this meaningless, just overconsumption and self, narcissism and all of this that it means to be white, to have ourselves in the center of the colonial narrative, and to really be part of just everything that the African Revolution means, from just the fight, the resistance, the vision of just what is a just society. What is it that when the African working class has power and reparations, and everything is for the good of the people and not for the profit of white people at the expense of everybody else. So yeah, it's a great honor to be here, and it's just, as always, so profound to hear you both lay out African internationalism in the real world today and what it means.
May I just, I know our time is probably on the same scale of imperialism, almost over. But first thing I want to say is that Stalin didn't understand the colonial mode of production. But what I use the piece from him on dialectical and historical materialism, because the fact that he didn't understand that the activity that he was describing occurred on a pedestal of colonialism didn't mean that the activities that he was describing did not occur.
Right.
You understand? It was just a distorted understanding because he didn't recognize that it rested on this base. He couldn't see the foundation. And I wanted to say that. And what is that eating disorders that we used to hear a lot about?
Anorexia, bulimia.
Anorexia, was it anorexia, bulimia? And I continue to be convinced that these were disorders that were based on the whole parasitic colonial mode of production. And that we've said that every aspiration that the colonizer, that white people have, requires oppression, death, attacks, jailing of colonized people, and what have you. And I'm convinced that this, absent of an ideological, some science explaining this reality, that it was the basis for what we used to see a lot in terms of bulimia and what else was it called? Well, I believe the bulimia is where people where usually young white women would eat and throw up. Is that right? make them safe. And I'm convinced that it was very difficult to justify being able to sate their appetites when at least somewhere in the back of their heads, it was a recognition that they were sating their appetites at the at the expense of colonized people. So I think that a point I'm making is that a mode of production, we do have people experiencing that in 1,000 different ways. We talked about the environment, we talk about psychologically, we talk about ideologically. I mean, the 1,000 different ways this mode of production is experienced. Talk about it, like I said, a dialectical kind of relationship. It's not some one-dimensional thing that we're talking about. It's all encompassing. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to use the quote, use what Stalin was talking about in terms of a mode of production, because that's something that we really need to kind of really work at grapple with understanding what a mode of production is in terms of how comprehensive and all-encompassing it is in terms of the life of a society. And what had happened, of course, is that what had previously been a mode of production that only preoccupied different city-states and things like that, and what is now known as Europe, that changed dramatically with Portugal's attack on Africa, and then the movement and how the whole new world economy came about for the first time. Society now has to be described differently. It's not a feudal society. It's not that feudal society that Europeans experienced, although we had this situation where Europeans were using that experience as the basis of explaining and understanding the world. The world had changed dramatically. And they could not recognize how the world had changed without recognizing the negative role that they were playing in history. And so, and nobody was willing to admit that. In fact, Europeans saw themselves being progressive when they were overturning those who were leaders of the feudal leaders and what have you. They thought they were being progressive. That was being revolutionary. And what they were actually doing was embracing a new mode of production that required the exploitation, horrible exploitation and theft of resources from Africa and other colonized peoples. I've said as much as I'm going to say about that. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Well, comrades, this has been really profound. I think it's time now we want to turn to I think first we'll turn to Chairwoman Penny Hess, and then Deputy Chair Ona Zane, and then Chairman O'Malley for any closing remarks tonight.
Well, I mean, we're not quite ready to close.
Oh, this segment.
We have almost 11 more hours.
Yes.
These reparations back.
We can't see Penny.
We can't see her.
See me?
No.
You must be colonized.
Uhuru.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
hear
we
you,
can hear
yes.
you.
Okay. I can see you in a tiny screen next to the three of us.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay, but it works if you can see it. That's helpful. Yeah.
We don't even see her.
Yeah, I mean, I just really wanted to thank you, Chairman and Deputy Chair, for for coming on to this segment and just for creating the African People's Solidarity Committee and the opportunity for white people to have a kind of redemption, to be able to join humanity, to be part of a future that is the only future that this planet can sustain. And that is an inevitable future that is coming, an end to this colonial mode of production, to this violence, to this just this hideous system, and the future of the liberation of Africa and African people and oppressing colonized peoples. So Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny, thank you so much. And I want to turn now to you, Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshatela. Oh, you're muted. any closing remarks for this segment?
Uhuru, Jamie, I want to keep calling you Jesse.
It's okay.
I know. Well, I just want to say that I really, really appreciate and just really want to salute this telethon. This is the 4th annual year we've been doing this telethon, and just salute Uhuru Solidarity Movement for keeping this going. We're going to be introducing the Spring Explosion, the 2.0, the remix, coming in April. We're going to be kicking off in April of 2023, of course, the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. We're going to be doing the ceremony for the African Independent Workforce Housing. We're going to be doing that naming ceremony. We're going to be opening the basketball court coming, this spring. We're going to also be continuing to raise resources for Uhuru Kulea. We're also going to be naming the outdoor venue, because what we want to do is really, now that COVID is over, we've been getting a lot of requests for weddings and different functions. So we want to open up the outdoor venue. We want to have a naming ceremony for that as well, and make that available for rentals, the outdoor space right next to the Uhuru House. So that's going to be exciting. We're going to be doing a lot of webinars. We're building our propaganda right now for the Spring Explosion to, to really showcase all the work of the Black Power Blueprint throughout, 2023. So we got a lot going on in April. We call it the Spring Explosion 2.0, the remix. And you're going to hear a lot more things that are coming up in the near future. Uhuru.
Uhuru, that's so exciting. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. And now, Chairman Amalia Shatella, any closing remarks for this segment of the telethon?
Well, thank you, comrades. I just want to say that, express my appreciation to the strength and of the Solidarity Movement, the African People's Solidarity Committee, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the dynamic kind of process where we've opened up an entirely new front for the revolution. And they attacked us again on July 29th. And this time they announced it was they who were doing it. It's unlike the 1960s when we weren't sure what the hell was going on for a while. And because they've announced it, we're able to fight it publicly. And that's significant that there are 130 some odd cities that the Uhuru Solidarity Movement exists in, more than 30 states of the Uhuru, the Solidarity Movement existing in addition to what we're doing internationally and throughout the African world. And it is an incredibly significant period. And I am especially proud of the role that the party has played in terms of actually, for the first time in history, actually assuming the leadership of the overall struggle for socialism in this country in particular. We don't have to go with the notion of somehow this is the Black struggle and then the white anti-imperialists and the white left is over this. The legitimate struggle for socialism, for communism has finally come into existence, recognizing that the base of the center of the entire thing is the colonial mode of production, and all people can participate in destruction of the colonial mode of production under the leadership of those of us who are colonized. So I just want to thank you for being able to participate on this. And every year, this is the 4th one, and every year it gets better. And we get an opportunity to deepen an understanding of what it is that this struggle against colonial mode of production is all about. I appreciate all of the people who've preceded us as a part of this process, just brilliant presentations from brilliant people. That's been extraordinary. And also the people who have led these discussions from Uhuru Solidarity as well. Just highly appreciate that. And then, of course, Comrades Charles and Inez Barron, just fabulous. And so thank you, comrades. That's effectively what I have to say. And we are winning. Uhuru.
And the people who work behind the scenes to make this happen.
Yes.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah.
You know, I know you're going to be thanking those people, but I know what it takes to, you know, build an event like this, and it's massive.
Yes.
And, you know, we've had a couple of glitches, but it's no, you know, it's still a perfection in my view.
Yeah.
For us to be able to take on a 24-hour telethon. And what, you know, because when I think about 24-hour telethon, I can think about the Jerry Lewis telethon, you know, and they got millions and millions of dollars. And here we are, you know, putting on a 24-hour telethon and we really don't have enough time to say everything that we need to say and do everything we need to do within that 24-hour period. So I just really want to salute the people behind the scene who's, you know, really took on the task of making this happen.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up. Uhuru. Well, I just want to express profound appreciation to all of our panelists for this segment, to Chairwoman Penny Hess, to you, Chair Jesse Neville, to Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, and Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Thank you all so very much. It has truly been an honor. I am humbled to be here. I want to turn it over now to Midwestern Regional Representative Kalambayi and Danette, African National Women's Organization member Comrade Rage. They're two young revolutionaries, Torin and Nova, and Office of the Deputy Chair Director, Kitty Riley. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Should we come off? Or?
Well, we can.
Welcome, comrades. Uhuru.
All right, making it fit.
Uhuru.
Thank you so much, Jamie, for that introduction. And I just want to announce that this is the Power Hour major of the field that we're having since 7 a.m. this morning, and it will go until 7 a.m. at night. And this is the time when everybody can actually have an opportunity to dig, feast, and give. We have this fabulous telethon has been sponsored by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and Reparations Legacy Project, and it is designed to raise $50,000 for the building of Uhuru Wakafia Health Center. And I want to really introduce the panel here with me. I'm really honored to be here to, interview Midwest representative of the African People's Socialist Party, Kalambayi and Danette. Uhuru. I introduce Rage. St. Louis representative in building the branch of the African National Women's Organization of the African People's Socialist Party. And I want to introduce Torin Gray. Torin is the son of Rage, but I know him as a profound volunteer in the market and the Gary Brooks Black Power Community Garden. And I want to introduce Nova Gray. But I know Nova because she's a volunteer in the community garden. Right. Well, just to open up, I want to really, salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, because he absolutely has explained our relationship to the African community and colonized people around the world. And that relationship is one that we are hooked into. And we're hooked into this relationship It's a colonial relationship. It's not a level relationship. It's not a fair relationship. It's a relationship that's built on colonizer and colonized. And it's a real parasitic relationship. We have every resource that we have in the white world, be it Europe, US, Australia, wherever we live. We have a relationship that's based because the social system is a parasite. It sucks the blood and every bit of resource out of Africa, out of African people, wherever they are, to benefit us. No matter where we live, what social status we have, that's white people, it has us hooked in as parasites. And we want to disengage. To disengage, we raise reparations. We acknowledge that the resources of Africa and African people and the brilliance of African people, the skills, the music, everything, the art, the genius has all been stolen to benefit us and our communities. And so reparations is a way that we disengage from that and begin to build a really principled relationship, as the colonizer to the colonized. And we start having a stake in building the anti-colonial struggle of African people, because that's the future of humanity, that's the future for us, and the way that we can actually live, with dignity. And we're willing to go deep. And in this, to do reparations goes deep. Charity doesn't have to go deep. But reparations goes deep. And we're going to go deep in this workshop. So I just want to really salute Chairman. I want to salute Deputy Chair, who very humbly gave an idea of what, proceeded over the past 5 years. But we'll be able to say more about the real seizing of territory. She moved politically under the vision of the party and the chairman, and she seized territory in St. Louis. And she seized territory not only by getting buildings, renovating the ones that could, demolishing the ones that couldn't be saved because they were left to rot in the African community. She built programs, institutions, and that's really what happened during the short period of the Black Power Blueprint. And now we're ready to build the Uhuru. And the only thing that stops that is the resources, and they're in our hands. And we gonna free them up and, take it on and start building up, more of what, make the goals of this. I cannot see that because the light's in my way. We really are ready to get there. So first thing that we're going to do is okay. So we want to, thank all the donors, not only from today. When we started today, we had already built up a reserve. We already raised about $147,000 or $148,000 towards a project that has an overall goal of $420,000. And many of the donors are tuning in now in this room that contributed to that, and we want to express deep appreciation, for all of your donations, and also for all the people who have donated today. And we'd like to, start by showing an introductory video. Then you'll be very, very moved when we can hear from our speakers. So can we have that video?
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru wa Kulea, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own healthcare, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Thank you for that very, very moving video. And we're committed to change that, to change those conditions, to move forward and actually, meeting the needs of building this Uhuru Kulea Healthcare Center. So the goal for our 24-hour telethon, as you know, is $50,000. So far, we've raised $15,813. Left to raise is $34,187. And, we want to make a commitment to raise $20,000 in this next hour. So let's get ready.
We can do it.
All right. Uhuru. Next slide. So it's for the Black Power Blueprint. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Throughout the whole thing, we'll be telling you that.
So I would like to tell you about some of the things that is on track and we got done with the Black Power Blueprint, starting off with this beautiful Black Power Vanguard basketball court. Yeah. So we would like to thank all of the donors and everybody that donated to the basketball court. Next is that we were able to furnish all of the apartments for the African independent workforce housing. So we drove a truck from Philadelphia and filled all of the apartments with beautiful collection of furniture. So we want to salute all of the comrades and everybody that helped get that furniture in. We also were able, the Gary Brooks Community Garden, Jamie, the artist, created this beautiful mural on the Gary Brooks Community Garden wall. So we would like to appreciate Jamie, the artist, and all of the people that donated for this to happen. And also the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. We're seeing a little bit of that today, so I don't need to say much about it, but we also was able to have another complete, amazing year of the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market. Oh, that's me too. Okay, and also I told you we got so much we have done. Also, Jamie the artist completed the mural on the wall at, I don't have any notes, but you see the beautiful murals that Jamie the artist, such an amazing person, and she came today and we heard from Jamie herself as well.
The next phase is the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. The Black Power Blueprint has already purchased the lot for Uhuru Kulea, finished the rendering of the building, trained 14 African women to be doulas, raised enough money for the property survey, the architectural plans, the building foundation, the kitchenette, and 10,000 for one office.
Uhuru. All right. Now we need to raise resources for the second office. That's 10,000 for the second office, 10,000 for the windows and doors, 7,500 for the product room. These are oils and herbs for the yoni steaming. 20,000 for the plumbing, 20,000 for electricity, 30,000 for the lobby, 10,000 for each bathroom, and there's going to be 4. 40,000 for the yoni steaming room, 7,250 for each stairwell, and there'll be 2 stairwells, and 25,000 for each conference room, where people can be trained as entrepreneurs and people can meet with their doulas. Go to blackpowerblueprint.org, Health Center. We can do this. We are going to do this.
Oh,
Feedbacks.
we have a donation of $5 to $199, and a donation of $5 to $199, and you will get a 3x3 inch magnet featuring the beautiful logo of for the Uhuru Health Center. And we have a donation of $200 to $499 for the journal with the Uhuru logo and matching.
Good job.
Kulea.
Kulea.
I have a hard time saying it.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
No, with
a donation of 500 to
999. You can get this custom bag. With the slogan Uhuru Kulea. Which means
freedom to
nurture.
Hey.
Okay. With a donation
of $1,000 or more, you can get this
t-shirt with the Uhuru Kulea logo. Let us know your t-shirt size.
Yay!
Got one more to donate.
Donate
at
blackpowerblueprint.org/health-center. Start bringing them in. And I'm going to be notified every time a donation comes in, and I will be able to read it off. And this thing is buzzing. It's buzzing. It is absolutely buzzing before I even introduced our panel. Okay. Wow. Okay. Jonathan donated $25. Sophie donated $50. Right. We've raised $15,888 now.
Wow.
Remaining $34,112. But then Mel donated $25.
Yeah.
And then Brendan, sitting right here in this room, donated
on,
$100. $13. Then Casey Mackey donated $25. We're up to $16,038. Only $33,962 left to meet our $50,000 goal.
Yes,
So
we can do it.
Yeah. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Comments. I really appreciate it. But I know, the most important thing to me, because all day today has been just profound, and the
Yes, it
reports, the presentations, and people summing up the conditions, and also all the statistics. And what we want to really do, it's really talk with women who have experienced why there is a need for the worst of colonialism as it comes down on the African community and African women, in particular around reproducing life. And so, but they happen to also be leaders in the African People's Social Party and the Uhuru movement. So so it's like saying every African woman is affected by colonialism.
Yes.
And, so I do want to ask Midwest Representative Columbaye, could you tell us, your story? You have 2 children. Can you tell us your story in terms of bringing them to life?
Uhuru, I just really want to really appreciate all the efforts and everything that, put this on. It's been amazing. I've been a part of it, watching it, and it's just been dynamic, all the speakers. And I just really want to salute Chairman in that last hour, and Brother Charles and Inez Barron, which is always amazing to see them, and just Chairman about the mode of production, because I just really, we've been hearing this and hearing it, but I was thinking about, my, giving birth in this mode, and how it was no accident. It was, this mode is working just the way it was intended to work. This is what it looks like for African women trying to have babies. And I'm not going to go too deep, but I would just say that my troubles started long before I actually conceived. And that's why this clinic is important, because even before you're pregnant, I was 18 when I was, diagnosed with cervical cancer, where the procedure that they chose to do on me is what caused me to have high-risk pregnancies in the first place, because they cut so much of my cervix, which they did a procedure called a LEAP procedure, which I learned afterwards from them calling me to check and see if I had babies, to know that they were doing this procedure on low income, and they say low income, but black women, where they were doing this procedure where it was things that you could do naturally to pass cysts or whatever, that why they were removing so much of a part of me out of me. It could have been taken care of with medication. And so they don't do those anymore on people, because of the studies that they learned off African women. So I just wanted to say that first, that even, just being an African person with a womb, trying to navigate is a whole thing of trying to even fight doctors back with my 2 daughters that I have now, which with what I learned and what I went through, I don't want them to go have that same experience. So Brooklyn is my first baby, and Brooklyn was 2 pounds and 1 ounce at birth. Wow. And she was premature. I had her March the 11th. Her due date was June the 6th was her due date, but I had her March the 11th. And what happened is, I was at the time living in New York, and I came to St. Louis to visit. And on my visit, I was with my sister and we were in Canfield Drive. Canfield is a place that had everything. That's where you can go, and pretty much like everybody knew somebody that lived in Canfield. It was just, that's how it was. And so when I got back to St. Louis, the first thing I wanted to do since I'm home is get my hair done. So I went to Canfield to get my hair braided. And me and my sister were leaving Canfield Drive where we got pulled over by Ferguson police for no reason. We wasn't speeding. The police officer said when he came to our window that we looked suspicious. And that's why he pulled us over, and it was just two African women in the car. My sister's place and everything was fine. She was driving. She gave them her information, and then he said he wanted my information. And I asked the officer why do I need to give you my information? And I really didn't know a lot that I know now. So I gave him my ID, and he came back and said, get out the car, you under arrest. And I said, no, why am I under arrest? And he told me that I had a warrant from 1997, and this was 2011. This was 2011, and he said I had a warrant for my arrest from 1997, was a non-moving violation because I got on the Metrolink in St. Louis, and I didn't have a ticket. I didn't pay to get on the Metrolink. So I got a ticket in 97, and then this is 2011. So I asked the officer if he would just give me a warning and I will take care of it. I promise to take care of this. And he said no. He got violent with me, and because I kept saying, please don't arrest me, and he grabbed my hands and said, stop resisting. And I said, I'm not resisting, I'm scared, and I don't want you to arrest me. And he pushed me against his police car, and he put me in the back seat of the police car, and they took me to jail. And yeah, and so it was a African woman that was in a cell with me, and I had noticed that when I stood up, that water started coming out, and she said, your water broke. And I said, no, my water can't break because I'm only 20, like at that time I was like 25 weeks pregnant. And she said, your water broke. So she said, hey, CO, get in here. Her water broke. And they said, if you keep, we're not coming back there. We're not doing anything. You're just trying to get attention. She's a drama queen, and we're not doing anything. So I just was hoping that my water didn't break. And I was waiting for St. Louis County to come and transfer me because I was in Ferguson police custody, and I had the St. Louis County had to pick me up to take me to Clayton. And when they came to pick me up, they seen the conditions that I was in, and I didn't feel any pain, but I just was scared. And they said they called for the paramedics to come and get me, and they took me to St. Mary's Hospital, and by my request, because I was a high-risk pregnancy, and that's where the clinic that I was connected to, so I asked to go there. So when I got to there, they swabbed me, and they said, yes, you have lost your nuclear, whatever it is, your water. Your water broke, and you won't leave this hospital until you give birth. And I felt like I was in a trance because the doctor came in there, and he's like, and the police officers are still there too, with me, because I was still under arrest. And the doctor is explaining to me that, my child has a 50% chance that it's likely that I'm going to go into labor and start feeling contractions, and that they're going to give me an IV and give me medicine to make me feel like I'm in a desert to stop the contractions. And I tortured myself with my child. I wanted to do everything in the world to keep her inside of me as long as I possibly could, because it was going to help her to survive. And it just was extremely a real crazy situation, because the doctor finally said, enough is enough. What did she do? Like, why are you standing outside her room? And the police officer told him it was a non-moving violation, and they just was trying to make sure, like, you know, like, I guess they was going to take me back in custody. He said, well, you got to leave. She's not leaving here until she give birth. And I'm sure that a Metrolink ticket can wait. So he ordered them to leave. And, you know, it was just having doctor at the doctor come in my room and ramble things off and not really help me to understand, you know, my choices and options that I had for myself. And so, and I met a lot of other African women because we were there long term. So we had arts and crafts and different things that they had because we wasn't getting out the hospital because for whatever reasons, you there pregnant. And the stories were just like mine, of, you know, navigating through going to different doctors and no one telling you or explaining to you. I end up learning that because I had that LEAP procedure, I funnel from the in and the out. When they say you dilate two ways. You dilating from the in and you dilating this way. So I funnel because my wound don't close because they took my cervix. And so my, you know, literally the baby can't stay. And so I got pregnant again with Brianna in 2012. And I was scared from the moment they told me I was pregnant because of what I had endured. It wasn't natural to give birth to a baby and have to leave her and, you know, like had to leave her in the NICU. Brooklyn stayed in the NICU for 3 months. I can't even remember right now off the top of my head how many surgeries she had before she was a year old. She had to have fluid drained from her brain and all kind of things. And so I just really, really appreciate Chairman's analogy of the mode of production, because this is what this mode have to do. Because like Comrade Rage was saying, that African women is a threat to the social system, you know, like we produce babies and it have to, you know, they have to be able to control the means of production of everything. And we have a right to nurture our own bodies. I love the name, and I really appreciate Deputy Chair. And so with Brianna, she was full term, and Brianna was full term. And I had my aunt that really advocated for me during that pregnancy, and also Brooklyn and Brianna's father that never missed the appointment. I couldn't have did it without the community and my family, you know, just really partnered with me with Brianna's birth. And so they told me I had a different doctor. Every time I went to the doctor, I had a different doctor. I got shots every week to keep Brianna inside. And they told me that I was going to give birth. They knew that she was only going to be able to, they was trying to just get me to 37 weeks because that's considered the best. If you're going to have a premature baby, let's get her to 37 weeks. And Brianna was actually overdue.
Oh.
So Brianna came a day after her due date. Little do they know, you know, because I had did natural remedies and natural things to take pressure off my wound. And I decided not to allow them to do the colostomy. Some people might have to, but for my situation, once I understood what was happening and what was going on, that I didn't have enough cervix for them to stitch up to close me. And so it was better for me to go completely bed rest and like stay completely off my feet. And that's how we got Brianna to being 7 pounds and 13 ounces.
I really appreciate your sharing that story, but also, you know, we African women should not have to share those stories. I mean, we have to take responsibility for it. This is the reality of colonialism. And as long as we don't take a stand against colonialism, you know, like to real genuine solidarity and reparations in dealing with this, we are responsible for this. We don't experience this. This is our responsibility as white people to, to contribute what we can contribute to end this, because we know that African people are going for power over their own lives, their own economies, their own children, their own families, their future. And we get to ride to a future of humanity based on their leadership, their struggles. And we have to do our part, and that's reparations. And I just want to say, Leah donated $100. Yes. Wendy C donated $50. Yes. So that's $16,188. And I'm donating $120. Woo! I think everything got to be added. I know Amanda will be able to add it. To say what we have left. But your story is not this whole way that white power tries to mask colonialism by saying, well, she had pre-existing conditions. That is not pre-existing. That is colonialism. This is a system where the father of gynecology, I'm going to get, we do need another chair. Yes. We do. We need another chair. This is,
oh, sorry.
This is, no. It's colonialism. Because the father of gynecology, this Dr. Sims, he experimented on an African woman who was enslaved 31 times with no anesthesia in public view of medical students. I mean, it's genocide. And they've had statues of him at SLU, St. Louis University, medical school. And it's colonialism. And let's see, what else?
Kitty, can I just say?
Absolutely.
When Mike Brown was murdered, if everybody remembered, they said that something was broken about the police. And so the federal came in and they took testimonies of numerous of African people of different cases. So when I was locked up in Ferguson jail, I went to report the case and took, the proof that I had a premature baby. I was arrested on this day and told the whole story. Until this day, I have not heard from the federal government.
Right. You've got another donation.
Penny, $500.
$16,888. 808. That's my handwriting. Oh. 808. 16,808. Wow. Keep it coming. Yes. We're gonna, and I know of a great donation. I want to hear from Rage. Rage.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being part of this.
Thank you so much for having me. Yes. I can't say enough how important this is. This mode of production, one of the key things that it does is work to sterilize us as Africans and prohibit us from producing life, and I have a pretty traumatic story just like you, and it's a shame because so many African women do. I hear all the time about white women who love being pregnant. They talk about just how wonderful it is to be pregnant. And I have my 2 kids right here, and that's never been my experience. There was no rest for me. There was it wasn't a joyful time. It was, how am I going to make sure that I have everything I need to bring these 2 kids into the world? And both times I was working full time and struggling to provide for myself while pregnant. When I was pregnant with Nova, I was told I was gonna have twins. And it turned out that the mass in my uterus was a giant blood clot. With all this technology that we have today, how in the world were they not able to tell the difference between a blood clot and a baby? And the reality is they didn't care enough.
Right.
They didn't care enough.
Yes.
I bled through the entirety of my pregnancy with Nova, and I was told it was normal. I bled enough to fill up a pad and have to change it as if I was on the heaviest menstrual cycle I've ever had. And I was deeply concerned, but my doctors didn't care. And there was no action taken to even check and see if my baby was okay. And so when I gave birth to Nova, she swallowed about 1 liter of blood, and I bled a lot, and there was like a concern that I would need a blood transfusion. And just being there on the table while this is happening and literally feeling the life drain out of your body, and not knowing if you're gonna be alive at the end of it, not knowing if your child is going to make it. I made it. I made it, and Nova made it. And when Nova was about 1, I noticed a bump on their belly, and I could feel around and feel a mass in her belly. And it turned out that Nova had a tumor on her right kidney. It had swallowed the entire kidney, and she had cancer. And I can't help but believe that because I didn't get the proper medical care, that during the development of my child, this thing developed inside of them and tried to kill my baby. And we have the technology to prevent these things from happening, but the fact of the matter is, it's genocide. They don't want us to survive bringing our children into this world. And so Nova survived, and I survived, and we're here to tell this story because it demonstrates the dire need for us to have the ability to provide for ourselves as a community, the ability to care and nurture our children, to raise families. This is how nations gain power, is by being able to build, and you can't build without bringing life into the world.
Uhuru. I just want to say that everything that you sum up is, the United Nations, documents. This is one of the conditions for genocide.
Yeah.
Which is preventing births in the group.
Yeah.
That's like genocide. That's the only thing. It's not, and there's no health care because, as you were saying, we are building unity from the white community, that the African community has power.
Yeah.
Power over their own lives, communities, economy. Because it's the whole conditions of life that are affected, and that's the power of the Black Power Blueprint, architect and designed by Deputy Chair Owners and Asia Keller. There couldn't be just one institution. There had to be something that addressed every aspect of life, because even when President Columbine was talking about, then police stopped them for like a ticket from years ago. I mean, the whole police violence is also, tackled by the Uhuru movement with the Back Coalition, the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement. Like every aspect of life has to be built. And I do want to tell you, I did say Lisa donated $100, didn't I? Let's give Lisa an applause. She gave testimony a little earlier with her 2 children and her husband, and they support Uhuru Kulea because there they are with their 2 children, and had what is expected in the white community was this joyful pregnancy, a favorable outcome. That's what you anticipate. You don't anticipate anything else. And I do want to say that I want to announce that we do have an incredible donation of $9,800. And it is from a group of friends, neighbors, and family of 17 that came together to want to pool their resources to think how they could maximize their resources and how they could, make them available to organizations and groups. So they determined that there were 5 groups, and one was the African People's Education and Defense Fund. The basis for it was the doula training program.
Yeah.
Because the doula training program was so magnificent that was done under Deputy Chair's leadership for the Black Power Blueprint, because it not only trained the 14 doulas, it then had 5 weeks of once a week of business training.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like, okay, we trained you, you're off. There, that's it. To teach people how to then how do you build a business, how do you get clients, how do you do your finances, your promotions, get your business cards, everything that constitutes the way Black Power Blueprint and African People's Socialist Party and APDF move. It gives you the pattern to success, even under, and then they got another grant from our grants team for $500 per doula to actually have a mentor for a certain period.
Hey.
So that was really powerful. So they picked APDF, and then when they found out that it could really go to Uhuru, Kulea, they were like thrilled, because that is, and they are called the follow-on fund, and it's a giving group. And it's right here. Members are right here in this neighborhood on the south side and in Clayton, North County. So that's like a really powerful stand. And it's a necessary stand.
Yes,
and
it
it's
is.
needed. And it's not a charity stand. The
Yes.
Black community doesn't want charity. They're
No.
not interested in charity. It's a stand of reparations.
We want power.
Power, supporting the power. So that's really powerful. So
We're extending.
we absolutely. So then we have, Lisa's the last one we raised. We have a $15 donation. Then we had a $50 donation from Len.
Yes.
Then we had a $500 donation from Angelica. Who is the previous donor to the Uhuru, in the first beginning stages. Then we have a $5,000 donation from Janet Can. Janet Can.
First it was the 9,000, then the 5,000. What's next? The 10,000?
Well, we want it. Get on there. It's their resources to begin with. So now, when you give me the total remaining, what we've raised, did you count the 9,800? Okay. So totally now in our appeal, we have raised $32,273. Remaining in our $50,000 goal is $17,727.
Hey, we got
We have to make a commitment that another African woman does not have to tell that story.
Right.
Yes.
That is on us.
Yes.
We can't just listen to these stories and feel horrified. Take that feeling to action. Yes.
They're working to prevent us from being able to give birth from a young age. Something that you said made me think about the fact that I have been put on birth control when I was like 10, or so years old, and how many other African people with wombs are put on birth control from such a young age. And can you just imagine what that does to a person's body? And just the way that it's all set up, it's all orchestrated to prevent us from being able to produce life.
Yep, because that's what they first told my mom, is that they had to put me on birth control to shrink it. But the birth control was horrified, and I didn't have like the cute experience everybody else. You know, you had your first period, and I didn't. I stayed on my period a whole year.
Wow.
At 16 years old, because of birth control. And so then they, wanted to go in and actually take, part of my, my cervix. So yes, I just really want to say that we have to, all freedom loving people, people that really want to see that this mode of production is not something that they want to inherit. I love that slogan. When I first joined the movement, I love the slogan, "Not in my name." Yes. But white people say, "Not in my name." Yes. And that's what you're doing today, saying, "Not in my name." Yes. And I am not going to continue to stand back and listen to these, because it's a certain way that we just get used to hearing these horrific stories, and it's trauma every time. You know what I'm saying? And it's trauma that's happening right now. Right now, somebody's giving birth under crazy conditions. An African woman that Enwa was helping, they took her child because they said they didn't like her attitude.
What?
And her attitude might have been because of what was happening to her. And that is like, are you serious?
Yes.
I was in the hospital with a woman that named her child Satan and Lucifer. She had twins, white woman. I think she should have been checked if she should take kids home. I mean, just, I just want to say it's two Americas, but you see the glaring contradiction. And if you don't do something, then you part of that contradiction.
Yes, exactly. Uhuru, I just really want to unite, with everything you just summed up, and with our ability. We have the ability to take a stand, and we are taking a stand, and we've got to organize tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of other white people like ourselves, because this system is coming down. It's
coming down.
The resistance of colonized people is putting it into absolute throes of a crisis, and profound leadership of the party. I really appreciate both of you for coming, for your leadership. I know the African National Women's Organization is another powerful organization that's going to be part of, really making Uhuru Kulea a really, really meaningful institution. And I don't know, keep it coming, comrades. Keep the resources coming.
Let's break it down.
We got 17,700.
17 people that give $1,000, or 34 people that get $500. Like, let's break it down. That's how we do it. We chip away at it.
Exactly.
Break it down.
Excellent.
And we have to really fight for that. We have to raise this money. And this is, just the horror of colonialism.
I really appreciate Chairwoman Penny.
Deputy Chair.
Not what you say is what you do.
Deputy Chair did 1,000. So now we only have 16,727.
I just want to remind people that after Ferguson, after Darren Wilson murdered Mike Brown, the white world made him rich. They donated so much resources, $1 million to him for killing and murdering an African child. And that's what this mode of production do. It reward you for murdering and terrorizing African children.
Yes.
And so I really want to salute everybody that has donated and everybody that is about to donate for saying not in my name. And the FBI would not stop Uhuru, because that's what you're saying. You saying you got me messed up, that we are not going to continue to live like this.
Yes.
Because this is the only way that the whole humanity will be free.
That's right.
Like Chairman said, like this mode is no good for nobody.
Yes,
You know, and
yes,
so this
yes.
mode is the one that colonized, you know, same gender loving people. This system is the ones that make it difficult for poor people, African people. This mode is what produced that. And so we have to reject that. And so this efforts of building this women's clinic and supporting the Black Power Blueprint is a tangible thing that you can actually see. Not some fairy tale, because you know it's some things you donating and you just want to feel good. It feel good moment. But this is one that lasts for a lifetime. It's actually building a whole new world and a new society under this umbrella of the Black Power Blueprint.
Hallie just donated 20 more dollars.
And I just want to, I really want to also salute, because I don't know if she heard, but I want to salute Deputy Chair for just putting in $1,000,
Yes.
Hallie for $20, and that, you know, when we look at this horror story of African, I mean, if we had a room of 1,000 African women, there would be 999 stories like this from you know, just from being in solidarity with this movement. And like you're saying, it's not a happy moment. It's a scary moment. It's a stressful moment to finally, you know, a child is born. It's not a given. It's not and the grandmother comes over and say, you know, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. And that is the essence of genocide and colonialism, and that's what it's about. And, you know, I just really want to say that we have to raise the $16,000.
Yes.
We have to raise this. We have to raise this money. We have it. 16,000. We have 16. Well, here's something. Diana Oak said she will send a check tomorrow. And let's chip away at this, because we can do it.
We can, and we
We're
will.
Gonna, you know, anything else we were going to have tonight, it stops until we raise this money. We have to raise this money. This is about the future. This is about African people taking power, and there's a lot of opportunists, white people, who don't want to see Africans have power. They want to maintain charity so that as the white leftists, they can maintain colonialism. White people, more white people at the expense of African people. So it's not just a few white people that have all the billions of dollars, that it's more white people that have all the billions of dollars. And, you know, and therefore it is progressive. And that is not the case, that we're talking about a movement that is so bold, the same Africans that defeated Napoleon in Haiti, that drove Napoleon out, that when Napoleon's troops came in, they took them right to the swamps because they knew that they didn't have immunity against malaria and the mosquitoes. And they just, half of Napoleon's troops died just right there. You know, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. And then they produced, like Alicia was saying today, a constitution that for the first time, this is 200 years ago, 220 years ago, for the first time in history, Africans said there will not be such a thing as an illegitimate child in our society. 200 years ago, they said that. Look at the world today. I mean, that is the vision, the humanity of African people. And that any African can come from any place in the world and have a haven there, but also any oppressed person, they said, any oppressed person could come and have a haven in Haiti, a safe haven. And I mean, wow, what a world, you know.
Yes.
I mean, and they won, and the U.S. in our name, you know, just united with France and forced them to pay their entire treasury of billions of dollars in solid gold to pay reparations to France for destroying France's property, which was the African people themselves. You know, I mean, this is the world we live in.
Yes.
And everything about it, you know, people want to know, like, oh, why are all these pedophile rings and why are all these violence and why are white kids going into schools and killing everybody? Because this is the society that we live in.
Right.
This is the pedestal that we sit on. And it makes you sick. It
Yes.
makes you sick. The only way you can live is drink and do drugs and any other kind of thing every single day of your life as a white person to forget and try to drive out of her brains, you know, what it is that we sit on. And this is an opportunity for us to join humanity under the leadership and to see, you know, what African people are going to bring to the world. I just have to say one more thing, Kitty. I know.
No, please. This is
Okay. So like a lot of times, if we're talking about solidarity with the African liberation movement, other white people are like, well, what about the Native people? Which, of course, you want to know, well, what are you doing for the Native people? But anyway, except stealing their land. But the fact is that the chairman said it. Everything the party is about is for all oppressed people.
Yes.
It's for all oppressed people. And it's saying that white people have an opportunity and an invitation to be part of this new world if we jump off this pedestal. And that's what we have to do. And that's what this is about. Because, you know, and you know, there's also, by the way, a song from Cuba that said, you know, if you walk by the cry of a suffering person, life isn't worth living. It's called La Vida Nada Vale. And the singer of that song just died the other day. But, you know, if you walk by, life is not worth living. Life is worth living to fight, to end the system on the side and under the leadership of the African. I just want to say that. So we have $25 from Aiden.
Yes.
And that's still at around 16,600. But we have to get there. We have to chip away at this, and we are going to get there.
Yeah. Unity through, you know, Chairwoman Penny, one of the most annoying things for me is to go to these restaurants where they say, would you like to round up for the round up? And I get furious. It's like PTSD or something. Because when Brooklyn was premature, like I said, I was living in New York. So I had to leave my house and I had to relocate to St. Louis, and Isaac had to leave our home and we had to come back here. So we needed to stay, but they wouldn't let us. They wouldn't let us stay at the Ronald McDonald House so we could be close to our child. Right. And and then all the other Black people that was there with me was having the same thing. So no, I don't want to donate to the Ronald McDonald House because it never hits my community. Right. No, I don't want to donate to the Red Cross because the Red Cross don't come and serve my community. Right. So this is where you could put your money and it actually meet the people that they put the faces. Right. Because on the face of the cup at McDonald's has my face. It has our Black faces on there, but it don't reach us. Right. So you can donate here and it's going right to the people for us to have the power to do what we need to do to have power for our own life. So this is not charity. It's no other platform that you can donate to get this.
And people are hearing it. Raya started a $10 a month recurring payment.
Hey.
So that's $1,000. We're now down to 15,672.
All right.
15,000 remaining, 15,672. Total raise, $34,328. This is a fundraising telethon. This is a reparations telethon.
Yeah, pick up the phone and call your family. Call your family.
Yeah.
Like pick up the phone. Right now, this is important. I'm sorry, it's a emergency happening right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
all right. Unity crew.
Uhuru. Well, we got till 7 a.m. and we're not kidding. We got till 7 a.m. and I want to really profoundly salute Representative Kalambaya and Annette. Representative Rage. Hello. 6 years old, Nova, Ray. Volunteer. And a success story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Survivor of colonialism.
Survivor.
Indeed.
And Torin Gray, one of our fabulous volunteers. Thank you so much for your contribution to the telephone. Thank you. Yes. But isn't that something to say that your daughter is a survivor of colonialism? Wow.
All right, comrade. Fred, I'm still watching. Just know I'm watching. Don't talk, I'm watching.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erica. This is Comrade Allie. We're here out in Oakland. I just want to thank so much our panelists. That was such an incredible, moving, personal, just outstanding segment, and stories from Comrade Rage and from Colin Bayi just really highlight the great need that we are here today to fill, and that is to fund the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. You see that donate link right there at the bottom of your screen. Right now, we are, what are we doing now? We're going to bring in Bakari Olatunji, Boston Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party and Vice Chair of Uhuru Foods and Pies in Oakland, right here, who is joined by Maureen Wagner, Director of Uhuru Foods and Pies, and Janice Kant, Manager of Uhuru Foods and Pies in St. Pete. So Uhuru, oh, and Siali's here too. Bakari, Maureen, Janice, and Siali, welcome.
Uhuru, how's everybody?
Great.
We are doing fantastic and really excited to have you all here on the 24-hour reparations telethon. You want to go ahead and kick it off?
Sure. So send someone just tell us how Uhuru Foods and Pies began and what has it brought to Oakland and to St. Petersburg?
Well, I mean, I can answer that. I thought we was going to show a video first.
Oh. Are we? Oh, here we go. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for that video of Uhuru Foods and Pies, just such a wonderful and longstanding institution. So we can go back and rewind a little bit. Let us know how Uhuru Foods and Pies began and what has it brought to the communities of Oakland and St. Pete.
Uhuru, thank you guys, Ali and Erica. I first of all want to salute Chairman Amali Yeshitela for his brilliant vision and relentless 50-year history of fighting for the African people, and Deputy Chair Onazene Yeshitela, who leads all of the institutions, economic institutions of the Uhuru movement. And I am proud to say that we are the trendsetters out here out west. We have been setting milestone after milestone. We baked 1,000 sweet potato pies in one night a couple of years ago for Christmas at the Curry's event. And we just got through from October 1 to today. We baked 4,200 pies between Oakland and then St. Pete. And I'm pretty sure it's a milestone. Don't quote me on it, but I feel very confident about it. So we got Christmas to go to. You might be getting a pie in your chimney instead of a jolly white man dropping down in there. But just to answer your question, comrade, Uhuru Foods and Pies was born as a dual and contending economic institution of the African People's Socialist Party in 1981 in Oakland, California. It began as a reparations of the African People's Solidarity Committee in Oakland to raise resources for the programs of the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru Foods and Pies is a critical way that people find the Uhuru movement and African internationalism. For example, restaurants and businesses can support Uhuru through the pies. Volunteers come year after year. We see young people through their high school years into adulthood. People buy pies for decades here in the Bay Area. It's a tradition as well as in Florida. And there's a tremendous base of support for Uhuru Foods and Pies between Oakland and St. Petersburg, Florida.
Uhuru, thank you for that answer, Bakri. And yes, that is definitely a milestone. 4,000 pies, that's incredible. So the next question.
Ali, can I add some things to that?
Yes, please do. Please do.
So earlier today, we saw some, I think it might have been in Uhuru Furniture when Western Region Rep Bakri was there. And I want to salute Bakri, the chairman, and just say what an honor it is to work under the direct leadership of Onazene Yeshitela, who leads all the economic work. But you saw in that session about some of the campaigns that the party was leading, Measure O, Desi Woods was 1978 onward, housing, foster care, etc. And the party had come to the Bay Area to rebuild the Black Revolution of the 60s and, to push back the counterinsurgency that had stopped that Black Revolution. So it was the responsibility of the Solidarity movement to raise resources for those programs at that time. There wasn't an Uhuru furniture store yet. There wasn't a bakery. There wasn't Uhuru Foods. And so it grew out of that. But every resource that's ever been raised from the Solidarity movement is owned by the African People's Socialist Party, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, etc. And it's the leadership of the party that has turned all of this into the most incredible institution that is so well loved. And, as in this last period, we've heard about the FBI attacks. I think more and more people are looking and finding Uhuru, and they're finding it through Uhuru Pies, etc. So it's been a long time. And, as Bakri mentioned, so many people support it. We've watched children come in at the age of 14, and like today, their birthday is on Facebook and they're 26 years old, so it's just an incredible honor to be a part of this institution, and it is totally connected to the entire history of the African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru, that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, Maureen. And I wanted to ask each one of you if you could each share how long that you've been involved in the work and why this work is so important to you.
Or is it possible? I did want to hear about St. Pete from Janice, if that's possible.
Yes.
Yes, this is an incredible institution that's been my honor to be part of. And actually the movement, the party did fish fries, bake sales, all kinds of fundraising, since the 1960s with food. And, as Maureen was talking about the responsibility of Solidarity to raise reparations. And when Solidarity came to St. Pete, was asked to come to St. Pete in the 1980s to organize support for a party member who was running for city council. Avelita Donaldson was running for city council. And so when we came, we began doing concessions at festivals. We started selling the giant chocolate chip cookies at the grocery store. And we continued doing that type of work. And actually in the early 2000s, we started doing Uhuru Pies, baking at church kitchens. We started doing a Uhuru breakfast and lunch booth at the Saturday morning market, which is like a farmer's market. We did that since 2003. And we started doing Uhuru Pies at the market during the holidays. And actually when COVID hit, that's when we started doing the pies just for the market season instead of the breakfast and lunch. And the party built the Uhuru Jiko Community Commercial Kitchen in the Uhuru House in St. Pete 10 years ago now. It was in 2012. So hope that gives people a little picture of, the tremendous work that the party and vision that the party has for building an independent economy through Uhuru Foods and Pies in St. Pete and nationally. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much for sharing that, Janice. And yeah, it's amazing how you were saying how it's like funding the Avelita Donaldson campaign, and just like how the party has used economics and selling pies to tie into the political work and takes up every inch of space. From political campaigns to pies, the Uhuru movement does it all. So yeah, could each one of you share how long that you've been involved in the work and why this work is so important to you?
Uhuru. Well, I was involved in this work when I had hair on my head, and the hair that I have on my face wasn't quite as light as it is now. I believe I started in my 20s. I'm in my 60s now, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But, it is an honor to have been part of this great, outstanding movement. I came at a time when there was a campaign on the ground called around the campaign of Freddie Lee Roberts. Clark did it, put the state on trial. And that brought me close to the work. And with that, I joined, as I stated earlier today, began to work with the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic. And it was shortly after that when I became involved with Uhuru Foods and Pies. I went to my very first activity with Uhuru Foods and Pies at a Pride Festival in San Francisco, which was kind of scary for me the first time, but I've been a part of Uhuru Foods and Pies and the Uhuru movement for quite some time, and proud to say it.
So I actually was recruited by the party through an organization that the party had, African organization that the party had a fraternal relationship with. I was doing work with ZANU in San Francisco, which was the Zimbabwe African National Union, and the solidarity with a drive to win medical aid to the struggle in Zimbabwe. And it was with the Desi Woods campaign, which was in 1978. And through that process, I was recruited into the African People's Solidarity Committee and to other work. And I just wanted to say about that period we were talking about earlier, is like the party spent a long time winning what solidarity should look like, and reparations is, and winning us to understand that this is completely in our own interest. And so it's been since that period of time. I've been in Uhuru Food since 1993. Uhuru.
I have been around 30 years, actually. It was 93, October 93, that I came into the Uhuru movement. And what prompted me to come to the Uhuru movement was my experiences growing up in Chicago, but also my experiences in the Navy. And so many things did not set well with me. And I wanted to do something meaningful to make some changes to what I had witnessed and experienced. So I found the Uhuru movement right on time, and I haven't looked back, basically. I mean, this work is so important because it's literally, for real, changing the lives of the African working class. Everything that the party has said that it's going to do, it's doing it. And that's what's kept me around, is the fact that it's an organization that's about action, not just about talking the big talk, but making things happen. So that's where I stand on it, and I'm going to keep with it.
Uhuru, this is quite a team. I actually met the movement in 1980 in Eugene, Oregon, when there was a benefit concert for Desi Woods campaign, and we actually had work study programs in the solidarity where you did bake sales as your work. And I moved to San Francisco in 1982, and through that joined the African People's Solidarity Committee and was participating in Uhuru Foods right away. We sold the giant chocolate chip cookies in the park at San Francisco Mime Troupe, concessions in the theaters and the street fairs. In the early 1990s, the party asked me to move to Philadelphia and coordinate the Uhuru Foods and Pies there. So we were doing street fairs, catering for music festivals, Uhuru Pies. We operated an espresso cart at the University of Pennsylvania. And we've coordinated fairs and Uhuru Pies in St. Pete since around 1998. And, to me, this is just reparations in action. It's getting the resources and support from the white community for an independent African economy that's really owned and controlled by African people. That's a foundation for the economy of the African nation. And this is a future for all of us. The planet's the only future. So this is what I, love to contribute, to be able to build those resources and build a better, the world that we all want to see. Uhuru.
Uhuru. You speak so well of the personal connections that you all have to the movement and to the Foods and Pies. What would you say is the significance of others about the community support of Uhuru Foods and Pies? What does it mean to be out in the community?
Well, it means a lot. as we talked about, it's a 40-year history of support from the community right here in Oakland. We just got through slinging thousands of pies last week in front of stores and breweries throughout the San Francisco Bay Area and in Santa Cruz. And a lot of people, majority of the people, know of our mission. They know of the pies through relentless 40-year history between Oakland and St. Pete. They know what the pies are about. We say it's pies with a purpose. But the mere existence of Uhuru Foods and Pies negates the colonial dependency that's been forced on us by the colonial mode of production. And we negate the white power that dominates African people through Uhuru Foods and Pies. It is power in the hands of the people. And that is what we're winning. That to me is the significance of supporting Uhuru Foods and Pies. It is supporting a sense of self-reliance, economic self-reliance, and it's all about self-determination of our people. So I think it's really important through the relentless struggle. And right now, we're positioned to expand where we are based on our place where we are right now. And I'm looking forward to us growing and expanding there in the Midwest, in St. Louis. Uhuru Foods and Pies is a concrete part of Black Power Blueprint. And we're going to be saying more moving forward about the Uhuru G-Code project. And I just want to leave it at that because I know we're kind of strapped for time.
Yeah, and I just want to say real quick that Uhuru Foods and Pies has really developed the systems needed to open up Uhuru G-Code in St. Louis, which is really a most ambitious project that will be our national distribution hub for Uhuru Foods and Pies. So we've built the systems and the protocols that we need, for the next level. And with that anticipated marriage of Uhuru Foods and Pies and the African Independence Workforce Program, we can confidently project a successful launch in the coming period. So we built the structure for our economic growth. So now we got really built the infrastructure to carry out the mission of building an independent economic, capacity of the African working class, and we have to have self-government. We have to be able to, feed, clothe, and house ourselves. And, that means pushing that whole anti-colonial trajectory forward for the African nation while we're simultaneously, negating the power or the colonial mode of production. So that's where we're at.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Bakri and Sayali. So we have about 2 minutes left, so I'm gonna combine our last two questions, which is
Wait, before that, I have an announcement from our calculators that Maureen, we have to thank you for giving $250 to the Uhuru Wakulia African Women's Health Center. And you too can be like Maureen. You can follow that URL at the bottom of the screen. blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Be like Maureen. Give to the health center.
I'm gonna be like Maureen, but take one of the zeros off. I'm gonna pay for $20.
Uhuru
Bakri, thank you.
Bakri. That's amazing.
Oh, count me in for 20 also.
All right.
Yes,
extravaganza.
Uhuru, that is amazing. Yes, be like Bakri, Maureen, Sayali, and Janice, and go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And so this is a perfect segue into our question, which is, why do you feel that it's important to support Uhuru Wakulea African Women's Health Center? And if someone also wants to throw in how people can support Uhuru Foods and Pies as well, and how they can get their hands on those delicious pies.
Uhuru. So the last appeal was just profound, and we've heard all day long about what African women and African children face. It's colonialism. White people have lived for 600 years at the benefit of everyone else. And I heard, I think President Midwest Rep Columbai talk about not in our name. It's like, it's unbearable in the African community. It has to be unbearable for white people. It has to be, something that it's completely unnecessary for African women and children to die in childbirth. And as has been said all day, the Black Power Blueprint it's a strategy that's complete. It's holistic. Everything is related: food, clothing, shelter, life. And so Uhuru Pies is connected to that in so many ways. And you can support it by ordering your pies at uhurupies.org, by donating at uhurupies.org, by coming to Oakland or to St. Pete and volunteering, like I heard Mads talk about earlier today. And businesses are donating ingredients. In the video, you saw a pallet full of sweet potatoes from one donor. And then companies are calling up and ordering 270 pies at a time. There are just so many ways. Just go to www.uhurupies.org or call the number that you find on that website. Uhuru.
I just wanted to say, throw in a little 2 cents. My mother just passed in September, and she used to be one of my pie buyers. So I want to pass that on to somebody here where they can buy a pie from me and support Uhuru Foods and Pies and carry on her legacy. So Uhuru.
We can also call on volunteers virtually. We've had a lot of volunteers who have been able to help virtually by making calls to previous pie buyers or other, kinds of reminding pie buyers to pick up their pies and other things. So it's really been, that's another way that people can support Uhuru Pies.
Well, thank you so much for coming out. Everyone out there who can, get your hands on some pies, get to Oakland, get to St. Pete, do whatever you can. That vegan blackberry is my favorite. It's so delicious. So thank you for cooking delicious pies that go in my stomach. And thank you for being here at our Reparations Telethon. So we're here still for the next long time, 10 hours, something like that. So let's get the donations coming. Everyone out there, give to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
We're relentless.
Relentless. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Uhuru, thank you so much to Bakri, Sayali, Maureen, and Janice. And with that segment, we closed out by raising $34,578. So
Uhuru. We're trying to get to $50,000 over 12 hours. So we still have our work cut out for us, and you at home who are watching have your work cut out for you. Get out your credit card, get out your PayPal, whatever it is. You can send a check. We'll have that address for you coming up at the appeal. And right now we are.
Yeah, I'd now like to, we have a very special video statement from Kai Mueller, who was born in, so Kai was born in 1967 in Dormagen, Germany. And after studying technology in Aachen and Paris, he found work as a music producer. And during this time, he got to know many African drummers and musicians from Benin and Senegal. And in the last 2 decades, he has worked as a software developer in numerous projects. He lives with his wife and son in Cologne. So I want to just turn it over to this great video that we have from Kai Uhuru.
Hello, my name is Kai Müller. I live with my family in Cologne, Germany. Last July, my wife and my 16-year-old son and I visited my sister in St. Louis. On Monday, we were invited by Umali Yeshitela and Ona Sene, chairman and deputy chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, to visit the Uhuru House and the surrounding area in North St. Louis. They introduced us to the Black Power Blueprint project and the amazing results they have already achieved, along with dozens of helping hands, planners and donors. Results that benefit the people who live in this area. We saw the community house and garden, the new basketball court, and an apartment building for housing participants of the workforce development program. And that is only part of what has already been realized and what is planned for the future. All of this made a deep impression on us. From my perspective, I can confirm that the Black Power Blueprint project is making a difference. It's a way of making the area more beautiful, more alive, and more hopeful, because Uhuru doesn't leave people alone. If you don't know it yet, please pay attention to it with your ears, your eyes, and your heart. I now learn that a new activity is planned for next year to realize the Women's Health Center called Uhuru wa Kulea. We have no doubt that this will succeed when enough people will support this project. In our talk to Omali Yeshetela and his wife, we noticed the liveliness, energy, and will in their eyes and minds. Please donate to blackpowerblueprint.org to make this idea come true. Thank you very much, and many greetings and love from Cologne.
Chaos. Okay. Uhuru. Uhuru, so I think we are.
Oh, here we are.
All right, we're back. Uhuru, we'll just want to thank Kai for that really powerful video. We really appreciate that. And now we
Hello, my name is Kai Müller.
special guests
I live with
coming
my
up.
family in Cologne, Germany. Last July, my wife and my 16-year-old son and I visited my sister in St. Louis.
Baby.
On Monday, we were invited by Omali Yeshetela and Ona Sene, chairman and deputy chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, to visit the Uhuru House and the surrounding area in North St. Louis.
And now we're going to turn it over to Diane and Talia, who will be talking about how you can contribute to the Black Power Blueprint and Uhuru wa Kulea this Giving Tuesday. Thank you so much, Uhuru, Diane, and Leah.
Uhuru.
Uhuru comrades. Wow, thank you so much for those previous presentations, comrades Bakari and Siali. Really interesting to hear all of that history, and it's just been such a moving and wonderful telethon so far. I'm Diane. I'm a proud member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and it's a great honor to be able to participate in this program tonight. Today is Giving Tuesday. It's a global day of giving, and we want to make this a day of reparations and solidarity with African self-determination. Our goal tonight is to raise $50,000 at least for the Black Power Blueprint, which will go to the building of the Uhuru wa Kulea African Women's Health Center. So far, we have raised $34,578. So we need to raise a little bit less than 16,000. Can't do that math in my head. So yes, please go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center to donate. And by going there, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, you can join thousands of people who've made the decision to support this unique program of the African working class that's known around the world as the Black Power Blueprint. The Black Power Blueprint, under the leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Sene Yeshetela, has been growing for 5 years. It's initiated a dynamic process of acquiring and renovating properties and turning them into institutions and programs. And this is building political and economic power by and for the Black working class of North St. Louis. So I will hand it over to Comrade Leah.
Uhuru. Thank you, Diane. I'm so glad to be here tonight with everybody that's watching. I do want to reiterate that we should all go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and make our donations now, because we really need to show our support for the right of African women to have safe, healthy births every single time. This is essential. So we need to put our money where our heart is. We need to be able to pay reparations, and as Kitty was saying earlier, disengage from this parasitic social system. It's really essential. So go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate what you can right now. I just want to look really quickly at some of the statistics that are part of this brutal colonial reality for African and oppressed and colonized peoples. In the US, an African woman is 22% more likely to die from heart disease than a white woman. She is 71% more likely to die from cervical cancer and 243% more likely to die during pregnancy or due to childbirth-related causes. So that is inexcusable. If that feels inexcusable to you, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and give what you can. We have, let's see, remaining $15,377 left to raise. That is very doable. And like Chairwoman Penny was saying, we just have to chip away at it. Every single one of us can be a part of chipping away at that block of just over $15,000. We can do this. So I also want to say really quickly that this is not charity. This is a stance of solidarity. This is a genuine stand of unity with African people and the struggle against colonialism. This is the struggle that puts power in the hands of the African community. It is power that is based on self-determination, power that is based on African people controlling their own resources and the destinies of their own children. So Diane, do you want to take us through what the Black Power Blueprint has accomplished most recently and the projects that are fighting the colonial mode of production?
Yes, I would like to do that. Are we going to have some slides to go along with that? I believe. Yes. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right. So the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court, which was the focus of the Reparations Telethon last year, and which so many of you donated to and supported, is completed. And as you can see, it is absolutely beautiful. All right, next slide. The African Independence Workforce Housing is fully furnished thanks to Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles and the support of volunteers and donors. Next slide. The Gary Brooks Community Garden is growing fresh fruit and vegetables and is counteracting the food apartheid that is imposed on the Black community. Next slide. The One Africa, One Nations Farmers Market is weekly, and it provides an accessible space where African vendors can sell their merchandise, bringing resources and community commerce to the north side of St. Louis. Next slide. Two beautiful murals by Jamie the artist overlook the garden and the basketball court. The murals show African people thriving and the vision of an empowered African community. Next slide, please. All of these programs are part of the strategy to contend with the colonial economy that oppresses African people by building an economy by and for African people. And this is creating a new world where African people are free and self-determining. So the next phase of this project is the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. And Uhuru Kulea means freedom to nurture, which I can't think of anything better on this planet. So Uhuru, that's what you're supporting when you go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate right now. Thank you.
Uhuru, yes. And I want to give a shout out to Lauren in Missouri, who gave $50. Thank you so much, Lauren. We really appreciate your stance of solidarity. And we're going to go through what the Black Power Blueprint has already raised money for related to the health center. So the Black Power Blueprint has already purchased the land where the health center will be built. They have finished the beautiful rendering of the building. I mean, just look at that. It's such a gorgeous, vision of what the health center is going to look like. They have trained 14 African doulas to go into the Black community and provide the kind of birth support that is so desperately needed. Enough money has also been raised for the property survey, for the architectural plans, to build the building foundation, rather, and also for the kitchenette. And for all 3 offices, oh my gosh, we've done all 3 offices. Fantastic. So next, what we need to raise is money for the windows, money for the retail space and the product room, money for plumbing, resources for the electricity. We need to raise money for the lobby. We need to raise money for the 4 bathrooms that will be in the health center. In addition, the Yoni steaming room, and then also the 2 stairwells, and lastly, the 2 conference rooms. So this is really concrete. This is exactly where your money is going to. So it's a project that is fueled by the people and the unity of you. So please go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and make your donation right now. And I just want to see if we had another donation come in. Okay, Diane, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to say I will give $50 tonight.
Uhuru.
Thank
Fantastic.
You. All right, could we see the next slide about the givebacks, I believe? All right, so for a donation of $5 to $199, you'll receive a 3-inch by 3-inch magnet featuring the Uhuru wa Kulea logo, because we really want to, these givebacks are to just really share the appreciation that we all feel for, you know, everyone who supports the African Women's Health Center and all the projects of the Black Power Blueprint, because it's so important and it's so appreciated. Next slide, please. Thank you. And for a donation of $200 to $499, you'll receive a journal with a matching pen that features the Uhuru wa Kulea logo, as you can see, very beautiful on the cover of that journal. Next slide, please. For a donation of $500 to $999, you'll receive this fanny pack with the slogan of Uhuru wa Kulea. Next slide, please. And for donations of $1,000 or more, you will receive a logo t-shirt. That is gorgeous.
Absolutely. So make sure to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and send in those donations, make your reparations payments right now. It's not too late or it's not too early, depending on where you are. You can also send a check in if you'd prefer to do it that way. You can send the check to APEDF and put the Black Power Blueprint in the note and send that check to 4101 West Florissant Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. In addition, you can donate anonymously online. You can also donate through a donor advised fund. And if you want to be doing that, make sure to email us at info@reparationslegacy.org so we can get in contact with you about that. So really want to thank you all. Uhuru, let's keep on raising this money. We have just over $15,000 left. We can do this. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Diane and Leah, for that powerful appeal. Really appreciate you being on the 24-hour annual Reparations Telethon. This has been really fantastic. So Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru. And before you go, I just want to say that I am going to jump in and pledge $100 right now.
Uhuru.
I will put in that that payment when I'm not emceeing the telethon, but Uhuru, this is the work that needs to happen, and I call on everyone out there to do the same. Donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
Uhuru, be like Erica, donate blackpowerblueprint.org/health center.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. So coming up next, I am going to invite on Benjamin Prado, the Undersecretary General of Unión del Barrio, who's joining us from stolen indigenous land of occupied Mexico known as California. As the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, we unite with the party's firm position that this land, known as the Americas, is land that was stolen at gunpoint by white settlers from the indigenous people, and that it continues to be stolen, occupied land today. So we stand in unconditional solidarity with the right of indigenous people to reclaim their land and win self-determination and national liberation. We're honored to be joined today by Undersecretary General of the foremost revolutionary Mexican liberation organization of these times, Unión del Barrio. Welcome, Benjamin Prado.
Uhuru, thank you. Ali and Erica, really appreciate being on this program. Very, significant effort to really build dual and contending power. So we salute, Chairman Omalia Shatella, Ona Sene, all the Central Committee, and all the membership of the African People's Socialist Party. I really want to salute the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for this event.
Uhuru, thank you so much for joining us. Can you talk a bit about Unión del Barrio and what are its goals and its mission?
Absolutely. Well, Unión del Barrio is a revolutionary internationalist organization that has set our goal of building a people's organization capable of promoting the self-determination of the Mexican working class. We see the necessity to build a organization that politically represents the class interest of the Mexican working class. We as Mexicanos see ourselves as indigenous peoples to this continent, to these lands, California, Arizona, Nuevo Mexico, Texas, Colorado, all that territory that was fought for by indigenous and African peoples in Mexico to expel the Spanish colonial settlers that had taken power and control over Mexico for way too long, had colonized our territory. And, we recognize ourselves as indigenous peoples on these lands. That the colonial border that exists today, that came about as a result of manifest destiny, that came about as a result of settler colonial violence against indigenous peoples throughout this continent, that we see ourselves as heirs of an anti-colonial struggle that is more than 500 years old. And, to that end, we believe that it is fundamentally important to organize ourselves as a working class peoples to reclaim our labor, reclaim our land, reclaim our resources, and strike 1,000 blows to capitalism and imperialism, which is the one most parasitic entity that is killing people throughout the world. And we don't just mean that it's starving people or that it's leaving people out in the cold to die, which it does, but it's literally in its most violent form attacking peoples and nations throughout the world to extract its resources and to create this fundamentally unsustainable US way of life of massive consumerism, right? And so Unión del Barrio is dedicated towards building the self-determination of our peoples to reclaim those lands, resources, and labor, and put it in and invest that interest, that organized capacity of our people to feed, clothe, and house ourselves, right, and build the necessary institutions, just like the Uhuru movement is demonstrating through the Black Power blueprint, to really not depend and not rely on this terrible capitalist system.
Uhuru. Thank you, Benjamin, for that powerful response. And just want to let you know that people are listening to this interview and with what you're saying. And we have a donation from Mary in Seattle of $50 and from Joan in Alamo, California of $1,000. Uhuru.
Excellent.
That's amazing. And so that brings us to a total of $35,723 raised for Uhuru Kulea. It gives us $14,277 left to go. So Uhuru, Benjamin, thanks for being with us today and talking with us. So could you tell us a little bit more about the history and importance of the decades-long relationship that exists between Unión del Barrio and the African People's Socialist Party?
Yeah, absolutely. Unión del Barrio that was founded in 1981, by veterans of the Chicano Power movement of the 60s and 70s, really wanted to build this organization of organizers to really move forward and advance the self-determination of the Mexican people. And our movements came under attack because we recognize that not only the Chicano Power movement, but also the African liberation Black Power movement, and even AIM and other organizations that had as their objectives the self-determination of our peoples. Was we were born and created in early 1981 or mid 1981, and during this process of building this organization, Unión del Barrio, we came across the Burning Spear here in San Diego, and it was veterans of our organization, founders of our organization, who had an initial meeting with Comrade K. Fing, Comrade, rest in power. He introduced there was a meeting that eventually brought the chairman out to San Diego, and since there was an important relationship that was established between our founding member Ernesto Bustillos, rest in power, comrade as well, and Chairman O'Malley, and throughout the years, really looking at this question of colonial oppression that is impacting our peoples collectively, and we clearly recognized, right, that we have the common enemy of U.S. settler colonialism and U.S. imperialism that is attacking our people, with intention to destroy our capacity as a peoples to live with dignity, to live with human rights, to live with self-determination. And so, throughout the years, we built our own capacity and our own understanding around this and this question of colonialism, that it is colonialism that is at the root cause of many of the things that we suffer as a people, that in fact, everything from lack of healthcare, lack of housing, lack of, dignified, livable wages is all a consequence of this parasitic economic system that puts, forward the supremacy of white people, that to live very well while the rest of us live in conditions of in terrible conditions. And really establishing or reestablishing even these connections between the Black Power movement, the Black Power struggles of even the 1960s and 1970s to advance revolution. At the end of the day, we recognize that we won't get out of our situation unless we build the capacity to build a revolutionary movement. And with that, it requires revolutionary theory. And so, over the years, the significance of the African People's Socialist Party and building the theory of African internationalism has also helped our organization grow and build, the theoretical foundations upon which we need to wage this anti-colonial struggle. And so the nearly 40 years now of political unity between our two organizations, between Unión del Barrio and the party, has been a fundamental, important relationship to, challenge those forces of colonialism that want to pit us against each other as if we are somehow, somehow as if we have any, as if we're enemies to one another, and we're not. We're the same people. In fact, we live in the same barrios, same ghettos, same communities. And, with this constant attacks on the dignity of African people and Mexicans in particular, especially in Southern California, especially as it relates to the border, there's this whole media, campaign of slandering of our African brothers and sisters, of our the slandering even of our community, as if we're, that so-called somehow stealing resources from African people, when the real thieves are, settler colonial system that has imposed itself and keeps us, fighting for crowns, when in reality we're the ones who produce everything. And, you know, at that point, when we realize that we're the ones who produce everything, we're the ones who work, we're the ones who build, we're the ones who create massive amounts of wealth, usually not for ourselves, usually for the oppressor, you know, that's how and why we need to build this important alliance. And it goes beyond alliance, right? It's this unity that we have as a people to really strike, you know, the death blow to this colonial oppressive system. And, you know, like we've done, like I mentioned earlier, right? It was African people, indigenous people that were waging struggle against Spanish colonialism. Vicente Guerrero, you know, who was an African in Mexico, a Mexican African, an Afro-Mexican, as they would call it, but, you know, we recognize him as an African person, you know, waging anti-colonial struggle, just like Jose Maria Morelos, you know, because of slavery and the reality that existed in Mexico. You know, it was indigenous peoples, it was African peoples who were fighting back against colonialism. And that's what we need to build and continue to build today, is this unity. And another really significant idea, concepts that we've worked with and you know, shared with the party has always been this question of dual and contending power. And that's what these institutions represent, right? A contending power so that we no longer have to rely on the profit-driven motive of these private clinics and institutions, but that we can have one of our own. And that's why we do support, you know, the Wakila Health Center, because it represents an institution for the people. Just like the Black Panther Party was giving, you know, built the breakfast program for African people in Oakland and throughout, you know, the entire U.S. The colonial state then saw that it was a danger, right? Using, and, you know, J. Edgar Hoover at the time labeled the Black Panther Party as the most dangerous organization to the internal security of the United States. And there was a reason for that, because when African people, when Mexicans get organized and united, there's no power, there's no military force that can stop, you know, the movement of our peoples to reclaim and build power for ourselves.
Uhuru, so powerful to hear about Indigenous and African liberation struggle as being hand in hand, and how your struggles are as one, and that how African internationalism really has given us this framework to see the world as it really is, and to identify colonial capitalism as that common enemy of the people who will liberate all of the world if only they can take back their own power, their own wealth, and their own resources. And that is what we're here to do today. And thank you so much for speaking about the stand of solidarity that Unión del Barrio has with the African People's Socialist Party, and with the importance of supporting Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center today. Is there anything further that I want to ask for the FBI tag? Do we have time?
Yeah, we would really like to you know, put forward our contribution, right? Ready to pledge $200 tonight to the center, because we think that, you know, it's fundamentally important to really build this dual and contending institution, right, of Black power, and we'll do our part and contribute 200 tonight.
Thank you, Ben Hameen. We so appreciate that you've been coming here and your stand of solidarity with the African People's Socialist Party, decades-long relationship between the two institutions, and we salute you for being here today.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Ben Hameen.
Oh,
really,
thank you very much, comrades.
A staple of the 24-hour reparations telethon for sure. Uhuru.
Right on, Uhuru.
All right, so yeah, that was really amazing interview with Comrade Ben Hameen. So thank you so much. And now we're going to go into another exciting segment. And as we had mentioned earlier, on July 29th, 2022, the FBI violently raided 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru movement, including the home of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela. And this was an attack by the colonial state to try and shut down the African Revolution and to try to stop African people from taking back their power and liberation. So joining us now is Mwezi Odom, a member of the African People's Socialist Party and chair of the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. So welcome to Hands Off Uhuru campaign chair Mwezi Odom. We are so honored to have you here today.
Uhuru comrades, Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Erica, Comrade Ali, for that introduction. And I just want to open up by just appreciating this telethon. Really want to appreciate the presentation just before with Comrade Benjamin, this whole program, and just really want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela, whose bold leadership, is the reason that we're gathered here today to support the Black Power Blueprint, to see what theory in practice is and why we must really fight to defend it. So I'm just grateful to be here, comrades.
Uhuru, well, we are so grateful to have you here today. And I wanted to see if you could start off by telling us about yourself and your work as the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru campaign.
Uhuru, yes. And I just wanted to say, will we show the video today, or will we have time for that?
It looks like no.
Okay. So I do want to encourage everybody to, and we can make sure we.
Oh, sorry. Anyways, we will be showing the video. Sorry about that. We're gonna
No, great. Okay, just wanted to see how much you want to hear from me and how much you want to see for yourself also. But I do. So I am a member of the African People's Socialist Party and of the Uhuru movement. And as Comrade Ali said, on July 29th, the FBI orchestrated pre-dawn raids on 7 of the properties of the African People's Socialist Party. And, part of the party's powerful response was to wage this counteroffensive to really, control the narrative and to, wage a serious fight back against these colonial state attacks. And this defense, this counteroffensive is in the form of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign. So, and I can say a little bit more about that too at, later, but I have been given the responsibility to lead this counteroffensive, as I said, in the form of the campaign. And, the important part around the Hands Off campaign is that we have to understand why the African People's Socialist Party was attacked. It was clear that this attack was not an attempt, that it was an attempt to crush the African liberation movement, the work of the APSP, but also a clear, attack on Africa and African people. And this campaign is, very serious fight back, because we understand that what happened on July 29th, as you'll see in the video, our leaders were handcuffed with, assault rifles pointed at them. They orchestrated, they used flashbang grenades and drones and battering rams, and they broke down doors, windows, stole property. And, this, we have to understand that this was a, really like an assassination attempt at the chairman's life, and, to create the perfect scenario to, come pre-dawn, expecting our leadership to be asleep, right? Having to wake up and defend themselves. And so, which we'll talk about more, I'm sure, in this interview, but just the, I could say more, and I will say more about, just the importance of the African People's Socialist Party, because as the chairman said, we are not retreating, we are building. And here we are today building, what may not seem connected to our overall future as a health center, but it is so much more than that. So just wanted to open up with that.
Can we go to the video now? Is that the plan? I think.
This is the FBI. You have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for...
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
You need a breach? What do you need? Need one. I don't know. What's whole bed with money? Don't take it.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Such a powerful video, and it really speaks to the needs for this hands-off campaign. Can you tell us about the main goals and demands of the Hands-Off Uhuru campaign?
Uhuru, yes. And I do want to just say, even before, talking about why we have these goals and these demands is, to understand that, as you saw in the video, immediately after, these attacks, the chairman and other comrades, had to really hold these press conferences to control the narrative around these, really absurd and like insulting allegations, that the chairman and that, the party have been, under like this like malign Russian influence, right? In running, as we've heard earlier, like electoral candidates, in the US against reparations and genocide. And so we, there's an ideological and a political, struggle that is really important. And it goes without saying that, no African person, needs a Russian, right, to tell us the conditions of how we face, anywhere around the world. Like, we know that, but, named in this indictment, were four unindicted co-conspirators, and there are criminal charges that are looming, right? And as the state tries to build this defense against the African People's Socialist Party. So part of the goals and demands is to also wage this clear struggle against people understanding that this is a continuation of COINTELPRO and the government's long history of and the state's long history of trying to crush the African liberation movement. So this is why we say hands off Uhuru, why we say hands off Africa, and because the party has built and continues to build an anti-colonial front of the African liberation movement, and the anti-colonial demands of the party have been around for over 50 years. So in this campaign, we say, and if you are on your phone, or you see somebody walking around with a petition form, you can find our demands on our petition. And we have 3 simple demands. That one, that we demand that an end to all harassment, all raids, all surveillance, infiltration of or theft of property, and threats of criminal charges, and attempts at intimidation and slander on Chairman, the African People's Socialist Party, and the Uhuru movement by the FBI. We also denounce the history of COINTELPRO program and all of the programs that are created to assassinate and politically imprison our leaders, to disrupt and to unite the African liberation movement around the world. And the last one we say is that we stand in support of the right of African people to advocate, organize, and liberate for the unification of Africa and her forcibly dispersed, people everywhere, which is why we're here today. And so those are some of the demands that have made. And if you go to our website too, you can also download our foldover, which has information about the campaign, as well as what are the principles of unity as well. So I wanted to say that, and that can also be found on our website. But you asked about our goals. And, as we mentioned, these attacks were a political attack, and there are real legal and, economic and political implications. And so we have main goals. The main goal, well, not the main goal, but not the first main goal. They're all important, but we need people to donate, right? The Hands Off campaign is, has an overall goal of raising $500,000 towards, legal funds and, other funds that are, going to be required and needed to really wage a serious fight back. In year 1, we want to raise $250,000, which I know we can do. We want to thank all of the donors and everybody who understands what's at stake. And so who has put their support behind this. So those are some of the things that we need in terms of donations. But, if you want to donate, you can hold a fundraiser, right? You can, Comrade Erica, who's on the call now, held a really successful yard sale, which helped raise resources for the, for the campaign. We have another comrade who likes to DJ, and they, spun at a club, and then the money that they got, they put towards the campaign. So even creative ways of how you can see yourself, providing back in a material way to this campaign. And another goal is to sign the petition. You can go to handsoffuhuru.org/petition to sign the petition as well. And or you can, print off a petition form on our website, and you can go around and collect petition signatures. We want to take these to the UN at the next, in 2023. And we need people to continue to say that, if you don't even agree with everything that we say, at the very least, you understand that African people have the right to advocate and organize for themselves. So that's the petition. We also tell people to bring speakers to their community. So, and I could talk more about the tour that the chairman just finished doing throughout these past months, which was really powerful. But, as we said, we have 4 unindicted co-conspirators as well. And so we want to be able to put all of the everybody who was named in this indictment out there, so that people can, we can have these conversations and wage these, struggles. And you can join the committee. You can even start your own committee. And, there's many ways to get involved. If people have skills in like graphic designing, you like, chopping up videos or making flyers, you can help with our outreach and our social media team, or info at tech. If you have legal skills and you want to be a paralegal, or cultural skills, and you want to, make a Hands Off Uhuru track and, put it out there and let people know what happened. However, you have skills, the campaign, needs that. And you can start your own. And Comrade Benjamin, who was just on, and several other comrades in Southern California, occupied Mexico, have also done a really great event that we just finished doing, which was, a way to, as Benjamin had mentioned before, the highest form of unity is organization. And so, bring your base into this work, and let's, fight for what it means to fight back against state oppression. So I would say those are some of the main things that you can find on our flyer. And I might have time to talk about the emergency indictment response, which is a really important goal that we have, asking people to go to the website and sign up to receive, text messages and, instant alerts if there's any, hands laid on any members of the movement, including the chairman, and we want people to be able to mobilize their base to get out there and to make these demands and let the state know that we're watching them, and yeah. So
Uhuru, thank you so much, and people are listening and are mobilized by what you're saying because they are donating. So Uhuru, we have Comrade Ron in Seattle who just put in $250. Uhuru Ron,
yes.
And Sarah in Oakland
Wow.
who just put in $35. So now we have a total of $36,208 remaining, $13,792 to go.
It's amazing.
Uhuru. Unfortunately, we are right at time, and Wazy, I don't know if you have a quick minute that you want to say why it's important for people to support Uhuru Kulea and how it fights back against these attacks by the FBI, but just briefly before we go on.
For sure. And I think that's the best way to end is, on the morning of the attack, the deputy chair was preparing for an important, program in the Black Power Blueprint. And not only, she may not have been able to make it to the Uhuru House on that day, but that African doula program was completed, and everything that you can support in this Black Power Blueprint, you have to, by now you should know that it will get done. And, and so I just want to say that this is a concrete program, and, it relates to the Hands Off campaign because this is an example of what it looks like when African people can advocate and organize for their own liberation. So it's bigger than a healthcare center, but the Africans in St. Louis are part of the African nation. And so we want all of our people everywhere to have this ability to grow a better life. So I just want to say, I really want to still salute this whole telethon and the Uhuru Kulea program. I'm so excited. I think it's incredibly important, for African women's health. And we have to really support the right for African people to have the freedom to nurture. And that's what Uhuru Kulea means. So let's build the African Women Health Center, and salute to you, comrades. Uhuru. Uhuru.
We've got one final donation. Jesse in New York has given us $50, and we're going to roll right into an appeal from Comrade Sandy. So thank you, Jesse, for giving.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Uhuru, comrades, I hope that people can see me. I'm not certain. I'll proceed though. What an amazing program, amazing day of programming in this 4th annual Giving Tuesday Reparations Telethon, where we are raising at least $50,000 for the Black Power Blueprint, which will go towards the building of the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. And amazing presentations just now from Comrade Mwezi, leading up the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. Very, very exciting. And if you missed it, definitely go back and watch the primetime segment with Chairman Omali Ishitela, Deputy Chair Onezene Ishitela, Inez and Charles Barron of New York, and before them, African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess and Uhuru Solidarity Movement Chair Jesse Neville. That's my leadership, who I want to salute and express my deepest gratitude for your brilliance and your dedication to build and forge this movement for reparations, for white people's salvation, so we can become a part of humanity. So yeah, I'm Sandra Forrest, and I've been a part of the Uhuru movement since the 1980s. I'm proud and honored to be a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, living and struggling under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, building political and material support from the white community, from inside the belly of the beast, Black Power and white face. So we are calling on everyone watching this broadcast to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center right now and donate generously, make your reparations payment today, and cast your lot with the future, with the rising African nation. And let us know in the chat, that you have donated. as you've heard, the Black Power Blueprint under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onizane Ishatella has been growing for 5 years. It's a dynamic process of acquiring and renovating properties and turning them into institutions and programs, building political and economic power by and for the Black working class community of North St. Louis. This spring, my partner and I got to travel from the West Coast to St. Louis, and we visited some of the locations of the various projects of the Black Power Blueprint. It was so amazing and impressive to see what's being accomplished in a really short period of time under the driving force of Deputy Chair Onizane Ishatella. One of these locations was the Black Community Basketball Court, which had been the focus of last year's telethon. It wasn't completed when we were there. The ground had been cleared, and now we saw in the pictures the amazing basketball court with the beautiful center court logo of the home team, Black Power Vanguards. So wow, that's amazing. And then the workforce housing, we got to visit the apartments that are going to serve as housing for Africans coming out of the colonial prison system, and we'll do so in conjunction with the training and employment program to welcome them back into the community. And this is one of the parts of the Black Power Blueprint that's very moving to me. People may have seen that tonight the state of Missouri executed by lethal injection Kevin Johnson, a 37-year-old Black man who admitted to killing a white St. Louis area cop because he had been responsible for the death of Johnson's 12-year-old little brother. And Johnson was 19 years old at the time. But, over 1 million African people are incarcerated today in prisons across the U.S. in just unbelievable, inhuman, intolerable conditions. And this is colonialism. This is the colonial mode of production. And the Black Power Blueprint is building a new mode of production. And the housing today is fully furnished thanks to Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, and the support of volunteers and donors like the people watching today. So we got to see the Gary Brooks Community Garden, got to see the place where the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is held weekly there, that provides an accessible space where African vendors can sell their merchandise, bringing resources and community commerce into the North Side. And we got to see the 2 beautiful murals that were in progress. And so all of these programs are part of the strategy to contend with the colonial economy that oppresses African people by building an economy by and for African people, creating a new world. And that's why you should contribute to the Uhuru Kulea Women's Health Center today at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. A lot of that work is underway, and we've seen that in terms of the land has been acquired, the drawings have been done, and 14 doulas were trained. And I recently saw a new documentary called Aftershock about the experience of pregnant African women in this colonial medical system that actually kills pregnant African women and their babies through neglect and denial of care and just downright abuse. And we heard the testimony earlier from Columbai and Jeanette of her personal experience, as well as Rage there in St. Louis, her experience that was just absolutely enraging. And, that documentary was also very eye-opening, and I wish they would have included information about the Uhuru Kulea, because that is the real solution to end the murder of African women and their babies. And it's being developed in a partnership with the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, which has started up the free telehealth program in response to the pandemic, where African people have borne the brunt of the disease and death from this pandemic. So the program of the Black Power Blueprint, this program is part of the independent, self-determined, liberated future where African people can live free, and we can be part of making that a reality. So, earlier in this telethon, Chairman O'Malley talked about the colonial mode of production, and he stressed that colonialism is not something that happens to African people, but it's a relationship of production where white people enjoy the fruits of the stolen labor and lives of African people. And I know I don't want to be a part of that. Tonight, I want to contribute $50 towards the telethon. I want to call on everyone to make a generous contribution, and to do so by going right now to blackpowerblueprint.org/health Health Center. So Uhuru, and forward with the Black Power blueprint.
Nice. You live? Yes. All right, Uhuru comrades, welcome to Uhuru Movement Trivia. My name is Hallie.
I'm Brendan, and thank you, Sandy, so much for that. That was an incredible appeal. And just a reminder, everybody can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health-center and donate right now.
Yes. Yeah, I just really want to salute this whole program today. The political overview from Chairman Amalia Chatella and all of the party members and Solidarity comrades. It's been such an incredible day, and we're just getting into the second half of our program. So we wanted to have a kind of socialist competition with our comrades in the room and tuning live on our various platforms to see how much do you know about the Uhuru movement for African liberation. So let's take it away to the next question number 1. So how this is going to work, you can put your answers in the chat, whatever platform you're watching on, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. We're now on Twitch at Uhuru Solidarity. And if you're in the room, just write it down, see who knows it first. So, all right, question number 1. Which of these 4 organizations was not one of the 3 founding groups that became the African People's Socialist Party back in 1972? We have A, the Black Rights Fighters, B, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC, C, the Black Study Group, or D, the Junta of Militant Organizations, JOMO. So,
some pretty incredible
you can put your very powerful organization. So
yells out.
Well,
I think there's a few people in this room that should not play.
I know. We have to do this like hybrid style, but we do have our slideshow has the answers on the next slide. So, and we don't have like Jeopardy music, but you can just whisper it to yourselves or to each other.
Put the answers in chat. Keep score at home.
So, survey said, let's see what it is.
Wait.
Oh.
Before we do that, Erica just gave $100.
True.
Go be like Erica. Donate at blackpowerblueprint.org/health-center.
Health Center. Uhuru, Erica, that's fantastic. So survey is in. The correct answer is B, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. Now,
we all won.
Everyone who got it. So we're this particular trivia.
Just be honest if you got it wrong.
This is the second time we've done trivia on the Giving Tuesday Telethon over the years, and we've not quite developed it to have a point system and things like that. But any ideas for that, put it in the chat. So this is somewhat of a trick question because Chairman Amalia Chatella was active in SNCC back in the early 1960s. This was another working class Black organization where Chairman worked with Ella Baker, who was a very active member in SNCC. But SNCC was, by the time of that the party started, it wasn't really active anymore. It had been crushed by the counterinsurgency. So salute to everyone who got that right.
Congrats.
And congratulations. So Brendan,
you learned something.
To the next question.
Question number 2. Which point of the APSP's 14-point platform is about the demand for reparations?
Difficult.
A, 3.
Jesse knows.
B, 7. C, 11. Or D, 13.
So we've made it a bit easier. Of the 14 options, there's now only 4. So there's multiple choice. So you're welcome.
We didn't want to go all the way to L. Or...
Would you like to take a guess? And survey says, can we go to the next slide?
Of course, Penny's correct. Of course. The 14-point platform is the heart and soul of what the African People's Socialist Party wants and believes and will realize. Point number 11 states, we want the U.S. and the international European ruling class and states to pay Africa and African people for the centuries of genocide, oppression, and enslavement of our people. Incredible.
And right now I can't see the chat, but I hope people are putting their answers in there. And yeah, just really want to salute the party's 14-point platform. It is an incredibly beautiful document. We have large posters here in the Solidarity Center on the door over here. And every campaign and organization and even article in the Sphere is rooted in at least one of those 14 points. So you got to know your 14-point platform. And let's move on to question number 3. Uhuru. So this is the last multiple choice, then it gets a little more. So what year did Chairman Amalia Shatella run for mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida? So we have option A, 1984. Option B, 1996. C is 2001. Okay, the 2000 now. Okay, and D, 2008. So, different, yeah. And I just really want to appreciate the presentation that happened earlier today with different, Director Chimaringa, Director Kulea, President Midwest Rep Columbine, and also Comrade Jesse, who all ran for office at different times. And fun fact, the chairman also ran for mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida. So let's hear what year was it in? Let's hear it. 2001. Who in the room knew that? Raise your hand. Chairwoman. Jesse, fun fact. You want to come to the mic here?
I believe the chairman also ran for mayor.
To the mic? To the mic? You wanna shout it out, comrade?
Little known fact, Chairman Amalia Shatella also ran for mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida in the early 70s.
Wow. St. Pete?
I
Yes.
had the honor of being his campaign manager.
Wow. And
Okay, who was the campaign manager for Chairman Amalia's 2001 bid for mayor?
Excellent question for next year. Everybody who's watching now, write that
just
down.
a little, just a really fun fact about that campaign, which was incredible. Chairman ran for mayor in 2001 in St. Petersburg, Florida, and he actually won all of the African and mixed precincts in the whole city, except for one precinct, which I'd like to know what happened there. That one was rigged, and he won. So he just won the overwhelming majority of the African vote in the mayoral race. So it's truly a testament to his leadership over the community. People there love him and wanted him to be mayor. So
Can I say more?
yes, come on in, comrade, Mayor Jesse.
More knowledge.
In 2017, when the party ran Director Kulea for District 6 and myself for mayor, one of my opponents in the mayoral race was Rick Baker, the former mayor of St. Petersburg, who was also a candidate in that race in 2001 in the primary, where he lost the African vote to Chairman Amalia Shatella in the primary.
Right.
So during one of the most infamous debates of the 2017 campaign at the Hilton, at one point, Rick Baker was getting very flustered, and Chairman Amalia Shatella stood up from his seat and started challenging him from the floor in order to traumatize him, force him, remember me? I kicked your ass in 2001. So that's another fun fact. And Rick Baker lost that time. So,
Yeah. Not just kidding.
yeah.
All right, thank you, comrades. Thank you, Jesse, for that tidbit of information. So let's take it to number 4, Brandon.
And before we do number 4, Elaine from St. Louis just donated $25.
Elaine.
Drew Elaine, thank you so much.
And you can donate too at blackpowerblueprint.org/health
center.
Okay, number 4. What was the name of the African woman who defended herself against a white rapist and went to prison for it and was ultimately released after a long and historic campaign led by the Uhuru movement?
So for people that have been involved in USM, even a little bit, you've probably heard this name put out at different events. The chairman often speaks about it, and it was just one of the truly founding campaigns of the Uhuru movement that seemed to formalize what they do and the type of campaigns they do. So let's
The answer is Desi Woods.
Desi Woods. Long live.
On June 17th, 1975, in rural Georgia, Desi defended herself and her friend Cheryl Todd from a white rapist by turning the gun on him and shot him to save their own lives. She was sentenced to prison for 5 years, but the African People's Socialist Party led a fierce campaign to release her. Their slogan was, "Free Desi Woods, smash colonial violence."
Uhuru.
It was 22 years.
Oh, wait, can you say?
She was probably
She was sentenced.
Oh, so she was sentenced to 22 years, but and freed after 5 years because of the campaign led by the party to free Desi Woods.
Right.
Uhuru. So, and just quick note on these photos here, which we do have one poster here. This was one of the historic posters from that campaign, and this protest on the right. That is how big these demonstrations were. You can see the huge banner that was there, Free Desi Woods, also a slogan by Marcus Garvey behind it, Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad. So this campaign really connected the anti-colonial struggle with the oppression of African women. So
the demonstration was in San Francisco in July 1978, and it was huge. But at the same time, the party held a demonstration in Plains, Georgia, the same day on the East Coast. Plains, Georgia was the little tiny hometown of Jimmy Carter, who was the president. And wow, I mean, people like in the town, it was so colonialist, and you know, we were marching through the little tiny town, and people were like crying and stuff, and but it was really powerful because Africans came from the Bronx. There was a leading member of the Attica struggle was there. Puerto Rican nationalists came all way out in the country in Georgia in a bus. And it was really powerful. When we got off the bus, we had a bus from New York City. And when we got off the bus, there was media from all over the world. And because it was Jimmy Carter's hometown.
Oh, wow. Where it happened?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not where it happened.
Or where
the
demonstration was.
Because his platform was human rights. So the thing that happened was we got off the bus, and African people and Puerto Rican people from the Bronx, from the South Bronx, so the media is going, "Oh, where are you from?" And they're like, "We're from the South Bronx. This is the president's town." And I mean, the South Bronx is horrible, but this is the worst place we've ever seen. You know, and it was really powerful. We were outraged.
Wow.
And then let me just say one more thing. We got back on the bus after it was over. We went back, and the bus let us off in Union Square in New York City, and we lived in Brooklyn, so we were taking the subway back to our house, and everybody was reading the Daily News paper, the Daily News, and there was an article on the back, Desi Woods demonstration in Plains, Georgia, home of President Carter. And I mean, everybody was reading it, and, it was very exciting.
That's
Really powerful. It was really, really powerful. But the same day, the same time in San Francisco was that huge demonstration with at least maybe 500, 600, 700 people.
Wow.
Incredible.
Yeah.
True. That actually, I know we have just a minute or two left, but that leads into our next question. No, it's great to have your direct, experience and knowledge part of this trivia.
Ooh, this next one is good.
This will be our last question for this trivia segment. We will be going again at 2:10 a.m. Central Time. So stick around for that's good. So, all right, this is our last question for right now, but stay tuned. Who was the longtime cadre party member who served as senior political editor of the Burning Spear newspaper?
Wow.
And was chair of the Free Desi Woods campaign that we were just discussing, and was a longtime friend of Chairman Omali Yeshitela since 1975.
Wow. Is anyone not
Anybody?
Somebody.
Somebody besides these two.
All right, somebody in the chat.
People, okay, put them in the chat. So at least people who are in the chat, you can see who's the first to reply. So that's.
I have a hint for any repeat telethon viewers. We showed a whole video about this person at about 4 a.m. on last year's telethon.
Wow.
For anyone.
And another hint, there are some photos of this comrade around this very building we're in.
Yes.
If you want to go scoot around and look who it could be.
Maureen answered first.
What did Brian say? Maureen.
That is correct. Uhuru, long live Omawale Kefing. So this was an incredible comrade who just passed away a few years ago in 2019 after decades of cadre organizing for the Uhuru movement. He was a longtime friend and comrade of Chairman Omali, and Kefing was chair of the committee to free Desi Woods, which we just learned about was such an incredibly powerful campaign. And as Chairwoman Penny was saying, that campaign coordinated coast to coast major demonstrations that, because of the pressure of those demonstrations, led to her release in 1981. And Omawale Kefing always, that's okay. He always fought for the Burning Spear newspaper and freedom for African people. So long live Kefing, Uhuru, and
just another little trivia fact. There is a street named after Desi Woods in Oakland, California. She's
right
there. She was Muslim. Actually, she was called then Desi X Woods because X was the Muslim name to say we don't know who our name is. That's why they use the word the X,
right?
Like Malcolm X. But she took the name Rashida Muhammad when she got out and she came to Oakland, and she was very beloved member. She was a midwife and just a really incredible member of the African community of Oakland, and there's a street named after her now.
Wow, that's exciting. That'll go in the next year's trivia.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, comrades. We are going to maybe everyone's participating.
Good work.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
First, a look behind the curtain at the amazing AV team over here.
Yeah, so really want to
thank all of our people that have done such a great job.
Yeah, salute Comrade Zoya, our AV coordinator. And Christina and Aiden. And yes, so this is the Uhuru Solidarity Center. This is yes. Oh, here. Oh, of course. Our telethon coordinator.
Our coordinator, our calculated team.
And what about the program?
Our program coordinator. You guys already saw that. And just again, all 10 people who have been doing the calculation.
If you made a donation tonight at blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, this comrade, Amanda, has been counting it up, texting all the different comrades.
Our logistics coordinator.
Volunteers, Jonathan.
Uhuru, Jonathan, once again. Can't give him another round of applause. And there were some people here earlier. Casey Mackey, round of applause for Casey. Angelica.
Who else is here earlier?
Kitty. Chairwoman Penny Hess.
So there was lots of comrades are involved. So this room here is the Uhuru Solidarity Center, as you can see. Here I'll stand here so we can see. So this is a building owned by the African People's Socialist Party. It's property of Black Star Industries, and it is truly an honor that it is in the custody. custody of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people working directly under the leadership of Chairman Omali Chatella. It is our responsibility to keep it running, to, you know, pay the rent, keep the lights on, fill it with events and people. And, you know, we have our storefront in the front. We'll show you. We have regular events here. So this, of course, is our big event for November. In September, we held a film night every Wednesday, also led by Comrade Zoya. So, and this is, you know, our behind the scenes of the center. So this room is like the main room where we have our speaking events and presentations. So now we're going to bring you to our front room here. Uhuru Casey. Salute Casey, also on our AV team. So this is the front room, or the red room. We don't have
Remember the
an
video
official name.
when they were coming in?
Oh
shooting
yes,
everything?
well, we can reenact. So
4 months ago today.
And
yes.
all this is still stained.
Yes.
So this was the camera that caught the security footage that you saw on the Hands Off Uhuru video of those pigs coming in with their giant rifles. And we can, although we
shooting splash bang grenades.
We did clean up the
Not knowing
mess
how
they
to
left.
open this gate.
Yeah. Yeah, on the video you see them confused, but you actually can just push that door open. So this room, I really want to introduce you, the viewers online, come on over to this institution, which I have the honor of coordinating. This is Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel. Here's our logo, our business card. So this is an institution of Black Star Industries. So this is one of the over 50 institutions of the African People's Socialist Party. So much more than just a Black-owned business. It's truly Black economic development. And Uhuru Planet Reparations Apparel is truly reparations apparel because not only are the slogans in support of reparations, such as I support reparations to African people. We had a lot of comrades wearing this shirt today, Make America Pay Reparations, Unity Through Reparations. Not only are our slogans in support of that, but also the sale of our t-shirts and hoodies and books and other apparel sustains the African self-determination programs of the Uhuru movement and the Black Power blueprint. So when you buy from uhuruplanet.com, which is our website, you are directly supporting the building that we're in, which is, and also to say, this building is part of the Black Power blueprint, which the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center is part of the Black Power blueprint. So it's really, you know, it's all the same program. So please, you can shop at uhuruplanet.com. And I'd like to ask Brendan here, what is your favorite t-shirt? I know you're a fan of Uhuru Planet, and I'd like to hear from you. What do you like up here?
I like this one right here. I think it's got just a small list of everything that was stolen from Africa and kind of neatly summarizes why reparations are so long overdue.
Yeah, it's really a beautiful design. This is one of our classic designs of Uhuru Planet, stolen from Africans, reparations now, which, as Brendan was saying, all the, you know, the shape of Africa is made up of these different items: gold, oil, people, tea, diamonds, culture. So this is one of our longtime popular shirts. And just to say, all of our t-shirts are $25. We can make them in sizes extra small through 5XL. And in a lot of different colors too. So you can say in the chat what you're interested now, but you can also place an order at uhuruplanet.com.
I actually have
yes.
a bright pink anti-imperialist shirt.
Oh yeah, the shirt Brendan has is this in like a hot pink color, and it's only one of one. So we do print custom shirts. Sorry, not sorry. It's the best. Yeah, anti-imperialist. This is. We actually have this. I'm gonna jump over here, and these like organic cotton tank tops. We only have a small selection of these. They were very popular in the summer, which we're almost sold out of. So in the summer we did a small print run of this design and the shirt that Brendan got, which is very lucky.
If they come in, they can take a look at our $5.
Oh yeah. So this is just, you know, some older designs or you know, still great quality shirts.
If you want to pretend you were at an
yeah,
event.
that's why, because a little outdated, but
Or
still
just want a piece of history.
still a part of history. Yeah. So what other designs do we have here? This is one of our newest ones from the last year. Colonialism Must Go, translated into multiple different languages around the world. And this shirt is a tribute to the African internationalism that when the African People's Socialist Party talks about liberation for African people, it's not only African people, it's all oppressed peoples on the world. So we have this in Swahili, in Spanish, in Arabic, in Russian, in German, and many different languages. So, and we did fact check this with other native speakers to make sure that was accurate. What's another one? This one is definitely popular among the masses. This was the most popular shirt of 2020 for reasons I'm sure everyone can guess. Capitalism is the virus, socialism is the cure. We also sell this one as a black t-shirt with a white slogan. And what's that?
I say Turtle Island.
Turtle Island, yeah. Do you want to talk about this one? Do you know the...
If you don't know what Turtle Island is, if you're in America, you're on it.
Yeah, this is, I drew this one many years ago, and I love when people ask me, what does that mean if I'm wearing the shirt? Because I can say, if they say, what's Turtle Island? You can say, you're standing on it. If you're in so-called North America, that was the an indigenous creation story for how this land was made. So, you know, again, it's not only African designs here, but, you know, solidarity with indigenous liberation, solidarity with the Cuban struggle for freedom, solidarity with Palestine, and we have Comrade Ella Baker here, Chairman Amalia Shatella. So, and you've probably seen a lot of the comrades throughout the program today. Since 7 a.m. when we were on this live stream, people are representing Uhuru Planet because it really speaks to the theory of African internationalism, just squished down into a one-sentence phrase. And what are some other items here? Brendan, would
Make Wall Street Pay Reparations is fantastic, and we also have that in a fashionable button.
We have it in a fashionable button and a fashionable sticker, which we usually throw these in for free if you order from uhuruplanet.com. This was one of our big campaign. It still is a big campaign of Uhuru Solidarity, where we're really calling on the parasitic bankers to pay reparations. And if you go to uhurusolidarity.org/Wall Street, it's a really long page that talks all about the history of Wall Street and everything about it. So pretty much all of our shirts have a backstory, you know, some story that when you're, you know, if you're just walking down the street or waiting at the bus and someone asks you about your shirt, you can go from 0 to 100 talking with a total stranger about anti-colonial struggle or African internationalist politics. So we, you know, if you like what you've seen on the program today, we really encourage you to, you know, rep Uhuru Planet reparations apparel, you know, as we are here. We also sell some books and other literature. You want to talk about the different books here?
So
Brendan?
Overturning the Culture of Violence, it is an excellent resource if you're just getting into just finding out about colonialism, the colonial mode of production. It goes over all of colonial history, and it's just an excellent resource. Chairman Amalia Shatella's latest book, Vanguard. We also have 3 other books of Chairman Amalia Shatella. So articles, interviews, presentations, One Africa, One Nation, and An Uneasy Equilibrium.
Yes, and these 2 books, I just really want to shout out Burning Spear Media, Uhuru, Director Akile, leader of the Agitation and Propaganda Department, where we order all of our books from. We just had to restock these because they're flying off the shelves. People want to learn about how to overturn the culture of violence. And these 2 books in particular are the political reports from Chairman Amalia Shatella to the African People's Socialist Party at their annual, every 5 years they have a Congress. So this is the one to get. Vanguard is the newest political report.
Next year at Occupy Design, right?
Yes, October 2023. Start saving up for it. We're gonna be there. I'm gonna be there.
Absolutely. And of course, Burning Spear newspaper. $1 and always fantastic.
Yes, the burning spear. Oh, that was going to be another trivia question for later, but I'll just say it now. It's over 54 years in print. It is the oldest. I think it's older than the Uhuru movement itself. I think it was being published before the movement was like officially consolidated, but it's the oldest Black Power newspaper still in print. And you can get it from uhuruplanet.com or directly from theburningspear.com. Before I forget, let me show you the bathroom here. It's not your average bathroom. We've decorated this to be a beautiful gallery of sorts with the same kind of photos that were behind us, the main stage where we're speaking. So this is from the same body of work that a few years ago in 2019, I coordinated a gallery exhibit at the Diesel Cafe in Somerville, Massachusetts. Shout out to Massachusetts, where I used to live. And we, and Comrade Ali and Amanda, we put this together, just finding used frames to put these historical photos of the movement. If you want to come in, there's a few more back here. And actually right here, this ceiling thing, when the FBI attacked this building, they smashed that open trying to find whatever, I don't know, there's like a little space up there. So they smashed this, it was dirt everywhere. These, posters were ripped down. You see they damaged these posters. And yeah, it was just a total mess, but we really tried to clean it up since then. And just some more photos back here. So we tried to, as much as we could, put a little information about what you're looking at, because there's so much history in the African People's Socialist Party. This gallery here is only a tiny snapshot of all the incredible campaigns of resistance that the African People's Socialist Party has led over the years. This is Comrade Huey P. Newton. And then we have, this is Omawala K. Fing. Can you believe how young he was? This is at the party's second Congress of the African People's Socialist Party in January 1987, with other members of the Central Committee here. This is about the Measure O campaign. It's historic. So that is the center. 4 minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
We do have all our propaganda over here on the table.
Yeah, so this is
our flyers.
This is a view of when you come in the room here. Yeah, here's our telethon. So, we have our sign-in table for people who come in the building. And when we do outreach tables, we have similar literature, but this one we just leave here. And let's shout out some other Buy Black Power products for our last segment here. So I also want to appreciate the Uhuru furniture stores, both in Philadelphia and Oakland. What incredible presentations those were. And I also love how both of those segments included products from the Buy Black Power campaign. In the Philadelphia store, they had some t-shirts from us. So we sell to all the institutions and to anyone out there. So if you want to buy our t-shirts in bulk at a wholesale discount for your store, for whatever, even just to sell with your friends, you can contact us at uhuruplanet.com. And we also buy from the other institutions. So we buy from Burning Spear Media, we buy the books and the newspapers, and we also purchase from the African National Women's Organization. They sell these amazing products called Decolonize. Okay. Thanks, Casey. They smell really good. You wanna whiff them?
Oh, absolutely.
They are just beautiful body butters.
Fantastic.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna use this one, but I have like 4 of them in my house. This flavor is the black or the berry. My favorite flavor or scent, it's not really flavor, you should not eat it, is imperialism is dying pudding. Like pudding, it's just really excellent. So these are for your skin, just to keep you hydrated. You can also use them in your hair too. They also sell soaps. They have bar soaps, but we're sold out of those now. So this is I really love this soap because it's similar to the bar soap but in a liquid. So if you like that, the African Black Castile body wash and shampoo in one. This is only, I think, just $10. So I believe you can buy these on our shop, or you can go directly You can shop at the Decolonize website. We, of course, sell the red, black, and green flags that we get from the Office of Deputy Chair. Oh, and of course, we have tote bags as well. So we have a couple different tote bag designs. This design, just want to salute Chairman Amalia Shatella for ripping down this the racist mural in St. Petersburg, Florida. Here's another one, the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations. And some other products we have are, I saw a lot of comrades today wearing their black berets. So you can get these black berets. We sell these for $12. And a great matching component is your red star. Really want to appreciate the Office of Deputy Chair for selling these to Uhuru Planet. And and we just got a couple of these pins. These were give backs earlier this year for the party's plenary, but if you didn't go to the plenary or you'd like another pin, we are selling them on our site. For 50 years of relentless leadership, salute to the party here. And we have some other items here if you want to zoom in just on these buttons here. So, these buttons we have are just $2. Oh, we actually sold out of the Reparations Now button, but we can get more of those. We have some Black Card Blueprint buttons. This patch, I screen printed these myself, and I just think it's great because someone will ask you like, what's the burning spear? And then you can tell them, and then you can sell it to them. And it's just, these are just a couple dollars. We also have these bracelets for just $2. So nice, little stocking stuffers or just presents for your comrades. If you want to show your support for your comrades and your friends, you can, you could also get them a gift card from Uhuru Planet. So we're almost towards the end of our segment. Do you want to add anything about
I think we
why?
covered.
Yeah.
I think we got everything
We're good?
in here. We had our food table.
Yeah, these are snacks. Yeah, usually it's just, we have other literature or water at this table, but this is what's been keeping us going all these soon to be 24 hours, some fuel. Yeah, so thank you for being part of our tour and view of Uhuru Planet. You can please check out our shop at uhuruplanet.com. We are also, I'll just end it here. We also have an Instagram at Uhuru Planet. We're on Facebook and TikTok. So, and if you want to volunteer, if you're excited about t-shirt design or being an artist for shirts, or you're really good at making TikToks or Instagram, please contact us, info@uhuruplanet.com. You can join our committee. You can volunteer with us. You can help us print t-shirts here in St. Louis, or you could be anywhere around the world. So we have a lot of remote positions as well. So thank you for letting me introduce you to this exciting tour, the exciting institution under the leadership of Deputy Chair Amalia Shatella. I just really salute her. Everything I've learned about leading this institution, I learned from the party. So it's just so exciting to be, always looking good out there in the streets at your next protest. You gotta get Uhuru Planet. So we'll head back into the main room for our next segment. So
all right, Uhuru, we're back.
Okay.
Uhuru. Give a round of applause for that great tour of the Uhuru Solidarity. That was awesome. That was great. You can come.
What do you mean?
Come on, I'm joining you.
You're still
on
with us. You're still
all right.
The MC.
Yes. All right. So I wanted to say something real quick. That I'm really glad that we had a section on the agenda to tour the Uhuru Solidarity Center, because we heard from Chair Mwezi Odom earlier, who is the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign that was formed by the African People's Socialist Party in the aftermath of the U.S. government's attack on the African People's Socialist Party. That was 4 months ago today. So this date is very significant.
It is.
4 months ago today,
Wow.
July 29th of this year, we were at the tail end of something called the Reparations Summer Project that had been going on throughout the month of July. That's actually where we met Brendan.
Oh, yes.
That's where I got started.
That's where Brendan got started. We distributed 8,000 pieces of literature in the neighborhoods surrounding this building, and there were actually drops, as we call it, which is where we go out and drop flyers at people's doors that were planned for that week and even for that day. But instead, the FBI came to this building. So literally 4 months ago today, we were sitting here actually at around this time, still meeting, if you remember. Because we came and had some meetings here the night that this happened. But 4 months ago today, in this building, in addition to the home of Chairman Omali Shatella and Deputy Chair Ona Zanae Shatella, in addition to the home of Penny Hess and Kitty Riley, in addition to the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida, in addition to where Director Akile, who we're going to be talking to in just 27 minutes, was located at the time. What they did was they went to her place where she was staying. They lied to her and told her that there was someone who had broken into her car. I guess I shouldn't say they lied to her because somebody did break into her car. They knew who it was, though. It was the FBI. So the St. Pete police lure her, trick her, lie to her to get her to come out of the house in order to separate her from anyone else in the house, to isolate her so that they could basically detain her and search her and take her phone and take her computer and search her car and everything. And they were also at the chairman and deputy chair's home that they have in St. Petersburg, Florida, which was, they weren't there, but they raided that home. And they also raided the apartment upstairs from this building, which is where I live and Amanda Carlozzi lives. So this was if you count both the apartment and the center in this building, 7 homes and offices that were targeted at the same time, 5 a.m. here in St. Louis, 6 a.m. in St. Petersburg, Florida, same day, same time, a coordinated military attack. This was not FBI agents in a suit and tie showing up with a briefcase and sunglasses and flashing their FBI card and saying, we have a search warrant for the... No, this was not that. This was tanks. This was assault rifles. This was flashbang grenades. This was laser infrared or laser sights trained on the chest of Chairman Omali Shatella as he came down the stairs of his home. I mean, they did serious damage. And it was through the support of the people, and it was through the hard work of people in this room, including Hallie Murray, including Brendan, including Zoya, including other people who fixed up the doors, who fixed up the windows, who repainted things, and who made it look more beautiful than ever right here in the Uhuru Solidarity Center. So I want to give a round of applause for that. And close this out by saying that if the goal of the FBI with that attack on July 29th was to shut down what goes on in this building, to shut down the African Revolution, and to silence and intimidate white people from wanting to support the righteous struggle of African people for self-determination, then somebody at the FBI headquarters should be pulling their hair out right now, because we're having a reparations telethon in that same building just 4 months later. So we can count that as a monumental failure on their part and a victory for the African liberation movement. And if you want to be a part of that victory, you can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate.
Just
go
like,
ahead.
Just like, I hope I'm not getting this name wrong, Sydenham did and gave $25. The new total is $36,723.
Wow.
You're incredible. You're getting it. Magnificent. So that's basically what I wanted to say. I know we have a video coming up. So yes, I can introduce the video unless somebody else. Okay, so we're going to take a look now. One of the things that also happened not too long ago here in St. Louis was we held the 3rd annual St. Louis March for Reparations to African People. And this year's march was a little bit different because this year's march was a hands-off Uhuru march. So again, just a few months after the FBI carried out this counterinsurgency attack on the Black Liberation Movement and on the movement for white solidarity with the Black Liberation Movement, which is part of the Black Liberation Movement, here we are marching behind the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party through white neighborhoods in South St. Louis, chanting 2468, tell the people who we hate, FBI, the CIA, the whole dance, and unity through reparations. And the following day, we were at the Uhuru House in North St. Louis, one of the, actually really kind of the beginning of the Black Power Blueprint, where we had a reparations conference. And we're gonna be looking at some presentations from that conference later today. But first, we want to show you Chairwoman Penny Hess's powerful statement from the March for Reparations. This is from the rally held at the end of the march in Tower Grove Park right here in South St. Louis. So let's take a look. And while you're watching this video, you can go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center and donate. Let's get to the end of our goal. We want to raise at least $50,000, and we only have 13,600 200
or 77.
$13,277, right? Calculator?
Left to go.
Left to go. So we can do this. We've got 7 hours and 22 minutes to go. So let's make this happen. Uhuru.
I am very honored to introduce our next speaker, who was present in St. Petersburg, Florida, over 46 years ago, when Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party held the founding conference of the African People's Solidarity Committee to address the problem of what to do about the white people. What is the principled relationship for white people under the leadership in solidarity with the African Revolution? The chairman answered that question with the creation of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Penny Hess was there at that founding conference, and she has been here ever since, in the trenches under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, building white solidarity with Black power. It is an honor to introduce APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess. Uhuru.
Thank you, Jesse. I want to salute everyone who came out today, everybody who marched, and my responsibility is to talk to the white people under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. And I just want to say how significant it is to see a number of white people marching down the streets of St. Louis with signs and a commitment of unity through reparations to African people in the city that murdered Mike Brown, that has built itself of constant, unending assaults on African people, Mill Creek Valley, throwing toxic chemicals off the Pruitt, Igo rooftops, with generations of African people growing up with cancer in their family, every possible assault that the United States knows was formulated here in St. Louis. And it is historic for white people to take this stand of unity through reparations and the right of African people to fight for their liberation. I want to start also, I want to salute President Kalambay for that profound presentation. And I also want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is also our leadership in the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Chairman Omali Yeshitela is the leader of the African Revolution. You've heard about Malcolm X, you've heard about Martin Luther King. Chairman Omali Yeshitela was the young African man in the 1960s. He summed up when he saw what the FBI and US government did to the African Revolution, the assassinations, the imprisonment of African people, some of whom are still in prison today for struggling for their freedom in the 1960s. The chairman summed it up. What will it take for African people to win once and for all their freedom and liberation? In Africa, the return of their resources and the liberation of African people everywhere. The chairman took that on as a young person, and he has fought, he has gone up against everything, he has solved the problems of the revolution. And I salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and I want you to know, as Jesse laid out, That assault by the FBI was the most intense and violent assault on the African liberation movement since the 1960s. And it is also incredibly important that we have white people here in the streets of St. Louis who are saying we will not stand by and let the US government do that to people who are struggling to win their freedom and liberation. I also want to salute Deputy Chair Ona Zendaya Shatella, the incredible leader, developer, architect of the Black Power Blueprint, which is about political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. And I do want to say that, yes, it was incredibly historic and probably very lucky on my part that I was there 46 years ago. We just had the 46th anniversary of the African People's Solidarity Committee, I think 2 weeks ago, 46 years. And everything that we understand now about what solidarity means, what reparations means, what the struggle of African people is, colonialism, not against racism, all of that the chairman laid out then in the 1976. And when I heard the chairman speak, and I was not a political activist really that much. I was affected by the 1960s when, as the chairman said, revolution was the main trend in the world. And it was incredibly exciting to be alive, to see the time when Che Guevara, Mao, and Fidel, and the revolutionaries, and Patrice Lumumba, and Kwame Nkrumah were alive, and there was a sense in the whole world that this system would be overturned, and that those that had been colonized by this vicious colonial system that we live in would be free and liberated. But that was crushed by a brutal counterinsurgency, a war of the imperialist colonial powers against the revolutionary struggles of the colonized rising up in a just struggle to be free. And Chairman Omali Shatella has ushered in this period, and it has told us that, and I know that the chairman put this out in the very first conference in 1976, the struggle is not against racism, the ideas in white people's heads. The struggle is against colonialism. Yes. And that African people and indigenous people are colonized inside the borders of the United States just as much as any place else in the world, if not more so, because in so many ways, it's this invisible reality, but it is there. It is there in all the statistics. The median income of white people in St. Louis or assets, I would say, is $183,000 a year. For African people, it's like $20,000 a year. And this is why. Why is this true? Because there is colonialism inside the US. This is the problem, because we can unlearn racism all day, every year. We can make ourselves feel good. We can go home to our side of the Del Mar Divide, but everything on the north side of that is still there. Right. The police, the poverty, the conditions that African people experience every single day. And Chairman, what he explained to us, what he took on, it just tore all of the myths that we tell ourselves. He explained that the only reason that white people in the United States or anywhere we are, in Europe, in Africa, in Australia, in Israel, wherever we are the colonizers. We are the colonizers, and we live off the expense of the assault, Europe's assault on Africa, the kidnapping of African human beings, the trafficking, all of these things that we hear today. This is where it came from. Hundreds of years of assaulting and stealing everything that African people and Africa as a continent had, and putting it into the hands of white people. And so this is why, as the chairman has said, the true class struggle, the true working class in the world is the African and colonized working class, not white people, because all white people, and you know this is true, you and I know this is true by just living our lives and seeing it. All white people sit on the pedestal on the backs of African and indigenous people. And, you know, the statistics are that even poor white people have an easier ability in a crisis to raise $3,000 in an emergency than middle-class African people do. Because we live in social wealth. We live with the wealth surrounding us, and we have the ability to see the conditions that African people experience or ignore it. Look at all the streets named Cherokee and Chippewa. We never give that a thought. This was their land. It still is. It still is. And all the conditions that African people experience, we can only, you know, when African people are rising up and resisting, then we have to think about it. But other than that, we can go back to our place on the pedestal. So what we're calling on everybody to do today is say and make a commitment. I cannot walk away from this reality. I cannot not see colonialism right before my eyes. And I see that the African People's Socialist Party put white people under their leadership because they are serious and organized and disciplined as the African working class to overturn this system, which it must go. It's in an incredible crisis, war, environmental destruction, everything that we see. This is all part of and a result of a colonial system that is take and dominate and murder and slaughter and commit genocide and all of the hideous things that human beings can do to other human beings. This is what Chairman Omali of Chatala has taught us. We can take this stand, and we have to be organized. We have to do something. We have to be able to join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. This is a movement far bigger than St. Louis. This puts us into a principled relationship to African people and oppressed people around the world, not appropriating their culture or some other hideous opportunist way that we always do, you know, but to say that how can we rectify this, and that reparations are not a favor. They're not something to make us feel good. They're owed to African people. It's everything. There's no not, the chairman calls it the colonial mode of production. Every single thing that we have, there's nothing that we have that doesn't come from African people. Stolen on the stolen land, or from the colonized people of the planet Earth. So I know my time is up, and I just really want to salute this incredible rally. And I hope people can come out tomorrow to the conference that is going to be at the Uhuru House, 4101 West Florissant. Again, I want to salute Chairman Omali Chatala, Deputy Chair Onasene Chatala, African People's Socialist Party, and just say unity through reparations.
Uhuru means freedom. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's 4th annual 24-hour reparations telethon happening on Giving Tuesday. This is a fundraiser for the Uhuru Kulea African Women's Health Center. This is such a critical program being built by the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis, which is 95% African, and where 30% of the community lives on $5 a day. This is so important and an incredible program that we are calling on you to donate to. So I just wanted to welcome you to this amazing telethon. We're on the 17th hour. I am Casey, and I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement here in St. Louis. And I'm so proud to be a part of this movement. And I just really want to salute that amazing video we just saw from Chairwoman Penny Hess at the March for Reparations that happened this past October that I got to attend. And everything she said in that video is exactly why I joined this movement, because we have to take a stand of reparations to African people. And I am really excited to be here with my comrade Nathan out in Oakland and in the West Coast, who's a member of USM out there. Wanted to welcome you on, Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Casey. And I want to salute that powerful presentation and words from Chairwoman Penny. That was amazing. So hello, everyone tuning in. My name is Nathan Fritter. Like Casey alluded to, I'm based over in the San Francisco Bay Area. And just really quickly, I got involved with USM because I was increasingly fed up with the current state of the US government, their constant prioritization of the needs of the capitalists over the needs of the people. I eventually just realized that reform just wasn't the way, and only overturning was the colonial mode of production was the only way to really have the needs of the people met. So I ended up checking out another event put on by the Uhuru movement called the March for Reparations. I met some really awesome comrades who are still with the movement today, and I was just moved by the powerful messages, the concrete demands for reparations, rather than just empty platitudes and words. And I've been ecstatic to be involved with a real tangible organization working to build dual power and towards economic self-determination for Africans. So this is a great day. It's Giving Tuesday, Global Day of Giving, and we want this to be a day of reparations and to take a stand with African self-determination. So really quickly, going over again our goal. Our goal today is to raise at least $50,000 for the Black Power Blueprint going towards the awesome African Women's Health Center, as Casey alluded to. So far, we have raised $36,723. Maybe some more has come in. If you want to donate, please check out blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. We are looking to raise $13,277 more. So if you're thinking about donating, go donate. If you're on the fence, you should probably donate as well. So please help us meet that goal.
Uhuru, right on. Yes, I totally unite with that call, Nathan. And just wanted to go over a little bit about the Black Power Blueprint and what it has built in the last 5 years leading up to the Uhuru Kulea Health Center. I actually moved here to build solidarity with the Black Power Blueprint as a member of Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And when I was here, there was a bunch of abandoned buildings in the north side. But now, where there was once an abandoned building, there's now a beautiful Black Power Blueprint community basketball court, the Black Power Vanguards. It is so beautiful. And I think we have a PowerPoint showing these things as well. And there also was a fourplex that was once abandoned that was completely trashed, rotting, falling apart. The city has left all these buildings in the African community to rot as a way to gentrify and push them out. And it's now furnished and has beautiful furniture and is completely renovated and ready for housing for the African Independence Workforce Program. There's also the Gary Brooks Community Garden, where there was once an abandoned building that grows fresh fruit and is just an incredible program there. And next to that is the outdoor venue for the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market that is building economic development and growing relationships with African farmers and growers in the Midwest. And 2 beautiful murals that have been painted by Jamie the artist that overlook the community garden and the farmers market, as well as the basketball court. So all of these programs are part of the strategy contend with the colonial economy built on the oppression of African people. And it's just actually transforming North St. Louis and building political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. So you must donate to these programs. And we are raising money for now the health center, and already the Black Power Blueprint has purchased the land where the center will be built, finished the rendering of the building, and trained 14 doulas to assist with African women who are pregnant, to provide prenatal and postnatal care, to overturn the horrible infant mortality rates that happen in North St. Louis. So now today we are raising money, and we want you to go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, because we are raising money for 3 offices, windows and doors, the products room, plumbing, electricity, the main lobby, 4 bathrooms, the Yoni steaming room, 2 stairwells, and 2 conference rooms. And I'm going through this a little fast because we want to stay on track with our program. But you can see this is a concrete thing. This is solidarity, not charity. This is African people having the ability to take care of the mothers and babies in their community themselves. And so it's a project fueled by the people, and the people like you, when you go and donate and help support this revolutionary transformational project. So again, that is blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Now I'm going to turn it over to Nathan for the last portion of this appeal, calling on you to donate, to talk a little bit more about the urgency of these resources. Uhuru, Nathan.
Uhuru, Casey, thank you for that. And yes, donate. Just gonna throw out that link one more time in case you're interested. blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Go and donate. Please help us achieve this amazing project. So I really do want to emphasize that this Giving Tuesday, it's a call to action for all of us who are just offended and appalled at this ongoing death and violence imposed on African people and at every stage of life, as hopefully you can tell from everybody who's been speaking. Whether it's numerous things like dying in the first year of life, being ripped away from their families by Child Protective Services, being forced into prison, murdered by police, or even state-sanctioned lynchings like the execution of Kevin Johnson scheduled today, which unfortunately did end up going through today. So very sad for him. It's just terrible, and you can do something right now. Take a stand on the side of life and power for African people. Go to that link, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center, and donate today, please. And I do want to emphasize, for me personally, like, these things are very truly powerful. These programs. I eventually realized just how truly awful the disparities are between what Africans face and what white people face. I mean, you think about the ghettos, which are essentially modern day open air prisons all throughout America. Their crumbling infrastructure, their poorly funded schools, their lack of opportunities, their rampant crime. It's just, I can feel that physical anger, and it doesn't feel good. And then you have these things like where the city board has purposely ignored those sides of town, and they have allowed their realtor friends to come in and buy properties at depressed values, go in, kick out all the tenants, start the process of gentrification. It's, the more I talk about it, I hate it. I don't know how else to feel, but just so very frustrated. And then you take a look at the suburbs, which essentially is where all the siphoned wealth has gone. They're white dominant. They have plenty of resources, clean streets, good schools, after school programs. They have more than enough resources they need to succeed. And it's like, that can and should be going to African people as well. And ever since I truly understood the systemic obstacles Black people constantly face in America and around the world, as a white person, I feel like anything less than fighting tooth and nail to overturn this brutal colonial system just isn't enough. And in order to overturn it, we have to start by imagining really a better world. We have to imagine a world in which it's not the case that in the US, an African Black woman is 22% more likely to die from heart disease than a white woman. It's not the case that they're 71% more likely to die from cervical cancer and 200% 43% more likely to die from pregnancy or childbirth related causes. We have to imagine a world where it's not the case that in Missouri, Black women are 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. Instead, what we can look to is real tangible evidence of when we do things differently, when we allow Africans to take matters into their own hands, the results are completely different. Studies have shown that the mortality rate of African newborns is cut in half when cared for by African health practitioners, including doulas and midwives. And the Uhuru movement-led midwifery program, 3,000 women had successful births with no loss of mothers or babies over in Sierra Leone, where the mortality rate for African mothers is 1 in 8 women. So we have the evidence, like it's right there. We can see what happens when African people take things into their own hands. And so we just need to go and keep fighting for it and actually make that happen, keep imagining the better world, and then, you know, we're going to manifest it. So yeah, everything's right there, and we have everything we need to make it happen. And what we can do to make it happen faster is a donation. And you know, one more time, the link, blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Please go and help donate and help this wonderful cause today.
Wow, Uhuru, Nathan, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. And you actually inspire me. I would like to, I gave earlier and want to give again because it's a telethon. So count me for another 15. I want anyone out there, maybe 5 people that want to match that, just go for it. Once Charles Barron, the city councilman who is providing fighting for affordable housing for African people in New York, was on earlier. And I remember him saying on last year's telethon, when we were fundraising for the basketball court, which has now been built, to give till it hurts, you know, and especially as white people who are used to a certain kind of lifestyle, once you see that that lifestyle requires, you know, African women to die at these alarming rates during childbirth, and for African babies, the amount of which who die every year under the age of 1, that could fill 15 kindergarten classrooms. Once you see that you are connected to that because of the colonial mode of production that Chairman Amalia Shatella has shown us has connected the entire world into one economic system, you want to make sacrifices of that lifestyle, put reparations in your budget, make this a part of your day-to-day reality so that you can live with integrity and know that you are part of making actual change. This health center is urgently needed. So again, go to blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. Uhuru.
Do this. Let's do it. So wait, with my 15, how much is left to go? Huh? Yes. Yeah, so how much is left to go with 15, my 15? That would be 13,268. So someone should just give $68. Yes, which will put us at.
Add it to that.
Oh no, it would be 13,262.
62.
Okay, so Stretchy's gonna get 62.
I'll do 60.
Okay, which would mean that we have 13,192 left to go.
13,192. We need somebody to put in 192. Blackpowerblueprint.org/health center. And I just want to appreciate Comrade Nate. That was very powerful.
Yes, absolutely.
That was very powerful. And KC, round of applause for both of them. And want to welcome Director Akile Anai, the Director of the Department of Agitation and Propaganda, who is here with us tonight. Uhuru Director Akile.
Oh, Uhuru comrades, Uhuru.
Uhuru, it's great to see you for the 3rd time on the Reparations Telethon this year. And I just want to let people know that in addition to everything else that Director Akile has in her revolutionary resume, the Department of Agitprop under Director Akile also coordinated the AV for the first ever Reparations Telethon 4 years ago. And Director Akile was there, awake for the entirety of that telethon. So we appreciate that. We salute you. We salute your incredible leadership, Director Akile, and really honored to have you on with us once again for our midnight movie. Uhuru.
Excited. Yes, Uhuru.
So I know it's even later than midnight where you are. So we appreciate you being on with us tonight. And I have a couple questions for you about this film that we're going to watch. We're going to take a full hour, and I just want to let viewers know, after our discussion with Director Kulea, we actually have to cut the live stream and then start a new stream. So just go, take a minute, refresh your browser on Twitch or Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, and continue watching the live stream, because we will be screening the 1 hour documentary, Relentless, 50 Years of the African People's Socialist Party, that was put together by Director Kulea. So we want to talk to you about that film, what went into making it, why it was so important to make that film this year in particular. And but first, you are the director of this documentary, but you are also the director of the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. Can you explain to our listeners, to our viewers, what is that? What is agitation and propaganda?
Uhuru. Well, it's something that it's happening all the time, all around you. And particularly for the African People's Socialist Party, the Department of Agitation and Propaganda is the information communication center of our whole movement. And it's where the theory of African internationalism and the leadership of the chairman and the whole party, over the world struggle is, concentrated and put out into the world through various institutions. And agitation and propaganda alone, agitation, that word in and of itself, something to agitate, to get you excited, to mobilize you, to really, I don't connect into that. Sorry, it's kind of late, so I'm trying to find the right words, but it's something that, really, gets you going. You see a poster with just real bold words that say, such and such this issue, and it, drives you to do something. And then propaganda is the thing that explains it. It explains it, articulates this issue. And so you take your agitation and your propaganda, you take the thing that mobilizes the people, and then you begin to explain the world and this worldview, and help people to understand and articulate it this way. That's where propaganda comes in. So this department is constantly in the process of doing that. And as mentioned, there are institutions like the Burning Spear newspaper, Burning Spear publication.
Needs to be fed.
And then, our videos, social media, all these different types of things, our radio, all of these different tools that we use in order to, forward that mission. Like I said, it's something that it's constantly all around you. Ideas, worldview, this thing is constantly surrounding you. And so agitation and propaganda is this thing that, surrounds all of our work. And we are doing it, even if we're not conscious of being propagandists ourselves or anything like that. But that's who we are. Every organizer within the Uhuru movement is a propagandist, African internationalist propagandist. So that's in summary what this incredible and expansive department is responsible for. And it's been called the heartbeat of the African Revolution and the African People's Socialist Party. And that's exactly what it is. So
absolutely. Director Kulea, you are, in addition to, I wouldn't say in addition to, but I would say as part of the fact that you are a revolutionary leader in the African People's Socialist Party, you are a filmmaker, you are a writer, you are a songwriter and a singer, you are a poet, you are an artist. And can you talk about how that figures into this whole question of agitation and propaganda, how that figures into the war of ideas, the war of ideas beyond just people on the news or what's in the bourgeois media or something like that, but or what politicians are saying, but the war of ideas that takes place anytime you open a magazine, or anytime you turn on the radio, or anytime you walk into a movie theater to see the latest Marvel movie or something like that. That's the war of ideas, and the way that you engage in that war of ideas through art, through writing, through all of what you do in that realm as well. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't know if I'm a filmmaker, but Thank you. But as I was, saying when I was defining what agitation or propaganda is, I mean, this whole thing that's all around you all the time, and it's something that you're consuming. So, as you shuffle through your music playlist or you go through your watch list on Netflix or something like that, I mean, these are different ways in which ideas are presented to you and you consume them. And if you're not careful, you can adopt them as your own ideas. And so when we look at the question of culture, which is what essentially we're talking about, from what they call the arts and things like that, we call revolutionary culture. And the fact is that what we know is as culture today is, first of all, this thing that has been robbed from African people. And then it's been repackaged and rebranded and put out in the world and used as a weapon against the African community. So, we have a process where through our movement, we take the cultural workers, workers are able to actually do something totally different with their art and are they able to participate in forwarding the aims and objectives of the African community and the whole African revolution at large. And this is how people can play a role in the Uhuru movement without necessarily being a cadre member of the African People's Socialist Party, anything like that. That this is something that, people can begin to contribute to a culture of revolution, because this is what we're trying to win people to. We're trying to show people the new world, which we are ushering in, we're creating through a process such as this one, raising reparations for an African Women's Health Center. So, we are trying to inspire this in the minds of the people. When we talk about you have to win, the African masses to independence, you have to put independence out there and show people what it looks like as something to aspire towards. And, I look at, revolutions past, like the Chinese Revolution and the just incredible culture and how it's always been a part of a revolutionary movement. It's always, even today, they'll have whole festivals, concerts and things like that, where they're pulling together these revolutionary cultural workers to build and boost the morale of the cadre and of the fighters, of the revolutionaries. So it's, it's just a profound part of the African Revolution. And the colonial capitalists know that, which is why it's a place in which they dominate in terms of espousing ideas. They dominate this whole cultural apparatus, and they again use it against African and colonized peoples throughout the world. So it's up to us to take this African culture and to redefine it, and not just for it to be coming from a Black artist, but for it to mean something for Black people. And so, yeah, that's where, again, you just see this whole significance in the whole question of the war of ideas. Culture is a critical part of that. When I came into the role of director of Agitprop, I didn't know necessarily how I fit into that at first. But certainly with, just the things that I've done with my art and things like that, now it totally makes sense. So anyway, Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you. That's great. Great response. And just really want to salute also the Burning Spear newspaper, which is one of the most significant weapons in the war of ideas, of which you are the editor. And it's an incredible newspaper. Every single issue, I feel like for quite a while, it's always been incredible, but now I feel like it's just
Next
amazing.
level.
Like every time we get the spear, it's like, oh my God. The last issue had a whole visual timeline of the history of FBI attacks on the African Revolution. So just salute you and the Spear team, and how important it is for white people to read the Burning Spear newspaper and study it and sell it and be able to the Burning Spear is like the lens through which we can actually see reality. It's like the truth serum, or it's the lens through which we can actually see the world as it really is, not through the eyes of the colonizer, which is the eyes that obscure reality and create justifications for why the world is the way it is. So very important newspaper for people to read. And we want to talk about this documentary that we're about to watch. So we just have 2 more quick questions for you, and then we're going to cut the stream and start it up again with a screening of this documentary film about the glorious revolutionary 50-year history of the African People's Socialist Party. So first question is, could you talk about what was the inspiration, if you will? What led you to sit down and put together this incredible documentary that we're going to take a look at?
Well, I mean, first we have to acknowledge what the title is of, Relentless 50 Years of Leadership Toward African Redemption. And this documentary first aired during the party's plenary earlier this year, in February of this year. And, in recognition of the fact that this was the year, the 50th, the whole year, it would be dedicated to celebrating 50 years of the African People's Socialist Party, which is this tremendous feat, especially considering the kind of counterinsurgency war that was waged against our movement in the 1960s. And so we had to really capture that significance. And of course, because that was the theme of our plenary, we had to have it right then and there. But that was the basis for it. We had to tell the story about who the African People's Socialist Party is. This is the work that it has done, and the way it has transformed the world, and how Chairman Amalia Shatella, the leader and founder of this organization, and a revolutionary freedom fighter who's been engaged in this work since the 60s, who saw the defeat of the 1960s, who did not surrender, who did not vehicle that would carry out the task of completing the Black Revolution. So, we had to capture all of that again, and recognizing that the state of the world, the period that we're in, which we can really thank the chairman for ushering in terms, especially as it relates to defining, how we understand the world today. That's African internationalism. And the fact is that we knew, and we were already experiencing people coming to the Uhuru movement, looking for the answers necessary to show the way forward, to show a future, and that we had to have some kind of project that allowed people to see the full extent of this organization, to know this is not a plaything, this is not a club, a social club or anything like that. It's a serious revolutionary organization that is serious about seizing power and governing. That's who the African People's Socialist Party is. So we wanted to tell that story, and just really do the whole history of the party justice. That was, especially my inspiration. I was like, we gotta this has to really, really embody just that incredible, as it states, relentless history. And even still, it's only an hour long. This could be, a multi-series a type of project, but in the period of time that we had to put it all together, I think that this, does help somebody, introduces them to this incredible movement and the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella.
Well, you did an amazing job distilling it into 1 hour, and I definitely understand what you're saying, because there's one thing we learned doing a 24-hour telethon about the Uhuru movement, is that you can literally stay awake talking about the Uhuru movement for 24 hours and still only scratch the surface in terms of talking about everything that this amazing revolutionary organization is doing and its history and everything. So it's an admirable and impressive job that you did putting together this documentary. And just watching other documentaries, like I was talking to some of our comrades earlier about this or that documentary about, like, the MOVE bombing or something that happened in the 60s. And we do film screenings here at the Solidarity Center, and like pretty much anything that you watch about the history of the African liberation movement that's made by like PBS or some bourgeois filmmaker, the footage is amazing, but the analysis just makes you want to vomit, and it's just so, it's like anytime we do a screening, we come up after the screening and go, okay, now here's all the parts of that were garbage, and we have to correct it. And we don't have to do that in this case, because it's African internationalist history, and it's so So powerful and so well done. And the last question for you, Director Kulea, is just like, what was the process? What was it like making this film, sitting down with these leaders and you know, talking to them about their history in this movement?
Well, I'll start first by saying again that I was certainly never considered myself a filmmaker. And then after this experience, you know, I had to just really appreciate the party and the fact that it pushes you to embrace new skills and new assignments that you never thought you would have been good at. It just pushes you towards it. And so now you've developed a new skill. But it was definitely an honor to be able to sit down with the chairman, veteran leaders of our party, Director Chimaranga, Comrade Secretary General Lowezy Kinshasa, and also the veteran members of African People Solidarity Committee, Comrades Penny Hess, Chairwoman Penny Hess, Comrades Kitty Riley, and you know, just to be able to hear these stories that not everything made the final cut. Again, we had to make it an hour, but I mean, it was just so profound to be able to hear this first account of their whole experience and to hear the kind of struggles that they were engaged in. And you hear that, and then you see these comrades, they're still here and they're still fighting. And a lot of the stuff that you would hear them talk about would have made and has made a lot of people punk out. And these comrades are still here engaged in this struggle. And it also, you know, just, it wasn't something that I ever took for granted or that it leaves my mind, but it just is reinforced that everything that we're doing now, including building this women's health center and the whole Black Power Blueprint project, it's attached to an incredible history. I mean, it stands on a foundation that's so strong. And in a lot of ways, it's like, you know, we walk into it and we adopt it, but that grueling work that was required to bring us to this point, I mean, this is stuff that has happened and has been done and has been fought fiercely for. I mean, and when I say fight in a literal and a figurative sense, you know, in terms of what it is that we have had to go through, as Chairman says, swimming upstream, to be able to carry out the work that we do. So to be able to, again, hear those first account stories, it was very powerful. And then to be able to rummage through the archives myself and, you know, to put together a storyboard that I thought would tell the story, you know, in brief, in the most effective way. I mean, it was really powerful. And I mean, I was burning the midnight oil, much as I'm doing right now, much as we're doing right now. But as stressful, and I say stressful just because it wasn't necessarily because of all the work it was stressful because I was like, I have to tell the story right. Like, this has to be right. And, you know, just to be able to make sure that this is it is clear, you know, who the party is. It was like, okay, how to take all of this information, condense it down into 1 hour and still effectively get the point across. I mean, that was probably the most difficult task. But I mean, when it was all coming together, it was at a certain point, the process just clicked. It was like, all right, I got it. Boom, boom, boom. And, you know, the rest was just pulling all the pieces together. But yeah, it was truly an honor to be able to produce. And you know, I can't say that I did that whole thing by myself in terms of even archiving, you know, having this like database of things that I could, you know, go to and being able to conduct those interviews. Just really want to salute everybody who participated in that process of, you know, helping to put this documentary together. I'm very, very proud of the product. So that's what I can say about the process, comrades.
Great. Well, salute to you, Director Kulea, and salute to I want to salute you and salute the entire Department of Agitation and Propaganda that you lead, and of course salute the ultimate African internationalist propagandist, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and the incredible history of the chairman and the party that you captured in this documentary. So we're going to take a quick break to cut the live stream, and then when we come back, we will be screening Relentless: 50 Years of Leadership Toward African Redemption. So thank you so much, Director Kulea, and we'll see you in just a minute. Uhuru.